Cherise's high-heeled boots clicked more heavily than usual against the marble tile of the Avalon View luxury apartment's lobby as she was weighed down by several bags of groceries. She wasn't accustomed to doing her own food shopping, but the service she normally used had recently been prioritizing clients who were either housebound or immunocompromised, leaving her high and dry. Ordering online proved hit or miss at best, and eventually, she accepted that if she wanted her groceries on time and to order, she would have to do it herself. Unfortunately, that didn't work out either. The long lines at both the entrance and the cashiers kept her well behind schedule, and the various supply shortages and rationing left her shopping list once again incomplete. And by the time she got back to her building, she was exhausted and frustrated, and sorely hoped that the earlier maintenance to the elevators had been finished so she wouldn't have to drag her meager yet hard-won haul up 7 flights of stairs. Across the lobby, she spotted a single elevator with its doors open to a golden Art Deco interior, a surprising upgrade from the faux wood paneling it had had before. Standing at its threshold was a smiling, handsome young man dressed in a deep crimson uniform with gold accents. He looked like a doorman or bellhop straight out of the 1920s. The only visible anachronism being a face mask clipped to the brim of his cap. He waved her over with a hand clad in an immaculate white glove, assuring her that the elevator was fully operational. "Evening, ma'am. Needing a lift? I'm James, and I'll be your lift attendant today," he greeted her cheerfully. "Lift attendant?" Cherise asked with a bemused smirk. "Yes, ma'am. Mr. Chamberlain is employing us at all his properties now," James explained. "We eliminate public contact with the controls and enforce physical distancing while adding a bit of old-fashioned class and personal service to the experience. If you'll kindly take your place in one of the marked corners, ma'am, I can have you upstairs in a jiffy." Cherise stepped into the elevator, noting with no small amount of delight that it was illuminated by a miniature chandelier. 3 of its corners were each marked with unusually ornate silver decals, politely indicating where passengers should stand to maintain a safe distance from one another. "8th floor, please, James," she instructed as she set her bags down on the floor around her. He took his place next to an elaborate brass control box, covered in switches and dials and indicator lights, with a large lever sitting on top. He flipped a few switches and turned a few knobs, and when he finally seemed satisfied, he pushed a button to close the doors. "Going up," he announced, pushing the lever forward and initiating a smooth ascent. "That's quite a contraption," Cherise commented, eyeing it with a hint of derision. "What's it need to be so complicated for?" "It's a bit of a kludge, ma'am. Tech from different eras all cobbled together, but it gets the job done," James replied, while keeping his gaze focused intently on the readouts, the blinking indicator lights dimly illuminating his unblinking eyes. "And here we are. Would you like some assistance carrying your bags to your suite?" Nowhere in the elevator did it actually say they were on the 8th floor. But when the door slid open, the hallway looked as familiar as ever, so she decided to trust his judgment. "Not tonight, James, thank you. Perhaps another time when I'm better prepared to receive company," she subtly smiled, and picking up her bags and heading into the hall. "I look forward to seeing you around the building, young man." "The feeling's mutual, ma'am. You have yourself a fantastic evening," he beamed, tipping his hat as the door slid shut. Cherise rounded the corner and set the bags down again by what she thought was her door as she inserted her keys into the lock, only for the door to stubbornly refuse to open. She frowned, pulling out the key to make sure it was the correct one. When she saw that it was, she tried again, only for the door to remain locked. Had James dropped her off on the wrong floor after all? Her first thought was to check the room number, only to see that the small bronze placard beneath her peephole was completely blank. She furrowed her brow in confusion, turning her head to check the door across the hall. It too bore a completely blank placard. It didn't make any sense. She wondered if it was some sort of maintenance error or perhaps some petty spree of vandalism. But if her apartment key wouldn't work, that meant she was either on the wrong floor or that the superintendent had changed the lock. Groaning in frustration, and with burdensome bags of groceries still in tow, she spun around to head back to the elevators in the hopes of finding out what floor she was on. When she turned the corner, she came to a dead stop, her frustration quickly morphing into fear at the impossible sight before her. Where the elevator lobby should have been, there was instead another hallway, a perfect duplicate of the hallway she had just come from, and a hallway that by all logic shouldn't have existed. Even if she was on the wrong floor, the hall would have to be stretching out onto Paladin Street, and elevators couldn't just disappear. Setting her groceries down on the ground, she sprinted off down the hall to see what was on the other end. "Hello, is anyone here? I think I'm lost," she shouted as she ran, knocking on doors as she went. Not only did she receive no response, but every room she went by was deathly quiet. She could hear no voices or electronic media or humming appliances in any of them, as if they were all completely vacant. When she reached the intersection at the end, what she found was another identical hallway with the same number of apartments with no address numbers on their doors. At the end of that was another hallway, and another, and another, and then she realized she hadn't yet returned to her groceries. The halls all joined at 90-degree angles, so logically there could only be 4. But logically, the dimensions and location of the building wouldn't permit such a layout in the first place. She immediately began to backtrack, and sure enough, once she had gone back 5 halls, she found her groceries sitting exactly where she left them. She reached into her purse to grab her phone, only to find that it had no Wi-Fi and no network connection. She dialed 911 again and again, but never got a signal. As the dread in her stomach slowly grew, she felt a sudden spell of vertigo start to set in. She chose to sit down before she fell down. Breathing deeply, she forced herself to focus on analyzing the situation at hand. Somehow, she had stumbled into a series of hallways with no windows or exits, no connection to the outside world, and whose physical dimensions didn't appear to conform to her understanding of reality. It seemed surreal, and yet she was certain that she wasn't dreaming. If nothing else, the fact the groceries remained where she had placed them proved this place obeyed some kind of internal consistency. She did her best to stay calm, reminding herself that she had supplies and thus plenty of time to figure something out. Standing up and taking a Sharpie out of her purse, she marked an X on the wall just above where she had set her groceries, and taking off her heels and picking up a bag of groceries to take with her, she set off to map the hall system, numbering each intersection and pointing her way back to her base. After an hour, she had numbered her 100th hallway. In each hall, she would shout out at least once and try at least one random door to see if it opened. No one ever answered, and no door ever budged. No matter how far she went, she never came back upon any of the markings she had left, assuring her that in spite of their immaculate monotony, each hallway was unique. Each hallway was unique, yet identical unless she did something to change it, and devoid of anything that could be of any potential use to her. This was disheartening, as she had hoped to come across a fire extinguisher or any other blunt, heavy object that she might use to bludgeon the doors or walls with. She was considering accessing water through one of the pipes in the wall, but so far, the labyrinth had given no sign that it even held running water. In the full hour she had been wandering the hallways, she'd heard no noise other than those she'd made herself. No pipes, no air vents, nothing. The silence was starting to get to her. She couldn't remember being anywhere that was so still for so long. It was horrid enough being lost in an impossibly distorted version of her own apartment building, but feeling like she was the only living thing in such a seemingly vast space was unnerving to say the least. Accepting that she wouldn't find anything no matter how far she trekked on for, she relieved herself on the carpet and then headed back for her base camp. When she got back to the apartment which she had first mistaken as her own, she took a large can of tomato sauce from her groceries and tried to knock the door handle off with it. The can dented and deformed and eventually broke open, spilling all over her hands and the floor, but the door handle didn't show so much as a scuff. Whatever this place was, it seemed its matter was every bit as unearthly as its space was. Seemingly infinite and indestructible, there was no conceivable means of escape. Cleaning off her hands as best she could with the materials she had, she moved her base camp down far enough so that she couldn't smell the tomato sauce, even though she could still smell it on herself, and did her best to sleep on the floor. As she struggled to fall asleep, she gave some thought to what could actually be happening to her. It all seemed real, even if it was impossible, and dreams were usually far less coherent and consistent than this place was. But if it was real, that meant that she wasn't anywhere in her reality. The phrase non-Euclidean geometry popped into her head as a technically inaccurate descriptor for spaces that didn't conform to known geometric models. At first, she didn't understand how she could just waltz into a non-Euclidean space, but quickly remembered the newly remodeled elevator, its peculiar control box, and James. She had completely forgotten about that until now, the strangeness and desperation of her situation having been quite a distraction. But now that she thought about it, it couldn't have been a coincidence. It still sounded crazy, though. Someone converting her apartment building's elevator into some sort of space-bending contraption just to dump her into endlessly repeating halls? There seemed no point to it at all. Eventually, she did fall asleep, and when she awoke, nothing had changed. Her phone was her only means of knowing any time had passed at all. She morbidly wondered if she could conserve the battery long enough for her to die of thirst. After eating some of her perishable groceries, she set off to explore in the opposite direction as she had the following day. Again, she numbered each hallway, 100, 200, 300, 4. Somewhere around 500, the combination of exhaustion, hopelessness, and lack of sensory stimulation took their toll, and she broke out into a frenzy of screaming and banging on the doors as she ran through the halls, eventually collapsing into a sobbing mess. She stayed like that for a while, unsure of what else to do, until the unbearable silence was finally broken by the sound of faint music. Perking her head up, she had to strain to hear it, but it was there. It sounded like it was coming through a door around the corner. "Hey, hey!" she shouted, leaping to her feet and breaking into a desperate sprint. As she drew closer, she could recognize the music of Frank Sinatra singing "That's Life" on vinyl. When she rounded the corner, it was apparent the music was coming from the door at the end of the hall. She ran towards it with such fervor she nearly crashed into it. Unlike all the other thousands of doors she had walked past over the last few hours, this door had a number on its placard, room 101 to be exact, It was further differentiated by a shiny brass door knocker with "The Darlings" engraved upon it. Hello, is anyone in there? I need help. Cherise pleaded as she banged with the knocker with her right hand and pounded on the door with her left. The music kept playing, but the feeling of hope was kindled within her at the sound of someone getting up from a chair and walking towards the door. She heard a deadbolt click, and then the door opened as far as a chain lock would allow for. Through the slightly ajar door, Cherise saw a young woman with onyx black hair and baby blue eyes. She was wearing a vintage 1950s dress and had her hair in curled pigtails, which at any other time, Cherise would surely have found at least a little strange, but now she was just overwhelmed with relief at having found another human being. "Oh, what's going on out here?" the young woman asked, her tone one of timid confusion. "Oh my God, thank you so much," Cherise sobbed, her voice cracking as she did so. "I've been trapped in these hallways since last night. They've just been going on forever and none of the doors will open and you're the only other person I've found since I got here." "Okay," the young woman said, her voice filled with uncertainty. "I'm going to let you in so that you can calm down and we'll try to work out what's going on, all right?" "Yes, whatever you want. Thank you, Cherise agreed eagerly. The woman obviously didn't believe her story, which was fine with her. At the moment, she was no longer sure she hadn't just had some kind of psychotic breakdown. The door closed just enough for the woman to unlock it, then opened fully. "I'm Mary, by the way," she introduced herself as she led Cherise to the sofa. "Cherise," she answered as she sat down. "All right, Cherise, I'm just going to make a phone call and then I'll get you some tea and we can talk. How does that sound?" Mary smiled. "Lovely, thank you." Cherise nodded. Mary walked across the room and Cherise heard the unmistakable sound of a rotary phone being dialed. She was surprised that someone who looked to be right in the gray zone between millennial and zoomer would even know how to operate such a device, let alone own one. When she combined that oddity with Mary's dress, the decor of the room, and Frank Sinatra still singing away on what was obviously a genuine 1950s record player, panic began to rise again in Cherise's mind as an odd thought came to her. A crazy thought, but no crazier than being trapped in an endlessly repeating set of halls. She began frantically looking around the room for anything modern or something with a date on it. She spied a 1950s-style pin-up calendar on the back of the door, which, to her great relief, clearly said 2020 right next to the month. She sighed at the realization that this girl was just very dedicated to her decorating theme. For extra confirmation, she pulled out her phone to see if she could finally get a signal. And sure enough, there was a notification alerting her to the fact that the password-encrypted Wi-Fi was available. There was still no cell signal, however, and that was definitely strange. She couldn't remember ever not having any reception in the building before. She glanced towards the open balcony doors to check on the weather for some possible explanation, which is when another unsettling realization struck her. The room number had been 101, and yet clearly, they weren't on the ground floor. "Hello, darling." "Yes, of course it's Mary. How many other girls have this phone number?" Did she now?" Mary spoke into the phone receiver, cheerfully at first, but her voice taking on a noticeable edge as her eyes darted up toward Cherise. "Her name wouldn't have happened to be Cherise by any chance, now would it? Because she's here right now, darling. I found her pounding at our front door, scared out of her wits, and reeking of urine and tomato sauce of all things. What on earth did you do to her?" "Wrong floor. That's all you have to say?" When Mary turned her back, Cherise rose from her seat and crept over to the balcony in the hopes of finding a fire escape. She was too scared to try the halls again, but it was becoming clear that not all was right with Mary's apartment either. When she looked out over the balcony, all she saw was a kaleidoscope effect of blue sky, white clouds, and myriad reflections of herself, all staring out with the same shock and horrified expression on their faces. "Sorry about the sky, Ducky. Maybe you should have come when I was better prepared to receive company," Mary said vehemently, as she angrily stirred some sugar into her tea. Charisse turned around slowly, staring at the insidiously benign-looking woman across from her in confounded terror, unsure even how to react. "What is this place?" she managed at last. "Room 101, she replied nonchalantly, casually sipping her tea. "You're reasonably well-read, aren't you, Ducky? You know it's in room 101, right?" Mary smirked as Charisse bolted for the door, desperate for the hall she had longed to escape only moments ago. To Charisse's surprise, the door actually opened, except now the once grand hallway looked to be suffering from a century's worth of neglect and decay. Covered in cobwebs and lit only by flickering lights that threatened to give out at any moment. This hallway also went on forever, with no turns or end in sight. As she ran, she could hear the doors creak open as she passed, but she didn't dare to look back to see what was emerging from those once inaccessible rooms. Over the pounding of her own heart and footfalls, she barely noticed that Frank Sinatra was still crooning away as loudly as ever. She screamed as she felt the ragged carpet being pulled out from under her, throwing her to the ground. She spun around to see Mary dragging the carpet towards her, an enormous meat cleaver clenched in her psychotically grinning mouth, and an assortment of other suddenly terrifying kitchen knives held in the sash of her dress. Charisse rolled off the carpet and into the adjacent room, slamming the door shut and bolting the lock. It splintered and shook as Mary appeared to be using her meat cleaver as an axe to break through it. Charisse Crabbe walked away from it as she sobbed, desperately looking around for anything that she could use to fend off her attacker. She shrieked when she realized she was right in front of a rotting skeleton slumped against the wall, a handgun pointed at its chin, and a large exit wound at the top of its skull. She grabbed the gun with so much force that the corpse's hands disintegrated into tiny phalanges and metacarpals. With a trembling grip, she pointed the gun at the door, not knowing if it was loaded or would still fire even if it was. Mary thwacked and thwacked and thwacked until the door burst into shards. Charisse pulled the trigger, and the gun successfully fired. She fired again and again, getting off a total of 8 rounds before the gun began clicking impotently. Shaking, her ears ringing and her vision clouded with gun smoke, she slowly lowered the gun to assess the damage. She expected to see the bullet-ridden corpse of her enemy lying in the hallway, but found no sign of Mary. She took a few tentative steps out into the hall, looking each way, only to find it deserted, but did notice a few splotches of blood leading away from her. Mary was still well enough to retreat, it seemed, but she was injured, and that at least bought Charisse some time. She turned around to search the apartment for anything else that might be of use, and saw a smiling and unharmed Mary blocking her way. "Boo!" she shouted as she brought the meat cleaver down on her skull. "Mary, darling, could you come here a moment, please?" James asked, a hint of displeasure in his voice. "Yes, James, darling," Mary asked, appearing from behind him the instant she was summoned, her hands innocently folded behind her back. "Would you kindly explain this?" James requested, gesturing to Charisse's mutilated corpse sprawled out on the lobby floor. The meat cleaver to the head hadn't quite done her in, and it looked like Mary had taken her time finishing her off. "Oh, right." Mary hung her head in shame. "I'm sorry, darling. I know I should have waited for you." "Then why didn't you?" The rule is that when one of us lures a new plaything back home, we let them wander until we're both here and decide on what to do with them. James reminded her sternly. But she started to break before you got back, and it's no fun playing with broken toys, Mary explained. So I let her into the safe room, just to see if I could fix her up a bit before you got home. But I didn't know how much longer you'd be, so I thought I'd better call you and tell you to hurry back. And that's when you said she had been flirting with you. I said she might have been flirting with me, and I was mostly teasing, James said with a shake of his head. You can't tease me about that. You know how jealous I get, Mary said with gritted teeth. Fine, mea culpa. Did you at least make it sporting? Of course, darling. I brought a knife to a gunfight. How much more sporting could I have made it? Just the one knife? That doesn't sound like you at all, James smirked, and then frowned as he considered the implications. And was it just her you killed? What about all the other playthings I picked up in the elevator? Well, you know how I get. Blood in the water and all that, she replied, hanging her head and kicking her shoes. So there are none left for me? James asked as he threw his hands up in exasperation. Mary, darling, if I didn't know any better, sometimes I'd swear you were a complete sociopath. Nash paused for a moment to look up from the unlit, pothole-ridden street to the crumbling shell of an office building towering over him, just to make sure he'd really seen it. And there it was, a flicker of white and gray light from a window on the 5th floor, unmistakably recognizable as the comforting, familiar, and wholesome glow from a television. That building had been one of the first to shut down when it became undeniable that his Rust Belt city's heyday was behind them. It hadn't had electricity since before Nash was born. Even if someone was just squatting or doing drugs up there, they wouldn't have brought up a whole television and power supply with them. Would they? Nash glanced around to see if there was anyone else to see what he was seeing, but the street was deserted. He looked back up at that strobing, mesmerizing light, the only light on the entire building, and seemingly the only light within view at all. It was like a campfire burning on top of the highest point in all the realm, broadcasting its location to everyone for miles around. Not a smart thing to do, considering what a very unenchanting realm it was. Smart or not, something was making and powering that light. Possibly something worth pawning. It was possible, or probable even, that the people who put it up were still around, and not at all unlikely that they might be dangerous. But Nash wasn't exactly a pushover either, and it was also just possible enough that the people watching that television were too starved or strung out to put up much of a fight. Reaching into his hoodie's pocket and concealing his butterfly knife in his palm, Nash moved in to investigate. The building's front door was unlocked, and in fact, it didn't seem capable of closing properly to begin with. Nash didn't risk giving away his own position with his phone light, and made his way using only what meager starlight managed to slip through the filthy windows. As difficult as it was to move quietly through a near pitch-black building that he'd never been in before, he somehow pulled it off. He made his way to the nearest staircase and climbed up to the 5th floor. From there, it wasn't hard to find his quarry. The hallway he found himself in was illuminated by the same white and gray flashing light that he had seen from below, only far brighter. It poured out of an open doorway less than halfway down the hall from where he was standing. He listened cautiously for a moment before approaching, but heard no sign of human life. Hugging close to the wall, and creeping as silently as he was able, he made his way towards the beckoning light. He very slowly peeked his head into the doorway and saw a room completely devoid of human occupants. It was completely devoid of anything, actually, other than the television. It was a beauty, though. An old-fashioned box set that looked like it was from the 50s, though its apparent name of Inglorious Retrovision indicated it may have been a recreation. It had a dark wooden exterior with a convex screen on top, speakers on the bottom, and a pair of dial controls in the middle. It even had a pair of rabbit ears for picking up extinct analog television signals. The screen was on, displaying nothing but static snow. This was perplexing, however, since the television didn't appear to be plugged into anything. "What in the hell?" Nash murmured as he stood over the antique device, staring down at it in befuddlement. Without warning, the snow flickered for a few seconds before displaying a black and white title card, accompanied by the speakers playing dramatic music. Nash took a step back in surprise before actually reading the screen. "Underage serial killers in my neighborhood? It's more likely than you think. A public service announcement from the Ophion Occult Order." Nash only had time to read it once before the title card was replaced with the black and white image of a young man standing on a picturesque suburban street. He looked to be about 20 years old, with lean, feline features and slicked back black hair. He wore a dark suit and held a lit cigarette in his hand. "Mothers and fathers, I'd like to speak with the little ones for a moment if I may," the man said in a soft tone. Below him flashed the words, "James Darling, Master Adderman, Planeswalker, confirmed Demi Eldritch, but don't tell anybody." "Hey there, sporthead. If you're anything like me when I was a boy, you probably can't wait to go out into the world and do your civic duty by depopulating it of a few undesirables. It's a fine thing, to be sure, not to mention fun, but if you're young and unprepared, it can also be very risky. But you don't have to take my word for it." "What the fuck is this shit?" Nash asked with a bemused smirk, sitting down in front of the old television to watch the surreal show. The scene cut to an image of a young woman, the same age as the man, with the same feline features and dark hair, worn in pigtails, as if trying to project an air of innocence. She was in a 1950s dress, matching the overall feel of the show. Though her face was less somber than the man's had been, she seemed elated, actually, almost expectantly so. "Mary darling, do you remember why you started killing at such a young age?" the man's voice asked from off-screen. "Of course, James darling. It made me feel powerful," she answered chipperly. She held out a cigarette for him to light, to which he kindly obliged. As she took her first puff, the words, "Mary darling, Mistress Adderman, Planeswalker, confirmed Demi Eldritch. Seriously, don't tell anybody. It's a secret," appeared at the bottom of the screen. "It's not so easy being a little girl, you know. You feel so small, so helpless, so frightened, so dependent on those bigger than you, and yet always scared that the same size and strength you depend on might be used against you. I didn't like being scared. I wanted to be feared. I wanted to be the scariest thing walking on two legs so that I would never have to be afraid again." "And how did you go about doing that, Mary darling?" the man asked. "With knives," the woman smiled. The scene cut to what looked to be a prepubescent Mary, slowly pulling out an artisanal butcher's knife from a wooden block stuffed full of equally ostentatious knives, staring at it with an ear-to-ear smile. "You remember what a beautiful set of kitchen knives Mommy and Daddy had, don't you, James darling?" "Of course I do, Mary darling." "So many beautiful knives, and you weren't allowed to touch them because you were a boy. But I had to learn how to cook. That's all Mommy ever used them for, though.
making us food, but every time I held those knives, I felt safe. Every time I cut or sliced something with them, especially meat, and especially when it was juicy, I felt powerful. So long as I was holding one of those, all it would take was one well-timed, well-placed thrust to end someone's life, no matter how much bigger they were. I know you understand how emboldening holding even a small knife can be.
She said this last sentence, staring directly at the camera. Nash glanced down at the butter knife still in his hand, unable to suppress the unsettling thought that she had been addressing him directly.
But suppose they had a knife,
the man proposed.
What then? Knives only empower those willing to use them for that purpose. Mommy proved that,
the woman replied, her cheerful expression fading out slightly, momentarily distracted by some bitter memory.
But even if someone else did have a knife and was willing to use it, it wouldn't matter. And why is that? Because nobody, and I mean nobody, handles a knife like me.
She grinned.
I knew that if I had a knife with me at all times, I'd never need to be afraid. But Mommy would notice if one of her knives were missing, and she wouldn't have approved of me running around with them. So I had to get my own knife.
The scene cut back to young Mary, this time gleefully looking over a glass display case of hunting and pocket knives, as happy as a kid in a candy store.
You were with me, I think, when I bought my first knife. Oh, yes, you definitely were, because I remember making you promise not to tell Mommy or Daddy that I had it. And, of course, you talked the salesman into selling it to me and keeping his mouth shut about it. You were always better with people than I was. It cost me $2 whole, 2 whole months of allowance money that I saved up and paid for all in quarters, but it was worth it. It was such a beautiful folding knife, perfect for keeping secret. I kept that knife on me at all times. I even slept with it, and no one was ever the wiser. And how long before you took your first life with it?
The man asked. The scene cut again to young Mary, this time repeatedly stabbing another young girl in the torso. Weeping and screaming, the girl begged for mercy as she impotently tried to fight back. Blood and bits of viscera soaked her dress and splattered onto a cackling Mary, whose eyes and smile beamed along with psychotic, manic delight at what she was doing. Whoa, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? Nash shouted as he crawled backwards from the television and stumbled to his feet. That's it, I'm out of here. He turned around, colliding with the now closed office door. What the hell? He shouted again. He hadn't closed it, nor had he noticed if there had even been a door to close. He frantically turned the knob, but it was locked from the other side. He slammed the door with his shoulder once, twice, 3 times, but it wouldn't break. He spun around with the intention of picking up the television and throwing it through the door, but froze when he saw Mary staring at him from the other side of the screen with an annoyed expression. She and James had paused their interview, but the footage was undeniably still playing. We weren't done yet, she said, her tone firm and commanding. Sit down, Ducky, and let us finish. Nash swallowed nervously, but obeyed. He didn't know exactly what was going on, but he couldn't deny that Mary was addressing him directly and that he was in no position to refuse her demands. Mary smiled as she sat down and then turned back to her twin. You were saying, James darling? How long was it before you used that knife to make your first kill? He asked, the same scene replaying as before, this time Nash remaining still for its duration. Not long. That's why I got it after all. I never started with animals, you know. I started with people straight away. Seeing people writhing in agony because of me, begging for their pathetic lives, helpless as I end them with the final thrust of my knife. It's orgasmic. She repositioned her head slightly making sure she was looking Nash right in the eye.
And addictive. I'm a binge killer and I've gone up to 3 months in between binges. But my binges are wild, let me tell you. I've killed thousands of people in my time, for no other reason than I enjoy it, and they can't stop me.
And I'm sure that's the part that our audience is a little confused about right now, the man interjected. How can a little girl with a knife be so unstoppable? Mary smiled widely and blushed, demurely averting her eyes from the camera.
It's because we had a secret playroom, you and I. When we wanted to, we could turn our closet door into a portal to get to it. We weren't just little kids in there. We were gods. It was a good place to hide stuff, too. Stuff like cigarettes or bodies. When the timing worked out, we'd lure people over to our house without anyone knowing, show them our playroom, and kill them there. We took who we could get, but we both liked killing girls the best. They just scream better, and back in those days, especially tended not to fight back as much. And that's how it was for the first few years. But eventually the high rate of disappearance started attracting some undesirable attention that made us nervous. I didn't want to end up like Great Uncle Lawrence. Luckily, that's when you, clever boy, figured out how to change our playroom's portal to any door or hole we wanted, and the world was our oyster.
Okay, what? Nash asked, rubbing his eyes that the retrovision seemed to be putting an unusual amount of strain on.
I thought I walked in on some sort of snuff film, but now you're babbling about portals and pocket dimensions? I don't get it. What do you people want with me?
It seems we have our first audience question, Mary darling, James said. How would you like to answer it? Mary again made direct eye contact with Nash, a wickedly eager grin spreading across her face.
With a demonstration,
she beamed. Without warning, she lunged forward, passing through the screen like it wasn't there. She grabbed Nash by the wrist, and before he could offer even a token display of resistance, she had pulled him through the screen and onto the other side. There was no color there on that side of the screen. All was black and white. But Nash was so confounded by what had just happened, he scarcely noticed. He took in his surroundings in a confused, frantic blur, trying to make sense of it. Above him, the entirety of the sky was overcast with the same static snow he had first seen on the retrovision screen, only now the ever-shifting black and white dots formed the most unsettling and repugnant patterns if he gazed at them for any length of time. Around him was a neighborhood of identical houses with identical lawns and identical fences, either as a satire of the monotony of suburban planning or just a genuine lack of creativity on the part of its designers. Nash sincerely hoped it was the latter. Standing over him were the darlings, James and Mary, looking exactly as they had on screen, cigarettes in their hands, and a predatory sparkle in their eyes.
Stay back! Stay back!
Nash screamed, as he wildly waved his butterfly knife through the air. The twins exchanged smug glances with one another.
Do you want to take this one, James darling?
Mary asked politely.
I did make a bit of a pig out of myself on our last hunt.
Already forgiven, Mary darling, James assured her. Besides, you've been the star of this little documentary of ours so far. It would be a terrible creative decision to shift focus now. Mary smiled, sharply turning her head towards Nash, her gaze steely and shark-like.
You call that a knife?
She asked quietly.
This is a knife?
She pulled out a 10-inch butcher's knife with a clipped point from the sash of her dress. With well-honed aim, she threw it, impaling the palm of Nash's right hand with it. Dropping his own blade, he screamed in agony, clutching his injured appendage as close to his chest as he could without impaling himself further.
You're welcome,
Mary said. She held out her right hand, and the fallen butterfly knife flew into it as if her possession of the blade was an inviolable law of physics in her world.
Remember what I said about knives only empowering those who are willing to use them for that purpose? You've got a knife now, a proper knife, so if you can't use it to protect yourself, that's your own fault. You fucking psycho bitch,
Nash wailed, crimson blood dripping onto the mono-colored ground below him. Mary took a deep inhalation, savoring the scent of it.
So beautiful, too beautiful not to show in all its glorious technicolor, she mused. You've got two options here, Rambo. Fight or flight. If you pick flight, I'll give you a head start of 30 Mississippis, starting now. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi.
With a sharp cry, Nash pulled the butcher's knife free from his hand, letting it fall to the ground as he tried to stem the flow of blood. Mary was still counting, her voice taking on a notable tone of irritation at Nash's casual disregard for such a lovely knife. He wanted to punch her, to beat her into a bloody stain on the pavement. He really did. But some primal instinct told him that Mary was not a wholly human and that his best chance for survival was to run and hide. So he did, leaving the only weapon he had behind. Mary stopped counting, and she and her brother glared down at the abandoned knife with disdain. "Very poor tactical decision on his part," James said with a shake of his head. "That's going to cost him." "Severely," Mary growled, breaking into a sprint and snatching up the knife as she chased after her prey. As Nash ran, he dripped a trail of blood behind him. Its brilliant, vibrant redness amidst the otherwise grayscale world created an all-too-obvious path for his tormentor to follow. He didn't bother trying to break into any of the houses. Even if they weren't locked, Mary would just follow the blood and he'd be trapped. So he just ran. He didn't know what else to do. He kept his head pointed forward, not daring to look up at the abominable sky. When he heard the sound of Mary's feet pounding against the pavement as she chased after him, he didn't look back. His eyes glanced side to side just enough to see that the houses he ran past weren't vacant. Forlorn, barely discernible silhouettes stood in the windows, observing the outside spectacle with a fatalistic but morbid curiosity. When he dared to stare at them for more than an instant, he saw that they were made from the same television static as the sky. That was when the front doors creaked open, and the static started pouring out of them like an English fog. It obscured everything around him, growing thicker and thicker by the second. He could feel it as a tingling on his skin and hear it as a buzzing in his ears. Worst of all, there was no avoiding the patterns now. The patterns in the snow formed a mutating Rorschach test of impossible, alien shapes before his eyes, and incomprehensible whispering in his ears. They weren't threatening in the way that Mary was threatening, but through the mere act of being, they implied an existential horror far greater than being slaughtered like a lamb. The static itself soon overwhelmed his senses, blinding and deafening and numbing him to all else. The dread sapped his limbs of their strength, sickened him so horribly that he began to vomit. He didn't even know if he was still running anymore or if he had fallen to the ground, but he did have a vague awareness that he was weeping and screaming and desperately trying to block out the static. He was only snapped back to reality by the sensation of Mary's butcher knife carving into him.
Technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Well, boys and girls, I hope you all learned something today. Sure, hunting your fellow man for sport can be a hoot, but it can also be downright dangerous. Mary and I were fortunate to have a secure killing ground and larder, but many of you probably aren't so lucky. And I certainly hope none of you are lucky enough to have a pet Vogathos to fall back on if you find yourself in a tight spot. Remember, if your quarry gets away, or someone finds their bodies, you'll get caught, and then it's game over, bucko. It's best to wait until you're old enough to be licensed and registered, 18 to 21 depending on your jurisdiction, so that you can kill safely and sustainably. I know that may seem like a long time, but with a little patience, one day you'll be able to kill with the same skill, gratification, and impunity as Mary here. Mary lay naked upon the ground, at some point in her frenzy having discarded her dress and taken the opportunity to bathe in Nash's blood. Nearly every inch of her was crimson now, her body the only patch of color amidst the gray that surrounded her. Her chest rose and fell as she panted heavily, her belly gorged with her favorite cuts of meat. The shredded remains of Nash's body were strewn about her in a haphazard manner, Mary having done to his flesh what the thing in the static, the Vogathost, had done to his mind. She slowly raised the knife to her mouth and licked it clean, ruby rivulets dripping down her tongue as she savored every last instant of her kill.
Stay sanguine, America. Good night.
James knelt down to his sister and extended a sweet martini garnished with a maraschino cherry. "Thank you, James, darling," she said as she accepted the refreshment. "Sorry about the mess. Should we clean it up before the next take?" "Let's leave it in. An Easter egg for the more eagle-eyed viewers, like the Munchkin hanging himself in The Wizard of Oz." Jane smirked as she sipped an old-fashioned cocktail. "Oh, looks like the Retrovision's got another bite. Is our leading lady ready for an encore?" "Can I do the whole interview like this, but just act like it's completely normal?" she asked excitedly. "Naked and covered in blood?" She pulled the cherry off its skewer with her teeth. "It'll freak them out so much." A slow and sadistic grin spread across James's face. His naked, blood-splattered sister on the black and white Retrovision was the most salacious idea they'd had in a while. I think a little splash of color is exactly what this production needs. The man found himself in complete darkness, but that's not what concerned him. He wasn't alone in the darkness either, but that was also of no concern to him. The others were captives, like himself, presumably bound with silk cords to a bolted-down chair, like he was. He had heard two other muffled voices so far, a man and a woman, screaming and cursing and threatening and weeping, demanding to know what was going on until their voices were hoarse. He had so far not made a single peep to alert his fellow captives of his presence, or his captors of his wakefulness, and he was beginning to wonder if that was the problem. His captors knew he was awake, though. He had no doubt of that, but perhaps they wanted to see all of their prisoners squirm in their seats for a bit before they would reveal themselves. Or worse, his silent stoicism was making them suspicious. Live from inglorious Retrovision Studios, just outside the space-time nexus of Hollywood, California, it's time for Fun and Fatalities. The man's train of thought was violently interrupted by an upbeat, though horrendously distorted, instrumental theme song playing on overhead speakers. Multiple colored spotlights raced around the studio. A conglomeration of 9 monitoring screens began flickering static before displaying the show's title in black and white, and a large, vertical game wheel flashed with red and black strobe lights as it lazily spun about. And now, let's all give a big hand for our hosts, the atrocious, the malicious, and the disgracefully depraved James and Mary Darling, the announcer cheered. The spotlights turned white and settled on the stage, where a pair of smiling young adults walked arm in arm to the podium, waving jovially to the audience. Both had dark black hair and bright blue eyes, and looked so much alike they were undoubtedly siblings. James had his short hair slicked back and wore a black suit and bow tie, and Mary wore her hair long and coiffed, along with bright red lipstick and a glittering red sequin dress with matching heels. And together they looked formal and presentable, almost old-fashionably so, and had they not first kidnapped their guests and bound them to their seats, there would have been nothing bad to tip them off that they were in for a very, very bad time. The first two captives were understandably baffled by the revelation that they were on a game show, but the last contestant, though he had not been expecting it specifically, wasn't surprised in the least. Good evening, everybody, and thank you all so much for joining us tonight, both here and at home. It just means the world to both of us. It really does. James spoke into the microphone as the music died down. For any new viewers, as well as our lucky guests who didn't know they were going to be here tonight, I'm your host, James Darling. And this magnificent creature next to me is my sister and co-host, Mary Darling. Mary blew a kiss towards the audience, and canned cheers and catcalls began playing over the speakers. The actual audience, the vaguely humanoid silhouettes filling the dimly lit bleachers, didn't make a sound. They barely moved. But there was just enough shuffling and jostling and rocking to and fro to make it clear that they weren't dummies or cardboard cutouts. Something was in the audience, watching the show. We have an amazing show planned out for tonight, don't we, James Darling? Mary asked rhetorically, her smile turning nefarious as she leered hungrily at the three unwilling contestants in front of her. Oh, you bet we do, Mary Darling, James agreed with an eager nod. Why don't you walk our contestants and viewers through how the game works before we get started? Gladly, darling, Mary said, as she strutted over to the game wheel. It couldn't be easier. My brother picks a victim, then I... Contestant Mary, James corrected her with an exaggerated finger wag, as canned laughter filled the air. Oops, sorry. My brother picks a contestant, wink wink nudge nudge, and then I spin the wheel, Mary explained. It lands on a challenge, and if a contestant survives the challenge, they move on to the next round. Each challenge can only be used once per game, and the game goes on until either there are no more contestants, a final contestant survives the last challenge, or all the challenges are used up with multiple survivors left, who must then face off in a battle royale until there's a champion. Well, as fun as that might be, I really don't think any of today's contestants have it in them to make it through until the end of the game, James lamented, cueing moans of disappointment from the speakers. Mary Darling, why don't you just show them what sort of prizes they can win, so that they all have a little extra motivation to give it their all? Today's champion will be walking away with their very own inglorious Retrovision television set, Mary announced, as she gestured dramatically to a rising curtain, revealing several distinct 1950s-style televisions sitting on podiums, all of them displaying harshly buzzing static. Each television set is a unique custom build by the master mechanist, Vladia Dragovich himself, capable of picking up a wide variety of occult and paranormal transmissions while doubling as an Orwellian telescreen. You never know who's watching when you're watching an inglorious Retrovision. With only a few hundred known to exist, and access restricted to the underworld market, each and every Retrovision is priceless, making it a beautiful and valuable addition to any home. I'm not sure if I'd call them priceless, Mary Darling. If I recall, Dragovich sold them to us for a very reasonable price of one assassination apiece, James remarked. True, but I think our contestants value human life a little differently than we do, Mary smirked. Well, let's find out, shall we? Time to meet our first contestant, James said as the theme music started playing again. Grabbing the microphone in one hand and some cue cards in the other, he headed over to the female contestant, who was now trembling under the spotlight. Hello there, young lady. Welcome to the show. Let me tell you how this works. I'm going to take your gag off, and you're going to play along. Or this is going to get much, much worse for you. Do you understand that? The woman looked up at James with terror-stricken eyes and saw that any facade of cordiality had vanished from his face. His expression was stern, uncompromising, and deadly serious. His eyes were utterly void of mercy, and she immediately lost all hope in begging for her life. She quickly glanced towards Mary and saw that she was staring at her with the same pitiless countenance. She looked back up at James and, with a fearful swallow, gave a broken and despondent nod. "Fantastic!" James beamed, the insincerely effervescent smile returning to his face. He pulled off her brightly colored gag and gently laid it over the back of the chair. "What's your name, miss?" "Petra," she stammered softly. "And are you excited to be here, Petra?" James asked, his smile growing from enthusiastic game show host to psychopath off his meds in an instant. "Extremely, James," she whispered. "Outstanding. That's what I like to hear. You were paying attention a moment ago, weren't you? Mary spins the wheel, you do what it says, and if you survive, you move on to the next round. You got that?" Petra nodded as enthusiastically as she could with gritted teeth and tear-stained cheeks. "You heard her, Mary darling. Spin the wheel," James instructed. The pre-recorded audience repeated his request, while the actual audience remained as eerily silent as ever. Mary spun the enormous wheel as hard as she could, sending it revolving in a dizzying whirlwind of red and black lights. After several seconds, it slowed to a crawl, the pointer arrow passing over one torturous challenge after another, until finally settling on Bloody Mary. "Looks like our first challenge is Bloody Mary," James announced, to more canned cheering and applause, though his sister's excitement appeared to be genuine. "Petra, Bloody Mary means that my sister gets to do whatever she wants with you. Do you think you can handle her?" Based solely on her appearance, most people would probably assume that Mary's physical and behavioral capacity for violence was minimal. But given the circumstances, Petra wasn't willing to make any assumptions about anything. "Do I have a choice?" she asked. "Not if you want to win that TV," James laughed. "Or live," Mary added, impatience clearly creeping into her tone. "Hear that, audience? Mary darling doesn't like to be kept waiting," James said loudly, before bending over to whisper to Petra. "Trust me, the angrier you make her, the more fun she'll have with you. What's it gonna be?" "Yes, I'll fight her, or whatever," Petra nodded. "That's the spirit. It's always better for ratings when the women go up against Mary. Gives the illusion of fairness," James remarked. "Mary darling, what are you gonna do with our brave Petra here?" "I think I'm gonna have to go with 21 knife salute," she answered, turning the wheel so that the arrow landed on her preferred challenge. 21 knife salute it is," James agreed, pulling out a vintage TV remote and pressing one of its many round and gleaming buttons. In an instant, Petra went from being restrained in her seat to being restrained to a human-sized game wheel. Mary stood exactly 21 feet away from her, which she knew because the floor between them had been delineated in 1-foot increments. What? Petra gasped, unable to comprehend what had just happened. "The magic of television," James explained nonchalantly. "Now don't you fret, Petra. This is one of our easier challenges. What happens here is I spin you round and round, and Mary darling throws a few knives at you. 21 to be exact, James darling," Mary added, as she held up a bejeweled ebony dagger for the audience to get a good look at. "She'll throw them one at a time, starting at the 1-foot marker, moving a foot backwards after each throw. All she has to do is miss once, and you'll win the challenge. Even if she lands all 21 shots, but none of them are fatal, you'll still be declared the winner. Are you ready, Petra?" Wait, she starts at the 1-foot line?" Petra asked in dismay. "Of course, Ducky. A good game gets harder the further along you get," Mary said, with a sickly sweet smile, now somehow standing only a foot away from her, without having traversed the intervening distance.
Give her a spin, James darling.
Spin, 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 jeered the pre-recorded chants of the audience.
No, wait, please,
Petra pleaded, but with one strong push, James sent her spinning rapidly. She screamed as she felt the first knife pierce her flesh. As the audience chanted out, 1, Mary hadn't needed to throw the knife at all, given how close she was. She could have just thrust the knife straight ahead, but instead, she had thrown it slightly to the side and impaled Petra's left wrist. Her right wrist was next, as the audience cried out, 2, 3, 4. Her ankles were impaled as well, and when her left forearm was pierced at the cry of 5, it became obvious that Mary had impeccable aim and was targeting Petra's outermost extremities and was moving inwards in a clockwise spiral. The audience kept counting up, and soon a combination of the pain and vertigo had Petra retching. With each throw, Mary did indeed take a step back, but it didn't seem to affect her aim at all. 17, the audience cried as a knife penetrated Petra's abdomen and skewered her left kidney. With 4 knives already in each limb, Mary was moving on to the torso. 18 was her right kidney, of course, and 19 was her stomach. 20 hit her just below the diaphragm, and she knew there could be no doubt where Mary would aim next. The blood from her wound splattered down into her face as she continued to spin around, and the pain in her limbs was starting to give way to a cold numbness. Mary seemed to be taking longer to make her final shot, and a drum roll sound effect played to add to the suspense.
Please don't. Please don't.
Petra wept, unable to muster the strength for any more substantial final words. 21, the audience cheered, as Mary's final knife impaled Petra's heart, ending her life instantly. Mary bowed graciously to the audience as celebratory music played and colorful lights flashed, then casually walked over to the spinning corpse to retrieve her knives. "Well, that's a pity," James said insincerely as he checked the body for a pulse.
"Darling, please, you don't know the meaning of the word."
Mary smirked as she took a long, savory sniff of the blood-coated knife in her hand. She tossed it into the audience, and the mass of silhouettes finally showed some interest in something, lunging for it like it was a foul ball at a Major League Baseball game. A sizzling, staticky noise arose from the crowd like they were a horde of rattlesnakes, and the studio lights flickered for a moment as they absorbed their sacrifice. The second contestant's eyes went wide in confusion and terror at this bizarre behavior, but the last contestant had to suppress a look of joy before the darlings noticed. He had found what he'd come for.
"Well, folks, Mary Darling sure did give us one humdinger of a performance for the first round, didn't she?"
James asked as he took his place at the front of the stage.
"Let's give her a big hand, shall we?"
There was more canned applause, but this time, the sizzling static sound of the real audience could just barely be heard beneath it.
"It's just too bad our first contestant couldn't stick it out for another round,"
Mary said as she skipped back to the game wheel.
"Hopefully, our next contestant is made of sterner stuff."
James sauntered over to the lucky contestant number 2, a very large and muscular man who looked like he might indeed put up more of a fight than Petra did.
"And what's your name, sir?"
James asked as he took the gag out of his mouth.
"Ah, you sick son of a bitch. Let me out of this chair, you fucking coward. You think you're hot shit, torturing a helpless woman to death? Untie me, and we'll see how tough you are, you and your psycho bitch sister."
With one hand, James lifted the chair up in the air, pulling it out by its steel bolts, then violently slammed it back down into the floor. The contestant, both winded and stunned speechless by the superhuman display of strength, said nothing as James loomed over him with a look of barely restrained rage. "Don't ever talk that way about my sister," he growled before turning back towards the stage. "Mary Darling, spin the wheel." The game wheel, now missing both the Bloody Mary and 21 knife salute challenges, started to spin once more. "Say, Mary darling, what happens if the wheel lands on an empty slot?" James asked with a theatrical flourish towards the camera. "Not to worry, James darling. It's rigged," Mary assured him, the canned laughter playing right on cue. "It's a good thing you freaks have a laugh track. Otherwise, I'd have no idea this shit was supposed to be funny," the contestant wheezed sardonically as he caught his breath. With a deathly cold grimace, Mary immediately stopped the wheel. It landed on "Feed the Pigs." "Excellent choice, Mary darling," James agreed, pulling out the TV remote once again. With the press of a button, the man found himself free of his restraints, but now trapped in a stage pit of some kind. Behind the steel gate, there were 3 large, black, vicious-looking pigs, all of them squealing hungrily and fighting to get out. "Mary darling, would you mind explaining the pig pit to our viewers, please?" James asked, he and Mary standing side by side as they peered down from the edge of the pit. "Not at all, James darling," Mary smiled eagerly. "You and I have always accumulated bodies faster than we could eat them ourselves. And at first, all we did was let them pile up in this pit here. Boy, did that stink something awful. Selling our surplus human meat on the underworld market brought in some much-needed capital, but we still had a lot of corpses and body parts that weren't exactly retail quality, shall we say. That's when we first got our little piggy pals here. Pigs eat pretty much anything, including all our leftovers. I started breeding the ones that were most useful to us, and before I knew it, I had myself a breed of man-eating monster pigs." "And you sure outdid yourself with them, Mary darling. Just look at how eager they are to get our contestant here," James said, holding up the remote control so the man below him could clearly see it. "Listen up, contestant who couldn't be bothered to tell me his name when asked and thus shall die nameless. When I press this button, the pigs will be released into the pit, and they will try to eat you. Your only chance is to fight them off with your bare hands. It's not a good chance, since each of them outweighs you and has been bred for ferocity, but it's the only chance you've got. Understood?" "Ah, fuck you," he screamed, his eyes roving around the pit wildly for any possible means of escape or defense. James snarled at him and forcefully pushed down on the remote. A harsh buzzer sounded, the gate flew open, and the 3 squealing pigs charged into the pit, jostling with each other as they scrambled to be the first to play with their new chew toy. The man screamed and took a running jump towards the wall of the pit, hoping to build up enough momentum to run the wall and grab the edge. This didn't work, and by the time he hit the ground again, the pigs were upon him. The first pig chomped onto his ankle, with its full bite force, crushing the bone underneath. He screamed and fell to the ground as he tried to kick his foot free, only to succeed by severing it from his leg. He watched in helpless horror as the pig joyfully munched away on his dismembered foot, followed by his blood gushing out onto the floor. With his remaining foot, he tried to kick the pig away, but a second pig jumped onto his chest, savagely crushing his ribs under its weight. He tried to scream, but his lungs had been perforated by his own broken ribs, and the mass of the pig on top of him wouldn't let his lungs expand anyway. He desperately tried to push the pig off of him, but before he could even get his left arm in position, the third pig sunk its teeth into his forearm. With one sharp tug, it pulled the arm out of its socket and started gnawing on it like a dog with a bone. The first pig, having already finished with the man's foot, decided it wanted something a little less bony instead, and went straight for the groin. It took his testicles, penis, and a good chunk of the mound off in one bloody bite, then mashed his manhood to a pulp between its forceful molars. Intestines started pouring out through the gaping wound, and the pig helped itself to those next. By now, the man knew he was done for, and just hoped that the pig on top of him would go for the jugular and end it quickly, as any decent predator would. But Mary had bred and trained her pigs not to go for a quick kill. and instead, it bit off his nose with a good portion of his upper teeth. With the next bite, it tore off his entire mandible, and still he lived as all 3 pigs ate him alive. It wasn't until the 3rd pig started gnawing into his left side and the one on top crushed through his skull to get at his brain that he finally lost consciousness, along with the challenge. The creatures outside looked from pig to man, and from man to pig, and from pig to man again, but already it was impossible to say which was which, James quoted pompously, as the man beneath him was reduced to an unrecognizable smear of gore and viscera.
Huh. I don't think that quote's as profound when the reason you can't say which is which is because the man's been mutilated beyond all reason, Mary remarked chipperly. Fair enough, James agreed, putting on a big smile as he spun to face the cameras. Well, folks, it looks like our second contestant isn't moving on either. Just as well. We can't have someone who uses such foul language polluting our airwaves. It's obscene. I'd like to think of this as a family show. Not sure I'd want to meet that family, James darling, Mary mused as she resumed her position by the wheel. I don't know about you, but after those last 2 kills, I think I might be feeling sated enough that our 3rd contestant could actually have a shot at winning. Did you hear that, contestant? Mary darling is feeling sated, which is as close to merciful as she and I can get, James said, as he walked over to the final contestant. He undid his gag, and surprisingly, he did not curse or cry, but instead remained as stoic as he had been for the entire ordeal. And what is your name, sir? The man didn't answer immediately, and just as James opened his mouth to threaten him, he was interrupted. You know, I was worried that I may have actually underestimated you, that you were actually just stringing me along and had some ace in the hole, but you really don't know who I am, do you? The man asked with a wry smile. James, Mary, and the live studio audience all cocked their heads at this remark. It was rare for any of their victims, regardless of the setting, to act so calm and collected, and his comment legitimately put them off their guard. We've met before, have we? James asked curiously. Just once, but I had thought I would have left an impression, he replied. It was at Chamberlain's Halloween party, on Pendragon Hill. Surely you remember that, don't you? The man smiled wider now, and dense black vapor began exuding from every orifice on his face. James immediately backed away, while Mary rushed to his side, for now they did indeed realize who they were dealing with. Is someone actually watching this pathetic snuff film of yours? The contestant asked, examining the unmanned cameras that had all turned to focus on him. For those of you just joining us, my name is Emrys the Eternal. I'm the physical avatar of an extra-dimensional cosmic entity summoned here last year in a botched ritual, and in my spare time, I enjoy collecting and studying rare occult artifacts, practicing dark magic, and rose gardening. The laugh track was triggered, but glitched and just repeated the same few seconds of audio over and over. Emrys? James murmured in disbelief. You let me catch you on purpose? Oh, my dear darlings. How long have you been at this now? Emrys asked condescendingly, as he effortlessly rose from his seat. The illusion of a mortal man fell away, and they beheld the visage of pale, gaunt, bearded Emrys, clad in furs and bound in silver chains, a triple Ouroboros tattoo upon his forehead. 60 years at least, luring mortals in here and playing with them like cats with mice, all while remaining completely immune to the violence you so delight in? Pitiful. I think it's well past time that you pick on someone your own size. A very rare look of terror was plastered across Mary's face
but James let out an arrogant laugh at the challenge. Oh, you want to fight us? In our playroom? James scoffed. You may have bested us at Chamberlain's mansion, but we're gods in here. Just then, enormous shards of obsidian erupted forth from the floor to impale Emrys as he was enveloped in a vortex of white-hot fire with massive electrical discharges arcing down from the studio lights for good measure. And perhaps unsurprisingly, the concoction of plasma and fire and volcanic glass violently exploded, destroying all the cameras that had huddled around it. The blast wave was powerful enough to send both darlings flying through the air and up against their own game wheel, where they were crucified by fragments of obsidian through their limbs. Through the haze and debris, Emrys strode towards them, unscathed and unperturbed by James's impotent attempt to destroy him. Unscathed and unperturbed by James's impotent attempt to destroy him. Yes, and I'm God, no matter where I am, he pontificated as he spun the wheel around so that he was face to face with Mary. Fortunately for you, darling, I'm not a vengeful god, as a vengeful god likely wouldn't forgive someone who stabbed them as many times as you did. You do so love your knives, don't you? Bygones, though, darling, bygones. She winced as he ran his hand along her face, trying her best to force back tears. She hated being afraid, and had tried very hard for almost her entire life to be the scariest monster there was, so that there would be nothing that could scare her. I know, darling, Emrys smirked, effortlessly reading her thoughts. But in the grand scheme of things, you're still as helpless as any of your victims. She felt her brother's blood drip down from above her, and with a deep sob, she let her tears fall. James, are you alive? She wailed. I am, Mary darling, he grunted, pained but surprisingly calm. The reason for this was that from his elevated position, he could see what their audience was doing. The audience was, in fact, their pet, a creature which resembled a cloud of television static. More accurately, though, it was the imaginary patterns within the static, a type of thought form that arose from the meaning people saw in chaos. As the audience members silently marched towards Emrys, they merged together until they were nothing but screaming faces in a flickering, shapeless mass, rising up towards the ceiling and ready to crash down upon him like a tsunami. Tell me, Emrys, why did you come here if not for vengeance? James asked, genuinely curious now and not sure if he'd have a chance to ask again later. Emrys looked up at him and gave him a knowing smile. Lunch, he replied simply. Spinning around, he reached out his hand towards the monster, spectral black tendrils shooting out from his palm and penetrating deeply into the snowy cloud. The nebulous creature began to writhe and shriek in agony, its amorphous form shifting wildly but steadily getting smaller and smaller, eventually leaving nothing behind but a small mass resembling a soggy, balled-up newspaper. No, what did you do? Mary screamed. Emrys retracted his miasmic appendages and shivered slightly, his fumes flickering briefly like static before returning to their abysmal black. Oh, after our previous confrontation, I realized I wasn't going to be able to channel enough of my true form's power into this body to achieve my ambitions, he replied, gesturing to the chains that restricted his power. So, I decided that I would have to absorb some other entity's power to make do until I can break these bindings. I shopped around a bit and heard through the grapevine that you two have been keeping a Vogathost as a bloody pet, fattened up with over half a century's worth of sacrifices. That's some pretty potent egregoric power, and I think I'll be able to put it to very good use. Emrys extended his hand and levitated what was left of the darling's pet tulpa, transmuting it into a static-filled portal. He snapped his fingers, turning the obsidian pinning the twins to the wheel into smoke, and they plummeted to the floor. "Thanks so much for having me on. It was a pleasure." "Really?" He beamed at them as he picked up Petra's corpse and slung it over his shoulder. Neither of them dared to ask what he wanted it for. "I don't suppose you'll be inviting me back on, though, eh?" "If you ever set foot in here again, I will bind your soul to your corpse on an atomic level so that you can feel yourself rotting for all eternity," James threatened as he coddled his distraught sister. With a sage nod, Emrys took his leave through the portal, only to insolently step right back across it and head straight for the prize display. "Aw, you know what? I technically won this. I'm taking it," he said, as he hoisted up one of the retrovisions and carried it across the portal with him. This time, it snapped closed, leaving the darlings sitting alone in their ruined studio, their own looping laugh track, mocking them in their humiliation. My Grandpa Chuck is a baby boomer, and without a doubt, the most quintessentially boomer thing my grandpa does is maintain a display room. It's basically a second living room, except instead of IKEA, it's filled with artisanal luxury European furnishings, which no one is allowed to lay a finger on. He's got china cabinets filled with multiple sets of china that have never once been used. All manner of collectibles decorate every surface, and the only time they've ever been moved since they've been in that room is when my grandpa cleans the place. There's even an antique piano, even though he couldn't play chopsticks if his life depended on it. It's just a whole room filled with the most expensive things my grandfather could afford, treated as sacred cows of consumerism, none of which he dares to get any practical use out of. It's not that weird. Not for a boomer anyway. But what is weird is that he keeps a television in there too. No one's supposed to be in that room, and I always thought that putting a television in there would just encourage people to use it. It's not a big TV either, and as far as I know, the only thing that really makes TVs expensive is their size. I did ask my grandpa about it once, about why it deserved a place in his display room, and all he would say was, "They don't make them like that anymore." Late last year, Grandpa got sick and was in the hospital for a little while, and asked if I could house sit for him. He was slowly dying of his sickness, and his number one concern was that his stuff was okay. Pure boomer energy there. Regardless of what I thought of his priorities, I agreed so that he wouldn't be worried and could focus on getting better. He wrote down a rather extensive list of rules for what to do and what not to do, some of which were exasperatingly neurotic, but not really out of the ordinary. That is, until it came to the television in the display room. Here's what he wrote for it. When cleaning the display room, do not touch the television set, except for any of the reasons listed below. Rule number 2. If the cabinet doors are open, close them immediately. Rule 3. When the television is off, do not look at your reflection on the screen. Rule 4. Don't sit too close to the television, on or off. 5. If the television is on, turn it off immediately, and remember, that TV isn't real. 6. When it's on, be careful not to bring your hand close enough to feel static on the screen. 7. If it doesn't turn off, leave the house immediately and call me. Don't try to unplug it. 8. Never change the channel. 9. If you fail to follow these rules and there's an incident with the television, do not destroy it. He doesn't make them like that anymore. I honestly wasn't all that concerned by this. My grandpa knew I was curious about his mysterious old television set, and I figured he was just messing with me. I had been in his house lots of times before, and I had no reason to believe that the television was dangerous or supernatural in any way. I settled into my grandpa's house and went straight to work after attending to his lengthy list of instructions. It was mostly yard work, even though there was no garden, just a large crop of homogeneous grass under the vigilant gaze of ceramic gnomes and plastic flamingos, all of which he was inordinately proud of. Any weed or wildflower that dared to rear its non-conforming head was living on borrowed time, and if any of his neighbors' creeping ivy got onto his side of the fence on my watch, there'd be hell to pay. Being busy and outdoors most of the day, it wasn't until I was eating my dinner that evening that I noticed it. The sound of electric static. I didn't notice it all at once. It was more of a gradual awareness that I was hearing a very faint white noise that I couldn't account for. I silenced every appliance or electronics that I could listen to for it, and I realized that it was television static. I followed the sound into the hallway, and in the gap between the display room's door and the floor, I could see the flickering light of a television set. I was momentarily unsettled by this revelation, since it was an old clunker of a TV that shouldn't have been able to turn itself on. I quickly dismissed the thought as irrational, though. My grandpa must have left it on before he went into the hospital, either by accident or on purpose just to mess with me, and both the sound and the light had been too faint for me to notice before. Remembering his list of rules regarding that TV, and fully aware there might be some kind of prank waiting for me inside, I cautiously opened the door and stepped into the cherished room of expensive and useless junk. It was as immaculate as I remembered it, seemingly not a single item having been moved since the first time I was there. The entire room was bathed in nothing but the monochromatic flickering from the staticky television, which made everything seem about 10 times creepier than it did in the light of day. The only lamp in the room wasn't plugged into the correct socket for the light switch to work, so I didn't bother trying to turn it on. I figured I'd turn off the TV, then use the light on my phone to see my way out. Since I saw no evidence of any booby traps that my grandpa might have laid for me, I headed towards the television, diligently watching my step as I did so. The cabinet doors were wide open, which was weird in and of itself, as my grandfather always kept them shut. I was supposed to shut them too, after turning the TV off, but I couldn't help but take a moment to examine it while I had the chance. It looked like a classic 1950s television set, with a wooden box frame, bulging glass screen, and knobs for control, but right below the screen, in shiny brass letters, were the words, "Inglorious Retrovision." This was confusing to me, since it implied that it was a recreation. I saw that there was a framed letter hanging on the inside of the cabinet door, and while it was hard to read in the dim and inconsistent light, I was able to make out that it was a letter of certification. It stated that the television in question was a genuine, inglorious retrovision, made by an individual called Vladia Dragovich, followed by some nonsense about it using special crystals for transceiving waves in the panpsychic ether. So that's what made it special then? It was a joke? Some sort of uncharacteristic meta-commentary on the room itself by my grandfather? I shook my head in confusion and reached down to turn the television off. I jolted my hand back when I saw a face in the static staring back at me. "Hey there, Ducky," the face grinned. It looked like a young woman's face, her dark hair worn in girlish bunches, her smile equal parts sweet and sinister. I shrieked at the sight of her, stepping backwards and slamming the cabinet door shut as I did so. I was left in almost complete darkness at that point, the only light being whatever flickering static managed to seep through the cracks in the cabinet door. "Now that wasn't very nice," the girl chastised me, pouting a little as she did so. "I just wanted to say hi. Is this your first time using an inglorious retrovision? I've never seen anyone here before." You can see me through the television?" I stammered. I hadn't noticed any sort of camera built in, or connected to the television set.
Of course, Ducky. It's like a telescreen from 1984, the girl replied. My name's Mary, by the way. Mary Darling. What's yours?
Chris, I answered, hoping that would be sufficient.
Hello, Chris. A pleasure to meet you,
she said sweetly.
Would you mind opening the cabinet door so that I can see you? My brother's out and I am so bored. I just want to talk to somebody.
I froze, unsure of what I should do. My grandfather's list made it very clear that I should shut the television off immediately. But this girl, if that's even what she was, had taken notice of me, and I was getting an extremely strong vibe that she was not someone that I wanted to offend. Yeah, sure. No problem. Sorry I slammed them shut on you like that. You startled me is all, I said unconvincingly, as I slowly pulled open the cabinet doors to reveal her smirking, staticky face.
Yeah, I tend to startle people a lot,
she said, playfully twirling her right pigtail.
This is Chuck's retrovision, right? How do you know him?
He's my grandpa, actually, I blurted, immediately regretting it. You're friends with him, I take it?
No, not exactly. He usually tunes out the instant he sees I've tuned in,
she admitted.
But I manage to catch him off guard every now and then, though.
I swallowed nervously, wondering what it was about this strange girl that had made my grandfather so diligently avoid her. I glanced down at the television set, looking for the power button.
I wouldn't do that, Ducky,
she said, except this time, her voice came from behind me and was free of any static distortion. I spun around and saw her sitting on the couch, lit by the glow from the accursed television. Her hair was pitch black, her eyes baby blue, and her silk bathrobe, lipstick and nail polish were all bright red. She held a cherry-garnished martini in one hand, a cigarette in the other, and tucked into the sash of her robe were several gleaming kitchen knives, which became orders of magnitude more frightening just through association with her. I couldn't process how she had gotten there. It seemed impossible, but since she wasn't acting hostile at the moment, I was more dumbfounded than terrified, though I was still plenty terrified. How did you get here? I stammered.
I'm not. This is just a projection. You're perfectly safe, Ducky,
she said as she took a sip of her martini.
No, I never leave my playroom without my brother James. A woman's place is in the home, especially when that home is an extra-dimensional pocket of space-time that she can bend to her every whim. James goes out on his own when we need new playthings or other supplies, and he enjoys the challenges that working within this reality poses. Me, though, I prefer being perpetually drunk on the sense of godlike, nigh omnipotence I get from ruling our playroom. I get bored when he's out, though, like I said, so I play around with the retrovision and see who's watching. And come, sit beside me, and I'll show you how this thing works.
I couldn't smell her cigarette at all, which seemed to corroborate her claim that she wasn't really there. That meant that I was safe for the moment, it seemed. It also meant that I could run away, but that seemed likely to upset her and might end up biting me in the ass down the line. Humoring her seemed like the least risky thing to do, so I politely sat beside her. You said that you just being a projection meant I was safe. Why wouldn't I be safe if you were really here? You don't look that dangerous.
Well, that's kind of the point. If I was a grotesque monster instead of a pretty girl, you'd probably done the smart thing and run out of here as fast as you could.
She grinned at me.
But since you asked, I'm actually a cannibalistic serial killer, as cliché as that sounds.
I chuckled as affably as I could, only for her to take a drag from her cigarette as she glared at me in disdain.
I'm not joking,
she said coldly.
Between us, my brother and I have killed at least dozens of people every year, and I haven't gone a day without eating human flesh since I was a kid. I've always got bits of someone else in my intestines, since I use it in all my cooking. When I was young,
I even served it to my parents. I told them I got the meat from my home economics class, and when I killed my parents, I served some of them to my home economics class and told them I got the meat from home. And it's not just fun, it's healthy too. A human body has everything the human body needs. You just have to avoid the brain because of the prions. And my cannibalism is purely culinary, by the way. I have no respect for survival cannibalism. I don't abandon my principles when things get rough. Oh, I'm sorry. I can see you're sick of me shoving my lifestyle down your throat. It's a shame I'm not really here, because then I could literally shove my cooking down your throat. Oh well, let's see what's on TV.
She set down her martini and pulled out an old-fashioned remote from her robe. My grandpa said not to change the channel, I protested weakly, knowing it would be useless.
Oh, he left you some rules for this, did he? Yeah, I'm not big on rules.
With a click of a button, the static-filled screen changed into a monochromatic scene of what looked like an occult office or study. There were Gothic bookshelves, a big and ornate desk with a leather chair, and a multitude of antique chests stacked around the room.
Be very quiet,
she whispered to me with a mischievous smile.
Since I'm using your retrovision, he won't know it's me right away.
The hell I won't, darling. You think I can't recognize that eldritch aura of yours on a different frequency? A cantankerous old man shouted from somewhere off-screen. Stay off of my psi waves, or so help me. I will personally see to it that you end up crammed into the same floating box as your Uncle Larry. A dark form briefly moved in front of the screen before it went back to static.
All right, I guess that's not going to work,
she said, disappointed but not upset.
That's okay, though. There are things besides other retrovisions putting out strong enough signals that this thing can pick up.
She started flipping through the channels rapidly, most of them containing nothing but more static. A few of them contained semi-coherent images and half-audible sounds, but she never stayed on those long enough for me to get a good grasp of what they actually were. It wasn't until she found her first clear image that something seemed to grab her attention. There on the screen was a hooded, hunchbacked figure perched atop some stone ruins like a gargoyle, leaning on a strange shepherd's crook. Its head looked vaguely like the skull of an elephant or a mammoth, with a singular, cyclopean orifice in the front. The orifice held a small, glowing light deep within its abyssal darkness, but I couldn't tell if it was supposed to be a mouth, an airway, a sensory organ, or all three. Beneath the orifice was a pair of long, tentacle-like appendages that fell to nearly the creature's waist. Pairs of spiracles and wispy tendrils ran all along their tapering length, until they each ended in a sharp, hooked talon. The creature's fingers, clawed and twice as long as they would be on a human, numbered exactly 7, 4 on the right hand and 3 on the left, the slender extra digit appearing to be a specialized and possibly vestigial appendage. Its feet were digitigrade, almost velociraptor-like, and it seemed like there was at least one more tentacle, or possibly a tail, hiding under its robes. But other than that, it was humanoid. Despite that, something about it was deeply unsettling, deeply aberrant, deeply wrong.
Finally, something good,
and Mary squeaked in delight. Is that thing real? I asked her, still unsure of how the retrovision was supposed to work.
Well, he's not from this reality, so arguably no,
she smiled.
He's a wanderer, a planeswalker. He's from another level of existence altogether. I can tell from his aura.
You mean it's an alien? I asked skeptically.
An extra-dimensional alien, yes, but I've never seen his kind before. You don't believe me, do you?
Well, I mean, what makes you think it's not just a guy in a suit, or an animatronic, or CGI? I asked. It wouldn't exactly look out of place on the set of a sci-fi movie.
I told you, I can tell from his aura that he's not from this plane. But if for some reason the word of a cannibalistic serial killer isn't good enough for you, why don't you go in for a closer look? These screens have surprisingly good resolution.
Her tone made it clear
that her suggestion was actually in order. So I immediately got up and cautiously approached the television. Up close, I could see that the creature wore a leather vambrace on his left arm, with 3 glowing, hemispherical dials on it, along with various other clockwork accoutrements. A belt around its waist bore a similar design, and its robes had been spun from a strange sort of silk with angular fractals embroidered into them. Such fine, if odd garments upon so monstrous a creature were part of what made it so unsettling. It's inhuman. No, unearthly. Anatomy marked it as something utterly alien, but it had clad itself in what I could recognize as the trappings of both civilization and erudition. It stood oddly still, silently peering out into the night around it, like an ambushed predator waiting in silence for prey to walk by. I couldn't see much other than the creature itself, but from what I could tell, it was alone, and no one else had noticed it yet. I studied its skin closely, trying to discern if it was a silicone or a digital illusion, but as far as I could tell, it looked like living cephalopod skin to me. I peered in closer and closer, bringing my face so close to the screen that I could feel its strong static field on my nose. That's when the creature jolted its head towards me, the glowing dot in its orifice darting around like the lure of an anglerfish. I pulled back from the screen so quickly that I toppled backwards, landing halfway on the couch, where Mary was laughing hysterically. "Oh my God, did it see me?" I screamed. Before she could answer, there was a tapping at the window. We both turned to see the creature standing outside, drumming at the glass with one of its clawed tentacles. I bolted for the door, but when I threw it open, the creature had translocated again and was blocking my path, this time with both its mouth tentacles arched upwards like 2 cobras poised to strike. Even with its hunched posture, it was just barely shorter than the door frame, and I had no chance of muscling past it. My only way to escape was breaking through the window, but what good would that do against a creature that could teleport? I didn't dare to fight it, so instead, I just fell flat on my ass and begged for my life. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I wasn't looking for you. I don't even know what you are. I wouldn't know how to find you again if I had to. She was the one who did it. If you're worried about being found again, take her, please. I'm no threat to you." "I love it when they beg," Mary chortled as she ate the cherry from her martini. "Almost as much as I love a good snuff film. Strangle him with those snake arms of yours and gut him like a fish." At that moment, I had no reason to believe that the creature could understand either of us. It looked down at me, then up at Mary, and then over to the old television set. It tapped a claw on the device of its wrist, and the channel changed to show Mary sitting in her living room, her gleefully sadistic expression instantly turning to one of dismay. Oh shit, she cursed as she fumbled with the remote, and the projection of her vanished immediately, but she seemed to be having some trouble turning her own retrovision off. The strange creature looked down at me one last time, its orifice and tentacles somehow forming an expression that I read as a kindly smile. "It's outrageous what they allow on TV these days," it remarked in an echoey, deadpan voice, which may have just been in my head. The creature teleported again, this time reappearing on the television with Mary. She shouted and pulled out her knives, but the creature dodged her blows and grabbed her arms in its tentacles. The walls of the room they were in began to melt, and then I turned off the TV. It was pitch black in the room, but in the screen's dull afterglow, I could just make out my reflection. Deciding I should follow at least one of my grandpa's rules, I slammed the cabinet door shut before the image could register in my brain, and I got the hell out of there. I don't know what happened between Mary and that creature, and so long as I never see any of them again, I don't care. I called my grandfather and told him what happened and that I couldn't stay in that house anymore. Fortunately, he was understanding, but not exactly forthcoming on anything he knew about what I had been through. When he got out of the hospital, the first thing he did was check on his display room. Nothing was broken or missing or even out of place. With one exception, a kitchen knife was embedded into the couch, exactly where I had been sitting. It looked like it had been thrown straight from the television, or, as impossible as it sounds, through it. Mary had tried to kill me at some point, it seems, even from the other side of the screen. She had missed her shot, and I, mesmerized by what I saw on the TV screen, failed to notice. Small wonder, then, that my grandfather always keeps the TV cabinet doors closed. As much as James loved the hunt, the prep work that needed to be done beforehand was always a bit tedious. He had to find a door that was relatively secluded and could be easily secured, not within sight of any security cameras, and preferably no cameras in the immediate vicinity either. But it couldn't be too secluded, as desirable prey needed to be within walking distance for him to lure them in. If he and his sister were desperate, the homeless and drug-addicted would do. Putting them out of their misery was easy, but rarely challenging or satisfying. Prostitutes were a little better, but still too easy and fairly cliché. Hardened criminals who fancied themselves intimidating were a regular staple. It was always hilarious to see them reduced to pathetic, weeping husks of their former selves, begging for their lives. Still, if one squinted hard enough, this could possibly be considered vigilante justice, making James and his sister dark and edgy anti-heroes, and that was no good at all. They wanted to be the bad guys, no caveats or asterisks about it. As such, their favorite prey were those who quite unambiguously neither wanted nor deserved to die. Decent, upstanding citizens who expected to live to a ripe old age, only to have the rug cruelly pulled out from under them. Often naive enough that they could be lured into the playroom under the most rudimentary of pretenses. That was much more preferable than having to bring them in by force and risk them making a commotion that could draw attention. As powerful as James and his sister were, hunting was still not completely without risk, hence the need to continually rotate and change hunting grounds. As a man of the house, the risk and responsibility of finding, prepping, and securing hunting grounds fell upon him. James had done a lot of things that he had no problem living with, but one thing he knew he could never live with would be letting his sister down. And speak of the devil. Just as he was thinking about her, his phone started to ring. He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a rather unusual curiosity, an analog, rotary mobile phone, a relic from the long-ago nostalgic never-was-of-yore that they had acquired from Orville's old-fashioned oddity outlet. As much as they loved their 1950s era's aesthetics, the darlings did have to make the occasional compromise for pragmatism's sake. "Mary, darling, what a coincidence. I was just thinking about you," he answered cheerfully.
That's hardly a coincidence, James, darling. I expect you to always be thinking about me.
Mary replied, trying to be playful, though it sounded like she was short of breath, and, if such a thing were possible for her, unsettled. "Is everything all right?" James asked, suddenly concerned. "You sound a bit out of sorts."
Well, actually, there is something a bit out of sorts, yes,"
she admitted, the panic starting to rise in her voice.
"Something got into the playroom."
"What do you mean, something?"
"A planeswalker of some kind. I don't know where he's from or what he is. I just found him on the retrovision. When I saw him, he saw me, and he teleported into the playroom. I threw him into the labyrinth, but I can't monitor him, because the instant I know where he is, he knows where I am. It's some kind of observer effect. He seems adept at navigating non-Euclidean spaces, though, so it's only a matter of time before he finds me. I don't know if I can handle him on my own. Please, James darling, come home now. I need you.
Sit tight, I'm on my way, he said hurriedly, clicking the phone closed and running off to find an unwatched door. As soon as he had one, he pulled out a bronze control box from his bag and placed it over the door handle. He booted it up as rapidly as he could, hastily inputting a few basic commands. With an ominous whir, the device creaked the door open for him slowly and theatrically, revealing the hollowed-out, macabre lobby of their playroom. It had reverted to its original appearance, a high-vaulted chamber made of dark green stone, chill and damp with black mold growing between the cracks in the bricks. Tall, portentous doorways were carved into the stone, each of them leading into narrow, darkened hallways. The only source of light, other than what was leaking in from baseline reality, was a cast-iron lamp hanging from the ceiling. "Mary, darling, I'm home," James called out. Normally, if she wasn't already there to greet him with an old-fashioned cocktail, announcing his return was all it took. Today, though, James was greeted with almost complete silence, aside from a constant dripping and a billowing draft. This was concerning, as the playroom should have automatically transmitted his statement to wherever Mary was. Either it wasn't working, or Mary wasn't in a position to respond. None of this was making any sense. The darling twins were eldritch demigods, ageless with superhuman might, and within their playroom, they were full gods with complete control over physical reality. What could Mary have possibly let in that she couldn't handle? Oh, it's just a game. Mary likes playing the housewife. She wants me to kill a spider for her so that she feels protected and cared for, James muttered to himself as he took the control box off the door and slammed it shut. James could have summoned or conjured any weapon that he could imagine, but he started with his old standby, a hickory baseball bat splattered in dried blood. Whereas his sister favored knives, James just loved the satisfying splat that one could only get by bashing someone's skull in with a baseball bat. The sound of bones crunching, blood splattering, and blades squelching was beautiful to him. He could take someone out in one swing, if he wanted to. He often didn't, though, hitting them just hard enough to cause concussions and brain hemorrhaging, so as to give him the opportunity to deliver a more drawn-out and agonizing death. The bat had sentimental value to him as well. It had been a childhood birthday present, and when he made his first kill with it, he chose to hide it in the playroom and say that he had lost it rather than clean the blood off of it. It had been accumulating blood ever since. James considered accessing the surveillance system to locate his sister, but knew that he was likely to spot their intruder as well. If what Mary said was true, that would draw whatever it was right to him. As enraged as he was that something had dared trespass into their home and harass his beloved sister, the rational part of his mind reminded him that he needed more information on the threat before risking a confrontation, and so he set out to search the labyrinth without any idea of where he was headed. The labyrinth was an ever-shifting, infinitely repeating fractal arranged in higher dimensional space-time, meaning its layout appeared impossible to a three-dimensional being. It was common for the darlings to throw their playthings in there and let them wander around until they went mad. The darlings, though, were both familiar with its properties and capable of visualizing higher dimensional spaces with ease, and James knew his sister. They had played hide-and-seek in their labyrinth as children, and he knew the kinds of places she would hide. He also knew that she chain-smoked when she was stressed, and constantly sniffed for the smell of burning tobacco. He hadn't even run a mile through the protein and frantically branching corridors before his nose was greeted by the scent of his sister's cigarettes wafting out of an armory. He poked his head in to see Mary sitting with her back up against the wall facing the door. Hundreds of knives were laid out around her,
and she held a particularly gruesome meat cleaver in her right hand. Her left hand held the burning cigarette, and at least half a dozen butts littered the floor around her. She almost threw the cleaver on reflex, but stopped when she saw that it was her brother. "James!" she cried, running into his arms and hugging him tightly as she began to weep. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to let him in, and now I can't get rid of it. It keeps teleporting, and it won't stay still long enough for me to kill it." "Mary, darling, Mary, calm down. It's okay, I'm here. Just tell me what we're dealing with," James said. Mary opened her mouth to speak, but froze at the sound of clawed footsteps clicking against the stone outside. Both of them spun towards the door and saw the strange creature had stepped into view. It was a hunchbacked and cloaked humanoid, leaning upon an angular shepherd's crook. It was bluish-gray and squid-like, a single cyclopean orifice in its face, with a pair of clawed and perforated tentacles hanging down almost to its midpoint. It was nearly 7 feet tall as well, and looked like it could take more than a few swings with a baseball bat before going down. Before James could react, Mary telekinetically threw all the knives she had laid out towards it at supersonic speed. At precisely the right instant, it teleported forward a couple of feet, causing the volley to miss it entirely and clatter impotently against the stone behind it. "Oh, she's been like this since I got in," the creature sighed in annoyance, its voice echoing and ethereal, emanating from no obvious source. "Since you two appear to enjoy traditional gender roles, would I be correct in assuming that you are perhaps more capable of acting less hysterically?" James held his bat at the ready, but if this thing wasn't going to straight-out attack him, he was willing to humor him with conversation. "Sir, if you are indeed a sir, you are trespassing in our home," he said firmly. "My sister was only defending herself and our property from an intruder. If you do not mean us any harm, then I strongly urge you to explain yourself at once." The creature raised his clawed tentacles in what appeared to be a hostile, or at least offensive gesture, but made no move to attack. "Oh, if I had to describe myself in human words, I would call myself a parasonaut, a traveler of strange alien planes," he answered. "I scout the countless planes of creation, searching for anything that may be of interest to my people. Your sister here, or rather, her intended victim, happened to glimpse me on some sort of scrying glass, and it caught my attention. I went to investigate, and when I arrived, I saw your sister watching me from this magnificent void between worlds you call home. Surely you can't blame me for wanting to take a closer look. I took no action against your sister, other than what was needed for my own well-being. She's unsettlingly violent, you must admit." "It runs in the family," James sneered, beating his baseball bat into his open palm. The creature likewise held his crook at a defensive angle, but made no directly aggressive move. "You mentioned your people. There are more things like you out there?" "Of course. I didn't just spring out of the quantum foam from a once-in-an-eternity chance fluctuation, now did I?" he asked rhetorically. "Which is why, even if you could manage to slay me, which I doubt you could, it would be a very bad idea. My people possess powers that transcend the laws of our native reality, or any reality we find ourselves in. We killed and ate our own god to get them, and the murder of one of our own is not something that would go unnoticed or unavenged. You don't want to make an enemy of us." The creature's clawed toes dug into the stone floor as he clenched his feet, sending cracks racing out in all directions. A ring of mist began to swirl around his cyclopean orifice.
the light within shimmering in preparation for some kind of psychic assault, and semi-corporeal tentacles slowly began to unfurl from his back. The Darling twins exchanged glances with one another. It was obvious to both of them that the violence they so adored wasn't going to work here. The thing in front of them was strong enough to overpower them, fast enough to evade their attacks, and seemingly not even fully corporeal at all. Mary mouthed the words, "Noodle," to her brother, who nodded in agreement. He gently set down his back, and she stuck her meat cleaver into the sash of her housecoat, as even when she was trying to be civil, she couldn't bear to be without a knife altogether. "Very well, you've made your point. There's no need for threats," James insisted. "Let's start over, shall we? I'm James Darling, and this is my sister Mary, and we're delighted to have you as our guest. What would you prefer that we call you?"
"Oh, I'm afraid my name doesn't anglicize or latinize very well," he replied, relaxing his defensive posture. "But Quixoto is the closest I can manage."
"Quixoto it is, sir. Delighted to make your acquaintance. Do I shake your hand, or tentacle?"
James smiled. "My hand, if you please, James. You haven't earned a tentacle shake yet," Quixoto replied, extending his right hand.
"However you please, Mr. Quixoto," James said as he shook his hand. "Mary, darling, why don't you put on some music and mix some drinks while I show our guests around?" "Of course, James darling."
Mary smiled. She stepped backwards, the walls opening into a doorway to let her through, and closing again before Quixoto had a chance to object. A tessellating wave moved through the room and out into the hallway, transforming the dark stone dungeon into a warmly lit paneling and red carpets.
"Thank you, Mary darling, that's so much better,"
James shouted. Frank Sinatra began playing over an unseen intercom system, and James placed his arm around Quixoto's shoulders.
"Come, the walk back to the lobby will be so much more pleasant now. Can I offer you a cigar, or perhaps a cigarette? You breathe through those holes on your tentacles, I presume?"
"Correct, and I'll pass on both," he replied, allowing James to lead him out into the hallway. "This is some very impressive programmable matter you've got in here, James."
"Nonsense. It's perfectly pedestrian programmable matter, and Mary just works wonders with it,"
James insisted, paying close attention to whether the exit signs were green or red, and where their arrows were pointing.
"So, what is it about our home that caught your interest so much that you simply had to drop in?"
"Voids between worlds that are both stable and habitable are extremely rare, and you've already gone to the trouble of developing it quite substantially," he replied. "I still need to complete a full evaluation, of course, but I'm quite certain that my people will be interested in acquiring this place."
"I see,"
James said softly, his eyes glancing out towards the hidden cameras.
"And if we have no interest in selling?"
"Then things get unpleasant for you, both of you," Quixoto replied, his tentacles turning upwards in a kind of smirk. "As I've already made clear, it's in your best interest to cooperate with us. You will be compensated, substantially compensated, if you do."
"And what do interdimensional squid wizards use for money, if I may ask?"
James smirked back. "The crystallized ichor of our dead god," he answered, holding out a small purse filled with drops of what resembled a bluish-green amber. Each was aglow with a misty aura and beating with a faint pulse. A small, sigil-marked pupa, slowly rotating within its translucent volume. James paused mid-stride, taken aback by the sight of the strange gems. He began to reach out for one before stopping himself, only for Quixoto to push the bag towards him insistently. James tentatively picked up a drop and held it out to the light. rolling it in between his fingers as he allowed its psionic emanations to wash over him. You really killed a god for these, or at least bled one, he said in awe. That's why we use them for currency, so that people know what we're capable of, Quixote boasted. Take the whole bag. I'll give you and your sister some time to work out what these are worth to you. Then we can negotiate on how many you'll need to sell this place. Right, James said slowly, remembering what it was the stranger visitor had wanted. He pocketed the small purse and continued leading him through the labyrinth. We should be getting pretty close to the lobby by now. Just a few more. Oh, actually, here's something that might be of interest to you. James stopped them right in front of the large glass wall of an enormous aquarium. Bet you can't guess what we have in here, James asked jokingly. He checked the exit sign nearest them, and while its arrow was pointing towards the aquarium, its light was red. A sea monster? Quixote asked flatly. That's right, can't get one past you, James laughed, double-checking that they were within view of the cameras. We named her Pool Noodle. She was Mary's idea. I was worried that a 3-ton sea monster would basically be a white elephant in terms of upkeep, but it turns out that abyssal sea creatures have remarkably low metabolisms. Just a single human body is enough to sustain this girl for months. Although, I suppose anybody would do. The exit sign changed from red to green, and James gave Quixote a superhumanly strong shove through the glass. He passed through it like it wasn't there at all. Almost immediately, he slammed back into it as he tried to teleport back out, but the exit sign had already been switched back to red. Can you hear me in there, Squid Wizard? James shouted, mockingly banging on the glass with him. I told you that Mary works wonders with the programmable matter. She can even make a teleportation proof. She's never bothered to do that to the whole place before, but now that we have to worry about solicitors, I imagine she'll be changing that policy. Quixote frantically tapped and turned his glowing dials, slamming into the glass again and again with every teleportation attempt. A flurry of agitated air bubbles and garbled vocalizations erupted from his tentacles as he furiously clawed and pounded at the glass. This came to an abrupt stop, however, as the sound of a deep and eerily whale-like call came rumbling forth from the depths of the aquarium. James smiled widely, and Mary came out from across the hallway with an equally manic grin plastered onto her face. I didn't miss it? She asked, handing her brother an old-fashioned cocktail. You're just in time, Mary darling, James said, accepting the drink with an appreciative nod. A spinning ring of glowing sigils and spell circles manifested around Quixote's waist as he attempted to either escape or at least curse the darlings with his dying breath. Before he could finish the ritual, however, a creature that vaguely resembled a colossal viperfish or dragonfish came roaring up from below. Its massive maw clamped down on his body, impaling it with innumerable foot-long fangs and shaking it back and forth like a great white shark, staining the water a fluorescent blue with his blood. The darlings laughed in delight at the spectacle of their pet sea monster, tearing their enemy to shreds and then ravenously gobbling them down. Though such a strange entity and the equally unusual artifacts he had with him surely would have brought in a fortune, the darlings were happy to see them in the belly of their beast, if it meant they got to live to kill another day. So, Mary said once the feeding frenzy was over, pausing to take a sip from her sweet martini. He was a realtor? Nostalgia is a hell of a thing. When I was a teenager, I ran away from home because I was terrified that if my parents ever knew that I liked other girls, it would mean an ice pick lobotomy at the nearest asylum. But Despite enduring the very real risk of losing a good-sized chunk of my brain, I still have sepia-toned memories of growing up in a 1950s traditional household with a white picket fence in a conservative small town. Of course, my own experience wasn't the only horror hidden behind the cheery conformist facade. A recent walk down memory lane has reminded me that there were worse and stranger things than homophobia going on in my sleepy little hometown. I'm from a place called Periwinkle Pines, named for its many majestic pine trees and dazzling abundance of periwinkle flowers. Its population was under 4,000 back then, nearly half of which were kids. Most families had 3 or 4 kids minimum. As an only child, I already stood out. I never knew exactly why I was an only child, though. I did ask at least once if I could have a sister or brother, and my mother told me that I was already a miracle, and that it would be greedy to ask God for another. When I got older, I logically assumed that meant that she and Dad had difficulty conceiving, and just got lucky with me. But in a religious, and dare I say superstitious small town, where there's not much else to do besides gossip, plenty of people had their own ideas about how my parents had accomplished their miracle. It didn't help that I seemed to have a touch of fairy glamour to me. I was always a little tall, but never lanky or so tall to seem abnormal. I was smart and funny, kind and charismatic, and a little more assertive than girls were expected to be in those days. Somehow, I always got away with it, though. I was also beautiful, with raven hair and violet eyes. The only violet eyes anyone in town had ever seen. When I hit puberty, I quickly developed what my mother demurely referred to as a matronly figure, though these days my millennial girlfriend enthusiastically describes me as thick with great big anime titties. I consider either of those equally acceptable. Of course, the clincher in the me being a literal miracle theory was that I actually had supernatural powers. Not big ones, though. Not at first. It was mostly mild telekinesis, able to move small items like cards just by thinking. But I could also make unlikely things happen if I tried, or slightly change the properties of objects, if only for a short while. My parents didn't know about any of this either, of course. When I realized I was literally magic, I was fortunately old enough to realize it was something I had to keep secret. I'd either be burned at the stake by the townsfolk, or hauled off to be studied at some Black Ops site. It was definitely scary to be gifted like that, but I'll admit that it also made me feel kind of special. But how did I keep such a monumental secret, you ask? Why, by taking up stage magic for a hobby and calling myself the miraculous Miss Mason. It was a hiding in plain sight sort of strategy. It had the benefit of allowing me to not completely hide my gifts from the world, while also providing plausible deniability for any slip-ups. Maybe it was reckless, but I loved attention. And for years, no one seemed to seriously suspect I was doing real magic. At least, almost no one. One day, just after school, I tried sneaking under the football bleachers in the hopes of watching cheerleading practice, which I admit was a creepy thing to do and I shouldn't have done it. When I got there, though, I found that the Darling twins, James and Mary, had gotten there first to smoke. I wasn't super close with the Darlings, but we were on reasonably good terms. Like me, they were the result of a rare single pregnancy and had no siblings aside from each other. They even had the same raven black hair as me, but their eyes were a brilliant baby blue. They had also, inadvertently, helped to confirm that I was only interested in girls. I thought Mary was cute, but not James, even though their gender was pretty much their sole distinguishing feature.
Oh, hiya, Veronica. Mary waved at me. What are you doing back here?
Hey, Mary. Hey, James. Is it cool if I join you? I asked, as I pulled out my pack of Satin Stag cigarettes. I always had a pack on me in those days, and I had planned to smoke anyway, so that I'd have an explanation for why I was going there in the first place if I got caught.
No, of course not. But I thought you didn't need to sneak smoke since your parents were okay with you smoking at home,
she said, as her brother offered me a light. They don't mind, but I promised my mom I'd try not to let anyone see me smoke in public. She doesn't want to get hassled over it, I explained, completely truthfully.
Wow, you're so lucky your folks are so cool. I wish we had that kind of relationship with our mom,
Mary said enviously, taking a furtive glance around to see if anyone else was in earshot.
She acts like a sweet little housewife, but whenever James and I misbehave, she sicks our dad on us like a bulldog. And she acts like because she's not the one hitting us, her hands are clean. Honestly, I'm not even sure which one of them I'm more afraid of.
Mary, darling, it's not nice to speak ill of our parents in polite company, James chastised her gently, nervously looking me over to assess my reaction. Who says I'm polite? I shrugged, blowing my smoke in his face.
Mary, if you want to vent about your folks, go right ahead. I won't tell anyone. Promise. Thanks, but James gets it worse than I do. He won't admit it, but he does. I know this is kind of an awful thing to say, but James is the only other person I really care about. I just hate it when Daddy hurts him, and I think Mommy knows that, and sometimes hurts him just to punish me, and I really hate her for that.
Her voice became quiet yet bitter with that last sentence, and I got a glimpse of something very dark percolating inside of her. James saw my expression shift from concern to fear, and immediately went on to damage control. I'm terribly sorry, Veronica. You shouldn't have had to hear that. Mary's really a very sweet girl, she is. But she does have a bit of a vindictive streak that she can't always keep under control, James explained.
Yeah, Mommy doesn't know about my vindictive streak. Yet,
Mary smiled. Wow, I had no idea your parents were like that, I said sympathetically, debating on how much of my own situation I should share with them. My relationship with my parents is a little more complicated. They're nice, they really are, and they love me, but they want me to start looking for a boyfriend, get married as soon as I'm out of high school, and start popping out grandkids. But I want to be a performer. I'm planning on moving to Sombremori after graduation and finding some work on Wonderstruck Boulevard. I figure after a few years of that, I might be ready for Broadway or Hollywood. My parents still know that, and I'm worried that I guess when they find out, I'm afraid they might take drastic measures to make sure I have the life they think is best for me. So, in a different way, I know what it's like to be afraid of your parents. It sucks. It really fucking sucks. Pardon my French. As I puffed my cigarette, Mary and James exchanged glances with each other, seemingly to speak in the near telepathy of intense familiarity that a lot of twins seem to have, reaching some sort of understanding.
I think you'd be a wonderful performer, Veronica. You're so pretty, and that magic act you did for the school talent show was amazing. No one was surprised when you got first place.
As a matter of fact, I do recall hearing some people say that if they didn't know any better, they'd have thought you were doing actual magic, James remarked, with a provocative raising of his eyebrows. That's a rather curious thing to say, don't you think, Mary darling?
Not at all, James darling. Everyone knows there have been witches in Harwood County since Sombremori was founded nearly 200 years ago,
Mary replied, though she was looking at me when she said it. It was obvious that their conversation was just for my sake.
Lots of people think that some of that old magic's come down to us over the years. It's not too much of a stretch from that to think that a beautiful raven-haired, violet-eyed girl who shuns all suitors and makes playing cards dance on her fingertips might have a touch of the uncouth to her.
Uncouth? How dare you? I smirked, tossing my head in a haughty laugh.
She means uncanny. Eldritch. That's the word," James clarified. "Something from outside the known world that's alien and existentially disturbing. To most folks, at least." "But not you?" I asked cautiously. "Mary and I have always had an avid interest in the fantastical," James told me. "And it's an interest that's paid off, if you can believe it." "Paid off?" I asked curiously. "Yes, like your magic act, only we've kept the fruits of our labor a little more discreet," Mary replied. "It's not the kind of thing you show off to just anyone. Even our parents don't know." "You, though, miraculous Miss Mason, might appreciate it more than anyone else in this sorry little town," James suggested with a coy smile. "And it seems that you might know a few things that we would appreciate. If you'd like, Ducky, we could head back to our house and we can show you what we mean, and then maybe you can teach us how to do a magic trick or two," Mary offered. "And you don't need to worry about my brother trying to get fresh with you. I promise I'll be there the whole time." That was a concern, since I didn't really know James well enough to want to be alone with him. But Mary's presence wasn't much reassurance. Everyone knew the Darling twins were of the same mind on everything, and stuck together through thick and thin. If anything, it was easier to imagine Mary being an accomplice to any mischief James might have in mind than trying to help me. Despite that, they had piqued my curiosity. If they knew anything about the supernatural, anything at all, I had to know what it was. "All right then," I nodded, putting out my cigarette. "I suppose it wouldn't hurt if I stopped by your place on the way home?" The two of them grinned identical grins in perfect synchronicity with each other, and I immediately began to question my choice. The twins walked me to their house, which was about 10 minutes away from the school. Mary stood in between me and James, ostensibly to honor her earlier promise, but I got the feeling that she didn't like her brother being alone with other girls more out of jealousy than any sort of feminine solidarity. The way she had spoken about him earlier, and the way she looked at him like he was frickin' Elvis, it just seemed really messed up. "Tell me, Ducky, do your friends call you Veronica, or do you go by something a little less fancy?" Mary asked, her arms linked with mine like we had been best friends for ages. It was a bit intrusive, honestly, but I've never been one to turn a pretty girl away. "Everyone calls me Veronica. It's sophisticated, which suits me," I replied. "Besides, it doesn't really shorten that well. Very is an adverb, not a nickname, and Ronnie's a boy name." "What about Icky?" she suggested. "No, that's even worse. It sounds like a clown's name." I laughed. "Oh, this is it? Home sweet home, 23 Cherry Street," Mary said, as she brought us to an abrupt stop. It was a typical mid-century suburban home, one story and under 1,000 square feet just like mine. It blended in perfectly with the houses around it, and it didn't surprise me that even the Darling twins nearly walked right past it when they weren't paying attention. "Father shouldn't be home for a couple of hours at least, but I'll check just to make sure Mother's napping," James announced. "Mommy's usually asleep around this time, thanks to her little helpers. She expects me to get dinner started, but she takes all the credit when Daddy gets home. Unless something's wrong, and then that's my fault," Mary whispered bitterly, as her brother peeked his head inside the house. "At least James appreciates me. If I didn't have him, I think I would have snapped a long time ago." I wasn't sure how to respond to that. I was getting a very strong vibe that her relationship with her brother wasn't entirely healthy. But at the same time, I understood it. Back then, I didn't have anyone I would trust with my darkest secrets or my most intimate desires. But if I had, maybe I would have thought as highly of them as Mary thought of James. James nodded at us from the front door and waved us in. Mary took me by the hand and led me through the front door. We passed through the living room, where I saw their mother lying in a contented stupor on the couch as a soap opera played on the black and white television. My mother's little helpers were amphetamine so she could keep the house spotless and still greet my dad with a martini and a blowjob. Figuratively, At least when I was around, when he got home. As much as I hate to admit it, I had internalized that enough that I was a little disgusted to see a woman napping in the middle of the afternoon in a less than perfectly kept house. "Sorry about the mess. It's our fault, even though we've been at school all day," Mary whispered to me. James shushed her and led us into the back hall into their bedroom. "You two share a room?" I asked, a little surprised. I knew that I was privileged to have my own room since most houses in town only had 2 or 3 bedrooms, with an average of 5 or 6 people living in them. But it had always been my understanding that the kids' rooms were segregated by gender. "Of course we do, Ducky. We're twins," Mary shrugged. "We spent almost 9 months squeezed together inside of our mom, so sharing a bedroom is no big deal. Besides, it's more spacious than you might think." James grinned. He opened the closet door, theatrically gesturing to its interior. "As you can see, Miss Mason, here we have a perfectly ordinary bedroom closet." I nodded in agreement, politely waiting to see where he was going with this. He shut the door again, this time placing his hand on the wooden panel and closing his eyes in concentration. I skeptically arched an eyebrow, but when I glanced over at Mary, I could see that she was eagerly anticipating the results. When James lowered his hand again, she jumped to the other side of the door, theatrically gesturing as he opened it. Where before there had only been clothes on hangers, now there was a long, damp hallway, carved out of dark green stone with a vaulted ceiling, like it belonged to some ancient haunted castle or monastery. "Ta-da! Would you look at that?" Mary said, grinning from ear to ear. For a moment, all I could do was stare in disbelief. My rational mind told me it had to be an illusion of some kind, but I had no idea how such an illusion would be possible. I could feel the air that was coming out of the hall, and it was markedly different than the air from inside the house. It was colder, staler, more humid, and carried a noticeable scent of rot with it. I very cautiously approached the doorway and stuck my arms through and waved it around, and the hall seemed as real as it looked. "What is this?" I whispered, my voice tinged with a mixture of terror and wonder. "It's our playroom, our secret playroom," Mary explained. "Mommy and Daddy don't know about it. Our great-uncle Lawrence made a door to it here and showed us how to open and close it ourselves." You see, our Uncle Larry had a little something extra to him. Something otherworldly, from outside our reality. Something eldritch, James said. "My mother and sister have it too. As a result, we're not exactly normal." "No, not in the slightest," Mary agreed, still beaming. "Would you like to come in?" I swallowed nervously. I was curious, sure, but I was really weighing the risks of going inside against the risk of upsetting my very peculiar hosts. "That's outside of our reality?" I asked meekly. They both nodded proudly. "Please come in. We promise you won't be disappointed," one of them said. I don't remember which. Or rather, I remember both of them saying it simultaneously, but for some reason, that's the one part I'm sure I'm remembering wrong. They couldn't have actually been that creepy in real life, right? I should have politely declined and made up an excuse to get out of there. Or I should have said hell no and run away as fast as I could. At the very least, I should have asked them to explain that smell. Instead, I just nodded. I let Mary take me by the hand and pull me in, and James shut the door behind us. From the other side, the door still looked like a closet door, completely out of place at the end of the mystical hallway. Is that the only way out? For now, but I've been tinkering with a device that I'm hoping will let me move the portal to other doors, James replied. I peered down the hall, but I couldn't see very far in the dim light.
I could see a few lanterns hanging from the ceiling and a few rectangular doorways carved into the walls. But that was it. But the smell of rot was far stronger now. "How far does this go on for?" I asked.
"As long as we want it to, Ducky,"
Mary answered.
"The space here isn't like space back home. We can make the rooms appear in any order we want, and we can even redecorate this whole place with new things if we focus hard enough. I'm getting really good at it. With enough practice, I think I can even give this place an outside. As soon as James and I don't need our parents anymore, we're going to move in here and play house forever, so I want it to look nice for us."
"So, what do you think, Veronica? Are you impressed? Is this enough for you to swap trade secrets with us?" James asked hopefully, as he put his arm around his sister. I wasn't sure if impressed was the right word, but they had certainly exceeded my expectations. An infinite, transmutable pocket dimension outside of space and time certainly put my magic tricks to shame. Allying myself with them and sharing in their knowledge of the preternatural was a tempting opportunity, and I think I would have said yes if it wasn't for one little thing. "Why does this place smell like death?" I asked softly. The twins exchanged glances, and James gave his sister a reticent nod.
"Yeah, I guess it's better to get that out of the way sooner rather than later,"
Mary sighed.
"This way, Ducky. Just try not to scream, okay?"
The twins led me into a nearby room, where the stench was the strongest, almost overpowering. The smell was rising out of a pit in the floor, and I knew I was going to be sick with it. My stomach lurched in a mixture of disgust and fear, since I knew there was nothing innocent that could explain such a god-awful stench. I knew there'd be carcasses in there. Nothing else could explain the smell, but I was still desperately hoping that there wouldn't be any human corpses. How could there be human corpses? It was impossible. The darlings were teenagers, no older than me, hardly more than children, and I had known them for years. No matter how bad it looked, no matter how bad it smelled, I refused to consider the obvious explanation until I saw it with my own eyes. Piled up in that pit were dozens of human corpses, the most I had ever seen in one place by a ludicrous margin. All of them were mangled and mutilated, all of them in various states of decomposition, all of them swarming with maggots and flies. Limbs were twisted at odd angles with broken bones jutting out or hacked off entirely. Burns and lacerations were ubiquitous, and at least one person's skin had been flayed off altogether. One body had been eviscerated and stuffed full of God knows what. One had had its skull impaled with a golf club, another had its face sawed off, and it just got more and more gruesome from there. It was so bad that some of the bodies were barely recognizable as human beings anymore, but most were undeniably men, women, teenagers, and even children. My father never told me what he saw when he helped to liberate prisoners from Axis concentration camps at the end of the World War, but I can only assume it was something like what I saw in that pit of atrocities. I didn't scream. I ran out of the room and vomited, but I didn't scream. Screams are for terror, not horror, and I was too horrified at what I'd seen to be terrified for my own life. I looked up at the Darling twins, who were watching in patient anticipation of my reaction, not one shred of remorse on their faces. People have been disappearing over the last few years all over the county, but especially from town. It was you? I choked out through tearful sobs.
All but one. I really wonder about that guy sometimes.
Mary nodded. Why? I demanded.
Well, wouldn't you wonder? Did he just run off? Did someone else get him?
Why the murders? I screamed. Well, we've both fantasized about killing for as long as we can remember, James answered. This place gave us somewhere we could do it safely, and we just couldn't resist. Both of you?
I asked, looking at Mary in dismay. It's like James said. I have a vindictive streak. She grinned. Look, Veronica, we like you, which is why we're being upfront with you about this. Yeah, we lure people in here to be tortured, killed, and then chucked into a pit, because that's how we get our rocks off. We're monsters, and we're fine and dandy with that. But you, miraculous Miss Mason, you're more useful to us alive. So we're willing to let you use this place for whatever you want, in exchange for you putting on a private magic show now and then. That's not such a bad deal, is it? And we'll even seal off the morgue so it doesn't stink up the rest of the place. I've been meaning to do that anyway, Mary offered. I stared in horror at the smiling twins, their eyes twinkling like dying stars in the abyss. They made no threat about what would happen if I refused their offer, since none needed to be made. Fighting them would be far too dangerous. They outnumbered me, they were clearly more skilled with violence, and I still didn't know exactly what they were or what they were capable of. I did have a clear shot to the exit, but they could see that as well as I could. They were toying with me. If I ran, I was prey, and I wouldn't get far. So, I decided that maybe I should give them what they wanted. You want a private magic show? I sobbed, struggling against the moral and physical revulsion I felt. I forced myself upright and pulled out my deck of trick cards. For my own safety, I had never shown anyone else the full extent of what I could do with those cards, but the darlings had earned themselves an exclusive premiere. I shuffled the deck with a practiced flourish, and I saw the twins' faces light up in wonder as each card was illuminated with a magical aura. I tapped my index finger on the back of the deck, and as I raised my hand into the air, the cards rose with it, fluttering around and around on their axis, their faces changing with each rotation. I spun my arm around and around, creating a swirling vortex of playing cards between me and them. Think of a card, any card, just don't tell me what it is. Have you, I stammered. Have you picked one? They both nodded, eager to see what sort of trick I would do. Are these your cards? When I said this, the vortex instantly uncoiled into a long, lashing whip of cards, slashing each twin across the face as it did so. As they screeched in pain, I turned and bolted for the exit, the card whip still trailing behind me and lashing about like crazy, keeping the darlings at a distance. Veronica, get back here! Mary screamed at me. They weren't chasing me, though. Instead, the stone walls around me began to shake and rumble, groaning as they closed in around me, threatening to crush me, or at the very least cut off my escape. The lanterns fell from the ceiling, just barely missing me as I ran past. And, out of the corner of my eye, I just barely made out some dark, shapeless form crawling out of one of the foreboding doorways. In spite of all that, I made it. They may have had control over everything within their playroom, but the door to their bedroom was still part of our reality, and I threw it open easily enough. Once I was out, I retracted all my trick cards back into my pocket and ran out of the darling house, waking up Mother Darling as I did so, and not stopping to answer any of her questions. I didn't stop running until I made it back home. I wish I could have told my parents or the police or somebody about what I'd seen in that room, but I knew it was pointless. I couldn't prove anything. If anyone were to investigate, they'd just find an ordinary closet in the Darling twins' bedroom, and I'd probably end up getting that lobotomy I've been trying so hard to avoid. I wish I could have brought some justice to the Darlings' victims. I wish I could have stopped them from killing again, but there was nothing I could do. The Darlings and I just avoided each other for the rest of the school year, and that summer was when I ran away from home. I ended up not going to Sombremori after all, instead getting a gig in a circus, which I'm now the ringmaster of. But that's not actually relevant to this story. What matters is that I never went back to Periwinkle Pines, or saw the Darlings again. At least, not until a few nights ago. I'm in my 70s now, even though I barely look half of that. I'm the miraculous Miss Mason, after all, and I've only gotten more miraculous as the years have gone by. The reason I had never gone back there is that I had always been conflicted about running away from home and breaking my parents' hearts, and I didn't know how I would react if I ever ran into them. But this time of year always invites reflection, and this year more so than most. So I decided to finally go back. The town hadn't grown or changed all that much, but my old house was gone. I hadn't really expected to find my parents there anyway. If they're still alive, they'd be nearing 100 by now. My walk through town did, however, eventually take me to Cherry Street, and it was in a surprisingly sorry state. The road itself was barricaded, with multiple signs warning vehicles and pedestrians alike to stay out. The entire neighborhood looked like it had been abandoned and neglected for decades, with the sole exception of the Darling's house. It was in pristine condition, not to mention strung up with Christmas lights, the sole beacon and cheer on that derelict street. As I approached it, the living room light came on, even though no one was inside it. A moment later, I spied a young woman in a Christmas sweater and poodle skirt stepping out of the back hallway and coming towards the window. It was Mary. She looked even younger than I did, around 20 or so, but I had no doubt that it was her, and by the expression on her face, she recognized me too. She turned around and shouted, and I saw James come out in a matching sweater. The two of them stood there together, smiling at me through the window. It was the same creepy grin I remember from all those decades ago. James waved at me, and Mary gestured for me to come in and join them. I ran from them, their house, that street, and the entire town, without looking back once. He had named his casino Pascal's because his patrons would be betting against God. All things being equal, anyone with even a small talent for clairvoyance, prescience, or telekinesis could clean out every casino on the Vegas Strip. But that would be a very quick way to get themselves in trouble with the various vested interests who wanted the masquerade kept intact. But more importantly, it would have been dreadfully boring. What the gifted people of the world needed was a gaming house where they could use their gifts openly at games that would offer them a real challenge. Monty, as he liked to be called, had created Pascal's for just the purpose. It was a private room, a type of liminal space between planes that required privileged knowledge to enter or leave, allowing them to be very selective in choosing their clientele. The laws of nature were highly malleable as well, making it a cinch to ensure that the odds were always in the house's favor. Pascal's main gaming floor was beneath a large domed skylight, revealing a massive, sea monster-filled aquarium overhead. The undulating light that descended down into the silver and sapphire casino bathed it in a surreal ambience, one that was only enhanced by the alien yet whale-like calls of the creatures that called the aquarium home. Quantum clockwork slot machines of proudly polished sterling littered the central floor, cheerfully chiming away as patrons attempted to empty them of their treasure of ancient coins. To win, players had to correctly predict which sequence of icons a pull of the lever would produce, or stop each dial at the precise instant to produce the desired results. The stochastic nature of the machines made prescience, clairvoyance, and telekinesis all but useless in divining or intervening with the outcome, forcing players to hone in on any slight advantage they could find. Such tame attractions were for beginners, however. Betting on the cockatrice races or fights yielded higher returns, though at much greater risk.
for one could not bet on a cockatrice without first knowing something of it. For every detail a person knew about a cockatrice, it knew something in return about them. The trick was to limit one's knowledge of the creature to as little as possible, and through mental discipline, choose which information about oneself to give in exchange. So long as the cockatrice didn't have enough information to get a clear sense of who you were, or have reason to view you as a threat, you were safe. But should it ever get more than a fleeting glance at your identity, and you didn't leave the best of impressions on it, your body would be turned to stone, without it ever needing to lay eyes on you. But of course, at Pascal's, the most dangerous thing to bet against were your fellow patrons. As with any casino, making sure the guests didn't get too rowdy was essential, and this was especially true with the clientele that visited Pascal's. The waitresses were all members of a nigh-human clan known as the Aurelions. They were golden skin, with tall elfin ears, raven black hair, and void black eyes, and were exceptionally talented at foreseeing trouble and diffusing it before it got out of hand. Should that prove to be insufficient, tall and slender automata of quantum clockwork kept a careful vigil, able to spring to life in an instant should the need arise. How these two mysterious humanoids came to work for Pascal's, or if they had any prior association with each other, was a subject of rampant speculation among the patrons. What was clear, however, was that with such a fearsome retinue of bodyguards, guests seldom had reason to feel ill at ease at Pascal's. And despite this, Monty couldn't help but feel an unexplained sense of dread begin to well up inside him as he was approached by a waitress with an anxious expression on her ageless and shining face.
Mr. Monty, sir, the Darling twins are here," she said in a hushed tone, taking the greatest of care not to be overheard. "We counted their drinks and chips, but they'd like to speak to you about getting into the VIP room. They said they have something they'd like to show him."
Monty cinched his eyes shut and pinched the bridge of his nose as he suppressed a groan as much as he could.
"All right. Thank you, Serena. Where are they now?" he asked. "At the Einsteinian roulette wheels,"
Serena said with a nod of her head towards another segment of the casino.
"Very well. Go to the VIP room and see that everything is ready. I'll deal with the Darlings,"
Monty said reticently with a heavy sigh.
"Of course, Mr. Monty,"
Serena said with a curtsy of her black cocktail dress before scampering off to the VIP room. Monty pointed at two of the silver automatons, indicating that they should accompany him. With a small amount of mechanical whirring and clanking, each automaton roused itself and lumbered along at its master's side. Checking to make sure that his concealed pistol was drawable at a moment's notice, Monty cautiously jaunted into the roulette section of the gaming floor, having mentally prepared himself for the worst. The Darlings were not hard to spot, as most of the other patrons had discreetly vacated the area, if not the casino, the instant they saw them. Black-haired and blue-eyed, he in a dark tuxedo, and she in a dazzling red evening dress, both of them looking like they had stepped straight out of the 1950s. The waitresses all gave them a wide berth, and the croupier manning the wheel looked like he was severely tempted to rig the thing to ensure they won. "Your next bet, Mr. Darling?" he asked with a nervous swallow. "I'll take Cancer on 13 black, and clockwise and Capricorn on 16 gold, counterclockwise." James grinned as he swirled a pair of gold and black dodecahedral dice, each side engraved with the zodiac sign. The dice shared a quantum entanglement so that they always came up opposite of each other whenever they were rolled. It also made it extremely difficult for their outcomes to be predicted or manipulated.
"Mary darling, how much do you think we ought to wager this time?" I think we've managed to collect a big enough pot that I'd be quite upset if we lost it all now. So, let's go all in. She beamed, shoving the pile of several hundred 1,000-point chips towards the croupier. Her sadistic gaze darted around the room wildly at the frightened staff, the lot of them looking like they were just waiting for the axe to drop. All in at 340,000. Very good. Base odds are 1 to 924, and the payout is 1 to 1. Good luck, sir. With a firm shove, the croupier spun the Einsteinian roulette wheel, which actually consisted of an inner and outer hub that spun in opposite directions. James opened his palm, letting Mary blow on his dice for good luck before rolling them onto the wheel. The black die landed in the clockwise outer hub, and the gold die into the counterclockwise inner hub, so that was a good sign. Gradually, the wheel began to slow, and when both dice had settled firmly in a slot, the croupier stopped it entirely so that they could get a good reading of it. The black die had landed with Cancer facing up in number 13, and gold had landed Capricorn up in number 16. The croupier, waitresses, and even Monty himself let out sighs of relief at the Darlings' win, even though the Darlings themselves seemed rather nonplussed at the outcome. Win again, do we? I swear there was a Twilight Zone episode about this, James lamented, as the croupier pushed their chips towards them. Maybe we should try to track down Veronica's circus. I'm sure they have some rigged games there that would give us plenty of excuses to slit some throats, Mary suggested, her hand actively resisting the urge to draw her knife from her side. Now, none of that. If there's one thing I won't tolerate from you two, it's insulting your hosts, Monty said with the most good-natured smile he could muster, whilst making sure his automatons were no more than a few steps behind them. James, Mary, it's delightful to see you again. How is everything? Anything I can do for you? Yeah, and tell your gold-painted whores to keep their empty eye sockets off of my brother, Mary spat vehemently, shooting murderous glares at every other woman in sight. Mary, darling, James said in a gentle reprimand. Monty, please excuse my sister. A domestic goddess that she is, she's not as accustomed as I am to being outside of our playroom. I'm sorry, James, darling, but I just don't know how everyone else manages to suppress the urge to kill, Mary explained. James and I went hunting before we came, and that helps a little, but not when skanks keep giving me reasons to want them dead. Monty fought back an urge to defend his staff, knowing that would most likely only provoke Mary further. Not to worry, Miss Darling. Pascal's is willing to accommodate the needs of our patrons, he said through the biggest smile he could manage. If you would allow it, it would be my privilege to serve you personally for the remainder of your visit. Mary glowered at him coldly for a moment, and without bothering to ask what he had said to offend her, he took a step backwards into the protective embrace of his automatons. It's Mrs. Darling, she hissed at him through clenched teeth, possessively throwing her brother's arm around her. Of course. My apologies, Mrs. Darling, Monty said with a contrite bow. I was told that you two were looking to get into the VIP room. I can see why, since our standard games are clearly far beneath your ability. If you want more of a challenge, the very important person can give you that. However, since he has not personally issued you an invitation, I will have to insist on seeing what sort of tribute you intend to offer him. It's not another severed head, is it? Of course not. He didn't appreciate the last one, James replied with a smug smirk. Reaching into his jacket, he pulled out a small satchel. He plucked out a marble-sized orb of translucent, bluish-green amber. It glowed slightly, seeming to radiate thin trails of vapor
all while pulsating rapidly as if to the rhythm of a tiny heart. Within the orb's volume was a spinning pupa, emblazoned with an occult sigil that Monty did not recognize. "Is that Icker?" Monty asked, squinting as the light from the orb strained his eyes slightly. "From a slain titan of a far-off plane, yes, sir," James nodded. "And got a whole purse full of it. Not something that's likely to come through this place again. If the very important person would like to add it to his collection of curiosities, then he'll be seeing us now or not at all." "And may I ask where it was that you acquired this Icker?" Monty asked. "A real estate agent," both the darlings replied simultaneously. Monty studied them for a moment, ultimately deciding not to press any further. "Ah, very well then. Right this way, Mr. and Mrs. Darling. The very important person will be seeing you now," he replied as he packed their chips into a carry-all for them. With excited smiles and manically gleaming eyes, the Darlings followed him arm in arm away from the busy gaming floor and up a flight of spiral stairs, ascending into the aquarium above. The water quickly dampened the sound of the bustling vice den below, and all they could hear was the gentle lapping of water and forlorn wails of aquatic beasts. Serena held the door at the top of the stairs open for them, but said nothing and kept bowed to avoid eye contact with either of them. The VIP room traded in the silver and sapphire of the casino below for even more ostentatious platinum and diamond, transparent walls and ceilings offering a nearly 360-degree view of the spectacle surrounding them. The room was adorned with crystalline chandeliers, furnishings, and statues that gleamed as if they were carved from imperishable ice, and an impression made all the more remarkable by the abundance of fireplaces in the room. An Aurelion played enchanting music upon a pristinely white grand piano, and at the head of the VIP room sat the very important person. Though he was roughly the mass of a grizzly bear, his proportions more closely resembled those of an infant. His head in particular was disproportionately large and lopsided, held in place by a specially made headrest. In fact, his entire throne seemed to be a custom-made mobility device of some kind. It was forged from the same quantum clockwork as the slot machines and automata, and seated upon an assembly of a dozen pairs of mechatronic, crawling legs. Aside from a few wisps of red hair, he was bald, and his left eye was enlarged to the point that it was no longer mobile. His burnt orange skin was mottled, aged and saggy, as though in spite of his massive size, he had recently lost a vast amount of weight. His lumpy body, with its rolls of fat and stunted limbs, gave him an appearance vaguely suggestive of the caterpillar from Alice in Wonderland, an impression which was enhanced by the presence of a hookah on his table. The base of the hookah looked to be a seeing stone of some kind, as the smoke within it swirled to form strange and prophetic visions that presumably became clearer once the fumes were imbibed. Despite his odd proportions, the very important person was dressed in a midnight blue pinstripe suit and cravat with diamond-studded cufflinks. The table before him was laid out in a lavish banquet, which oddly seemed to be completely untouched. A pair of the Aurelion waitresses stood at attendance, should he want for anything, and he was flanked on all sides by security automatons. "Now, what have I told you two about threatening the staff and patrons?" the very important person demanded, his goblin-like voice surprisingly harsh and shrill for a being of his size. "Sir, I assure you that my sister and I have been on our very best behavior," James beamed at him. "Then tell your little psycho stepfoot wife there to stop calling my girls whores and skanks," he wheezed, gesturing to a mechatronic display unit built into the left arm out of his chair. James sneered at him, his monstrous and sadistic temper starting to seep through the cracks of his cheerful public demeanor. "You don't talk that way about my sister," he growled. The very important person dismissively waved a stunted arm at the threat. "You two are bad for business and worse for my disposition, so you had better have brought me something pretty damn valuable to compensate me for the trouble," he told them. They have, sir. Gems of crystallized ichor from an unknown titan," Monty said obsequiously. "A truly generous gift." "Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say it was a gift?" James asked, vicious smiles coming across both his and his sister's faces. "Mary, darling, did I ever say it was a gift?" "Absolutely not, James, darling. Monty here might have thrown the word tribute out there at some point, but we never said anything of the kind," Mary stated, grinning at the now terrified expressions of Monty and the Aurelions and the open irritation of the very important person. "No, Ducky, we came here because we would like to play you for them. That is, if you're willing to bet something of equal worth." "Don't waste my time, darlings. What do you want?" the very important person demanded sharply. "We want to know how we can find Emrys," James replied, equally to the point. The very important person immediately scoffed at this. "I've already told the Aphelian Occult Order that I won't," he began.
"We're not here on behalf of the Order. Emrys broke into our playroom, humiliated us, and killed our pet Vogathost," Mary screamed, her face twisted in vindictive rage. "We want him dead, and you know where we can find him."
"That ain't my problem, Ducky. And if the Aphelian Occult Order couldn't bribe or threaten me into helping them, what makes you think you can?" the very important person snidely asked. Faster than they could react or even realize what was happening, Mary pulled out a long butcher's knife from beneath her dress and threw it straight up with such force it impaled into the crystal ceiling. There was a horrible cracking sound as hairline fractures began to spread out from the puncture point, and the diamond groaned as it began to strain under the untold weight of the water above it. "I believe you're all familiar with my sister's uncanny talent with knives from our last visit?" James asked, with a signature smug smirk. "So long as she wills it, that ceiling will hold, but one psychic command from her is all it will take to send us for a swim." "But then we'll all die," Monty screamed. "You'll all die, you mean? Mary and I can handle a bit of water and a few sea monsters," James claimed casually. "And even if I'm bluffing, I'm sure you've heard that old engine story about the scorpion and the coyote, right? It's in our nature." The very important person pointed his one mobile eye up towards the ceiling and saw that water was starting to leak through the crack, and a few of his more curious sea creatures were starting to swarm around it. "It's a Russian parable about a scorpion and a frog, but a bigger animal wouldn't make more sense," the very important person retorted. "The game is 7-hand hangmans, and Tarek, 1 round between you and me. You lose, I get them marbles. I lose, I spill everything I've got on Emrys, which for all you know, isn't worth shit. Either way, you fix the damn roof and we all walk away from this alive and dry. Deal?" The darling twins exchanged glances, coming to a wordless agreement. "Deal us in, Monty," James said, pulling out a chair at the table for his sister, then taking his seat beside her. Monty anxiously dealt out 2 hands of cards, while Serena offered the very important person a hit from his hookah. All of them trying to avoid looking up at the ceiling as much as possible. When each hand was dealt, James picked his up and showed them to Mary, whereas Serena held the very important person's cards for him while being careful not to look herself. Monty drew a single card from the deck and placed it in between them. "Ah, 3 of Pentacles is the card to beat, gentlemen," he announced, waiting patiently for one of them to make the first move. "Pass or play, darlings?" the very important person asked irritably. James sighed, with a tapping of his fingers, making a show out of mulling over his decision for as long as possible. "Mary, darling, do you think we should be polite and give the very important person first go of it?" "Polite? That doesn't sound like us at all, James, darling," and Mary replied. She took out a cigarette from a silver case and held it out for him to light, and he promptly obliged her. She then held out the case so that he could take a cigarette for himself. "Oh, you don't mind, do you, Ducky? It would be pretty hypocritical if you did. What with that oriental contraption of yours? Although I suppose it's a little more practical for you, and given your disability, or whatever it is you prefer we call it. I'd be lying if I said I was intended to give it a try myself. But James and I have been smoking satin stack cigarettes since we were kids. I remember one time when we were smoking under the bleachers." "You pass, I play 8 of Pentacles. Stall like that again, and you'll forfeit the whole hand," the very important person snarled at them as Serena threw down his card. Mary's right eye began to twitch, and the cracks in the roof grew deeper as she twisted the knife further into it. A steady stream of droplets began trickling down, and causing Monty and the Aurelians to back away from the table and start eyeing the exit. "You're making my sister miss her knife, VIP. I wouldn't do that if I were you," James warned with a shake of his head. "Ace of Pentacles." "Queen of Pentacles," the VIP barked, though he now struggled to play his own cards without the assistance of an Aurelian. "I play the devil. Oh, and I guess I'll put this card down too," he smiled as he played the devil trump card. "You pick the next suit." 4 of Chalices." "There's no need to yell. 4 of Swords." "I need to yell to be heard over the sound of rushing water that's flooding my VIP room. Double 7s, Swords, and Wands. I change the suit to Wands." "You ought to change suits. The one you're in is terribly gaudy," James quipped. "Double 9s, Wands, and Chalices, but unlike you, I am perfectly comfortable in the suit I came in. Speaking of chalices, though, if you girls aren't busy, can you bring me another whiskey and a cola cocktail, and a sweet martini for my sister? Cherry on top?" The Aurelians, including the pianist, all nodded eagerly and took the excuse to flee the room, slipping on the wet floor as they raced for the stairs. "Monty, would you be a dear and man the piano?" Mary asked, with a sickly sweet smile. "I think the band should keep playing as the ship goes down." "Belay that, Ace of Wands," the very important person announced as he laid down his penultimate card. James would have regretted the strategic blunder of not changing the suit from his opponent's choice, but the smug smile on the VIP's face told James that his last card was a trump card. That was a bad move, since you couldn't play a trump card over another trump card. "I play Death, and or never mind, I made that joke already," he said, throwing down the Death card. Surprisingly, this didn't upset the VIP in the slightest. "Fine by me, darling, because I've got someone here that's got themselves an appointment," he grinned, as he laid down the Hanged Man on the table. For, of course, in Hangman's Tarot, the Hanged Man was the ultimate trump card. James glared down at the card coldly, then up at the VIP, slowly turning his final card around to reveal it to him. It was another Hanged Man. "Well then, it seems one of us is a no-good cheat," James said plainly, And since you were the one that picked the game, bollocks, you're the cheat, and you lost anyway. Now fix my roof and hand over the yicker, the very important person ordered.
Tell us where Emrys is, or we all die,
Mary threatened, telekinetically drawing her knife back down from the ceiling and letting a torrent of water and broken diamond pour into the room. Cursing under his breath, the very important person pressed a sequence of buttons on his display. A mechanical canopy folded down, encasing the seat and its occupant in a sealed shell. Before it shut tight, Mary threw her knife in the hopes of impaling the VIP, only for it to be caught by one of the automaton guards. "Seize there, Ricker, then get them the hell out of my casino," the now metallic and echoey voice of the very important person ordered, his one good eye peeping out through a porthole. The automatons began advancing upon the darlings, who looked all too eager for a chance to test their mettle against them. James dove for the piano, grabbing a leg and tearing it off in one swift motion. Wielding it as a club, he jumped towards one of the automatons and brought the leg down on it so hard it bifurcated, leaving two crudely hewn halves to fall and float away in the rising water. The one holding Mary's knife took a lunge at him, but found itself turning the blade around and plunging it into its own chassis, eviscerating itself out of its clockwork innards.
Try to use my knife against my brother? I don't think so, Ducky,
Mary sneered as she snatched the knife back from the mechanical corpse's hand. Two of the automatons had managed to usher Monty out of the VIP room by some secret escape passage, but two still remained to defend the VIP. The darlings poised themselves for an attack, but before they could make a move, the automatons each shoved an arm into the water and released a powerful thermoelectric shock. It was powerful enough to send each of the twins convulsing in agonizing muscular spasms, collapsing into the water, and thrashing about with any bodily control. "I knew you two weren't as tough as everyone says," the VIP mocked triumphantly. "Now stay down if you know what's good for you." Sadly, the darlings did not know what was good for them. Mary's knife and James's hanged man card came slicing out of the water at impossible speeds, instantly cleaving both automatons in two. The furious twins came screaming out of the water, James bashing in the very important person's shell, and Mary jumping on top of it and trying to pry it open with her bare hands. "Where's Emrys?" she screamed. Despite his limited field of vision, the VIP saw that one of the smaller sea monsters from the aquarium had finally managed to wriggle through the crack in the ceiling and was now circling the three of them with predatory intent. "Same place you're about to be, in the belly of a snake," he sneered. The twins spun around to see the approaching serpent, knowing that if they took the time to fight it off, the VIP would likely use the chance to flee to wherever the escape passage was. If they weren't going to get the information they had come for anyway, then they might as well just kill him. Drawing her knife back to her once again, Mary threw it up at the ceiling, this time with so much force that the whole thing shattered. The entire room was flooded within seconds, and the three of them were sucked out into the massive aquarium. The sea monsters immediately swarmed them, but they seemed to be naturally able to sense that there was something not quite right about the darlings, so they left them be. Instead, they chased after the very important person's throne as it sank to the skylight of the casino, and their enormous jaws pierced through the metal casing like it was an eggshell. The very important person's last breath bubbled upwards as he used it on a final desperate gurgled scream, frantically trying to activate his last resort. James put his arm around Mary and helped drag her to the surface, hoisting their bedraggled forms over the cement deck above. Nearly the instant they were out, there was a thunderous smashing sound from below as the skylight over the casino gave way, shattered by some secret weapon concealed within the VIP's throne. The contents of the aquarium rapidly drained down into a monstrous maelstrom, flooding the floors below it and ravaging everything in its path.
Well, that was a bust,
Mary choked out through desperate gasps for air. She held out her hand to summon her knife out of the rapidly retreating whirlpool.
We still have no idea how to find Emrys. We didn't get to cash in our chips, and we didn't even get to kill any real people. Where's the fun in fighting robots?
You want to know what the real kicker is? James asked, as he wiped salty water from his eyes. I wasn't cheating. The VIP lost fair and square. That dastardly cripple legitimately owed us answers that we'll never get now. Mary groaned as the sheer magnitude of the night's events began to dawn on her.
Do you think Monty will ban us for this?
She asked, biting her lip nervously. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that, Mary darling, James assured her. At Pascal's, you bet against God, but having us as his enemies is a gamble even Monty wouldn't take. Opal stared on helplessly as her friend burned to death in the cozy fireplace before her. Its mantle lined with stereotypical idyllic photographs of the black-haired, blue-eyed twins that had tormented them for the last and longest evening of their life. She struggled desperately against her manacles, but the iron chains weighed more than she did, and the Christmas tree they were attached to was so enormous and heavy with ornaments that it proved impossible to overturn. She tried to scream, beg, cry, anything, but all of her vocalizations were incoherently muffled by the candy cane-striped gag in her mouth. Even were she not gagged, it was hard to imagine she could ever cry loud enough to be overheard over the agonized, dying screams of her friend as the fire devoured her whole, burning down through her flesh and out through her lungs as she inhaled the blaze. In a mix of terror and instinctive self-preservation, she thrashed against the cast-iron screen that imprisoned her within the fireplace. The female twin sadistically forced her back with a poking iron as the male sat smirking on the couch, content merely to watch. When the twin withdrew the iron, it carried a large chunk of smoldering flesh on its end. Opal nearly threw up in her gag when she saw the twin ravenously tear off about half of the flesh with her teeth and devoured it with a depraved relish before passing the rest to her brother for him to finish. Eventually, inevitably, and all too quickly, Opal watched her friend succumb to the fire, reduced to a charring and blackening corpse, coiled up in a fetal position. Opal broke down and sobbed feebly as the female twin hung a kettle over the crackling carcass and went to replay a Christmas album on their mid-20th century record player. Opal turned her gaze to the snow-swept glass doors to what she assumed was a balcony. She briefly humored the notion of somehow severing her hands free of the manacles, kicking them to the cannibal twins as a distraction and making a break for it, but quickly thought better of it, since no one had heard or heeded their desperate cries for help. There was either no one else around, or if there were, they were allied or subject to the twins. Opal had no idea where she was, or how high up she was, and how far she could really expect to get with a pair of hemorrhaging wrists. Still, after witnessing what they had done to her friend, it might be the most peaceful death she could hope for. When the kettle began to whistle, the female twin returned to retrieve it, using it to fill a pair of pre-garnished glass mugs that she set on the coffee table in front of her brother.
There we are, James darling, the perfect holiday drink. extra strong hot toddies," she announced enthusiastically, a drunken drawl already present in her speech.
Affectionately cuddling up beside him, the twins clinked their glasses together in a toast before taking their first sips.
"As always, Mary darling, your annual Christmas party has been a resounding success,"
James congratulated her.
"Well, I can't take all the credit. You rounded up the guests after all."
Mary returned the compliment, laughing as she gestured towards the corpse in the chimney.
"It's a shame to waste all that meat, but it is a special occasion. As much as I love my knives, burning to death sure is one heck of a spectacle."
"It surely is, one that will be hard to top at any rate," he added, his gaze drifting over to Opal.
"How about an encore, then?" "Oh, I'm sorry, James darling, but I'm afraid we've reached that point in the festivities where my addiction to alcohol has triumphed over my addiction to violence and human flesh,"
she apologized, while unapologetically taking a deep draught from her mug of hot whiskey. "No need to apologize, Mary darling. A balanced life means taking time to attend to all of one's addictions," he claimed.
"Well put, James darling,"
she agreed.
"Besides, I'm awfully cozy cuddled up here beside you. Instead of getting up, how about we give this girl an environmental challenge? This time, I'll be the one who watches, and you can work the control panel."
"Sounds like a plan, Mary darling," James nodded, putting down his drink and pulling out an antiquated-looking bronze keyboard covered in hundreds of switches, knobs, buttons, and faders.
"Why don't you explain how this works to our guests while I get this set up?" "Right. Listen up here, Ducky,"
Mary said, as she leaned in towards Opal.
"Do you know the song that's playing right now? Baby, It's Cold Outside? Now, I'm a bit of a shut-in, but I've heard that this song is a bit controversial these days. I don't know if it's just because I'm old-fashioned or because I'm rather predatory myself, but this is one of my favorite Christmas songs. It's also highly appropriate since you're going to have to choose between braving the winter cold or staying inside with a dangerously depraved miscreant. And her brother, who honestly isn't any better. He's just a bit more practiced in social graces than I am. The choice might seem obvious at first, but you need to understand a little bit about where you are, though. You're inside our playroom, and we control everything in here. Everything. We can control it through sheer will when necessary, but my brother here has a bit of a knack for a paratech and can make mechatronic controls that make the whole process much quicker and more precise. And outside the residence is still inside our playroom. So, the choice isn't really between us and the cold. It's between the cold we control and taking us head on. You may not care for your odds in a fight with us, but keep in mind, we do have one rather glaring Achilles heel. We're horrible drunks."
"I don't think that's an entirely fair assessment, Mary darling. I've always considered you a perfectly lovely drunk," James interjected.
"Oh, well, whatever kind of drunk I am a drunk. And frankly, this pint of whiskey is going to my head faster than I expected. I'm likely to be nodding off momentarily, Ducky, so you'd honestly better have to slip my throat in my sleep to get past me. That is, if my brother wasn't sitting right here to protect me. Of course, of the two of us, he's always been the more functional alcoholic. I certainly feel safe with him here, but the choice is yours."
Opal's manacle suddenly unlocked and clattered to the hardwood floor below. Wide-eyed, she looked towards her tormentors for any sign of what they intended to do next. Mary just took another long sip of whiskey, while James smirked at her with his finger hovering over a button on his control panel. It wasn't necessarily a rational decision, but facing the winter cold and only the tattered remnants of her clothes seemed like a safer option than just trying to get past the darling twins and out their front door. Limping as quickly as she could, she bolted to the glass doors and out onto the balcony. She saw that she was several stories off the ground, and the landscape all around her was covered in freshly fallen snow. The air was cold but still, with fluffy snowflakes gently wafting downwards. This was odd, since the sky was crystal clear and abundant with twinkling stars. Opal had no formal knowledge of astronomy and hadn't spent much time staring up in the night sky, but she could still tell at once that the stars were wrong. They were too bright,
too regularly spaced, and were moving too quickly.
Turning her attention back to the more prosaic matter of the ground, she saw that there was a snow-covered but plowed road leading straight ahead to a coniferous tree line and the lights of human habitation. It was the only sign of civilization she could see, and so she had little choice but to make for it. Looking over the edge of the balcony, she saw that a snowbank of soft and fluffy fresh snow had piled up directly beneath her. Maybe, just maybe, it would be enough to break her fall. She took one final look behind her and saw that the darlings were still sitting on the couch. Mary had already polished off her pint of whiskey and had unsurprisingly lost consciousness. Her head rested upon her brother's shoulder as she snored loudly. James, on the other hand, was still wide awake. His eyes were trained on her like a cat watching a mouse, just waiting for her to run so that the chase could begin. Opal leaped over the balcony's edge and into the snow below without a second thought. She screamed as she was enveloped by the frigidly cold snow, but it successfully slowed her descent enough that her fall had left her unharmed. Frantically, she tried to dig herself out before she suffocated, but the fluffy snow was so light that she was never in any danger of that. Within seconds she was free, the plowed road ahead and the possibility of escape laid out before her. Tearing the gag from her mouth and letting out hours' worth of built-up screams all at once, she burst out into a sprint and raced to the village on the edge of the horizon. She ran as much to keep warm as she did to escape from the darlings, hoping that she could stave off frostbite long enough to get to some sort of shelter. She could already feel her toes starting to numb as they slammed against the packed snow beneath her. She could barely go more than a few seconds without checking to see if James was in pursuit, but she was otherwise mostly heedless of her surroundings. It took her a moment to notice that the street lamps that lined the road appeared to be made of ice and that their lights were paradoxically brightly burning flames. Further up the road, she spotted what looked like humanoid figures lining its edges. Her first thought was, of course, that they were people, but almost immediately realized that that couldn't be true. They were all completely white as the snow around them, and so her next assumption was that they were snow or ice sculptures, or perhaps permanent statues with a dusting of snow. She didn't dare slow down to get a better look as she passed them, but she at least got close enough to see that they were made of ice. Or rather, they had a veneer of ice. In the flickering light of the overhead fire, Opal could just faintly make out the distorted forms of, hopefully, dead bodies trapped inside. All of them were posed in a tableau of either Christmas or winter activities, from caroling to sledding to snowball fights. Opal didn't hesitate to pick up her pace and leave the ghoulish statues behind her, lest she share in their morbid fate. She was, perhaps, too reckless in her flight, and she finally lost her footing on the slippery snow and fell to the ground. The fall winded her, and the snow seemed to have gained an unnatural capacity for sucking the heat from her body. Shivering, she tried to right herself, but with every attempt, she just fell back down. The ground, which had moments before been packed snow, was now pristine and virtually frictionless ice that proved impossible to stand on. Looking backwards towards the apartment building, she panicked at the sight of James skating towards her in a coat and toque. He deliberately held his hands back so that she couldn't see what sort of weapon he was armed with. Abandoning any effort to get on her feet again, she instead began to drag herself across the road to the steep snowbanks that delineated it from the snowy landscape beyond. James would have to chase after her in either his skates or his socks, giving her at least a chance of outrunning him. "Sorry, dear, but a laborious chase through the snow is a bit cliché for my taste," James shouted at her. Before she was able to get off the icy road, it began to tilt downwards, enough that she instantly found herself sliding forwards against her will. Screaming, She flailed her limbs about wildly as she tried to slow her descent, but it all proved utterly futile as she just kept picking up speed. Ahead of her, the road inverted its incline and turned upwards, forming a ramp that was sure to send her flying through the air and likely to her doom. She clawed desperately at the road as she slid down, but she succeeded only in ripping her nails from her cuticles. Faster and faster she went, until she was inevitably launched skyward in a prolonged parabolic arc, screaming hysterically as the already freezing cold air beat against her at speeds approaching hurricane velocities. James was right behind her, soaring through the air with the calm, professional control of an Olympic skier. The two of them went over the tree line and into a small village of brightly lit gingerbread houses built around a frozen fountain in the circular town square. As Opal plummeted straight towards the fountain, she was certain she would splatter against it, and that would be the end of her. At the very last second, however, the ice phase shifted back into water, or rather, anomalous water, that lacked all surface tension. She plunged down deep into it, and it was the coldest thing she had ever felt. But she wasn't dead. She swam back to the surface and hauled herself out, huddling up against the fountain's basin as she tried to retain as much body heat as she could. She gradually became aware of the sound of skates cutting through the ice. Looking up, she saw that James was doing laps around the fountain, having not only survived his fall, but landed unscathed, with the elegance of a cat. "So what do you think of our Christmas village?" he asked, as he circled her like a raptor circling its prey. "I was worried you wouldn't make it this far. Mary designed this place herself. It's always a big hit with the kids, until they see what's inside, that is." He skidded to a stop in front of her, taking his hands out from behind his back to reveal he was carrying a large and heavy-looking candy cane. "I'm going to give you one more minute, Opal," he told her. "If at the end of that minute you're still sitting here, I'll beat you to death with this novelty-sized candy cane. If, however, you'd like to continue to fight for your life, however futile it may seem, I won't stop you from running into one of these buildings to either hide or find something to defend yourself with. Starting now, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi." Though she was shivering so badly it was hard to move, she forced herself to her feet and took a quick assessment of all the buildings around the town square. There was an inn, a shop, a post office, a town hall, a toy factory, a train station, and a chapel. The inn seemed the most likely to hold kitchen utensils, and the toy factory to have tools, both of which she could make into improvised weapons. The chapel, however, had a steeple, and she got the feeling that gravity might prove to be the best weapon she could defend herself with. If she could get herself into a defensible position, a well-timed and well-placed kick could be enough to send James tumbling down a flight of stairs or over the belfry. Grabbing hold of the fountain to steady herself, Opal hoisted herself back to her feet and took care to slide rather than walk over the frictionless ice towards the chapel. As James continued to count, she made her way up the steps as quickly as she could and pushed the gingerbread doors open as hard as possible. And when they swung open, she screamed. The inside was not made of candy and gingerbread, but was rather just an old church in a dangerous state of decay. Out of every crack and crevice seeped a caustic black fluid that floated slowly as molasses in January. It crept upwards along surfaces, against gravity, with great gelatinous blobs of the substance budding off and slowly rising upwards like wax in a lava lamp. It all collected upon the ceiling, where it formed into a mosaic of gauntly skeletal faces, jaws all held agape in silent screams, to reveal multiple rows of rotten and malformed teeth. Their misplaced and supernumerary eyes and nostrils were nothing but abysmally cavernous voids, their hydraulic craniums all bulging near to the point of bursting. 34 Mississippi? Oh, and do be careful of the black bile, James warned.
It's a manifestation of the eldritch rascal that gives us our power. We have to expunge it from our bodies from time to time so we don't end up like our Uncle Larry. We keep it on this floor because it likes the cold. 35, Mississippi." Tempting as it was to give up and just let James beat her to death with his candy cane, Opal forced herself to step into the bile-infested chapel. She could hear the faces in the ceiling breathing and out of sync with one another, but they didn't seem to react to her presence. The free-floating bile on the floor and in the air showed no change either. She ran up a short stairway to the mezzanine, and then up to the spiral staircase of the belfry. The staircase twisted around and around, and climbed higher and higher, far higher than should have been possible. The higher she went, the more abundant the black bile became, and she couldn't avoid stepping in it, and it clung to her feet and slowed her ascent. She couldn't avoid touching it, and she felt a dull, slow burn gnawing away at every inch of contaminated skin. She swatted the airborne blobs away as best as she could, but some were so small, she was sure she hadn't avoided inhaling them. She climbed for what felt like hundreds of steps, and peering down over the railing, only confirmed that the tower was far taller now that it had been where she started. She braced herself up against the railing and began to weep, only moving again once she heard the sound of encroaching footsteps coming from below. Eventually, she reached the top of what she feared might be an infinite staircase and emerged out into the belfry. The tower now rose many stories above the ground, and she had no difficulty spotting the apartment building she had fled from in the distance. But that was all she could see. Other than that building, the Christmas village and the road between them, there was nothing but endless miles of pristinely white snow. Even if she somehow evaded James and his sister, and the black bile, and whatever other monstrosities inhabited this strange and nightmarish other world, there was no escape. If her death was unavoidable, she thought it would be better to jump and deny James the satisfaction of the kill. Still, it wasn't an easy thing to do. She hesitated, and that hesitation cost her the only choice she had in the matter. 60, Mississippi. She reflexively spun around to see that James had silently caught up to her. Before she could react, he struck her across the face with his cane, delivering enough force to knock her over the belfry's railing. She plummeted down towards the hard, icy ground, and this time, there was nothing to break her fall. Back in the penthouse of their residence, James stood at the window, smoking a cigarette as he admired his latest trophy. Morning, James, darling," Mary yawned as she made her morning beeline from their bedroom to their bar. As always, she was none the worse for wear after her consumption of a normally fatal amount of alcohol and ready for more. "Are you all right with eggnog eye-openers for our morning cocktails?" "After last night, I'm still very much in the Christmas spirit, Mary darling," he agreed. Sorry I passed out early. If I had paced myself with that hot toddy, I could have stayed up a bit longer. I don't know what came over me. I'm usually Mrs. Self-Control." She laughed as she took a swig from the liquor bottle before mixing the drinks. "So, after you put me to bed, you went running out after our last victim, right? I thought we were just going to let the cold finish her off." "I got an idea for what I wanted to do with the body, and I didn't want her losing any digits of frostbite before I could get to her," James explained. You know, if I were the jealous type, which I am, I might be a bit miffed that you went chasing after some stray harlot on your own," she reprimanded him. "What exactly did you get up to last night?" "Come see for yourself," James invited, waving her over to the window. With their cocktails in hand, Mary sauntered over to her brother's side and peered out the window with cautious optimism. Outside, James had contracted the road so that the Christmas village was easily seen from their penthouse, and on the top of the fountain stood Opal, encased in ice. He had her poised as a figure skater, standing on one leg with her arms outstretched for balance, her frozen corpse reduced to a garden decoration to spruce up her killer's estate. "James, darling, I love it," Mary swooned. "She's the perfect centerpiece for the Christmas village, and I can't imagine a more fitting fate. We told her it was cold outside, but she didn't listen. If only she'd known the exit to the playroom is out in the front lobby." "Merry Christmas, Mary darling," James wished, taking his cocktail in one hand and putting the other around her waist. "Merry Christmas, James darling," Mary wished, kissing him fondly, before taking her first sip of eggnog. It was the time of year when fresh corn signs along the rural roadside were a common sight. Not being a big connoisseur of either fresh produce or farmers markets, I never pulled over for one myself. But there was one particularly attention-grabbing sign that caused me to finally decide to give roadside corn a try. It was a hand-painted blood-red sign with white, calligraphy-like lettering advertising, "One-of-a-kind crimson corn, sweet and savory, $7 a dozen, cash only. Try our diabolical corn maze and win a secret prize." Intriguingly, the sign had a labyrinth symbol encircled by an Ouroboros, a snake eating its own tail. I had never heard of crimson corn, and found myself curious enough to make a slight detour to see what it was. The sign pointed down a dusty driveway, which led through a thick tree line that kept me from seeing if there was actually anything down on the other end. It would have made more business sense to put their corn stand on the side of the road, but I figured they must really want people to see this corn maze of theirs. And as it turned out, I was right. I turned left down the bumpy dirt path just barely wide enough to accommodate my car, and passing under a wooden arch as I crossed the tree line. As I drove under it, I took note of an odd mechanical-looking box attached to the archway's side. I wondered briefly what it was, but the thought immediately left my mind as I left the trees behind me and entered the farmstead. On a hill in front of me sat a picturesque, dark red barn alongside a stately farmhouse that looked more like it should be the penthouse of a high-rise building. And all around them were cornfields of towering, crimson corn stalks. I had just naturally assumed that crimson corn had been referring to the kernels, but it was their foliage that was as red as a Japanese maples. It was a bewitching sight. Such vast fields of surreal-looking corn, swaying and rustling in the soft wind. Even the sunlight felt slightly off and dreamlike, but I chalked that up to the way it refracted off the red leaves. Though there was no sun to be seen, the sky was cloudy enough that I thought nothing of it. The corn stand itself was set up at the very edge of the field, beneath the shade of a gnarled and twisted oak, and beside the entrance to the maze. Many baskets of corn were laid out ready for purchase, and the stand was staffed by a girl who looked to be around 20 years old. She had brilliant blue eyes and pitch black hair in bunches, and wore a red and white checkered farm dress. She exhaled a long drag from her cigarette and gave me a friendly smile and a nod as I pulled up beside her. I noticed that she was barefoot, with bright red nail polish that contrasted sharply with the dirty and callous soles of her feet. I gave so much attention to her feet that I barely gave a thought to the three large, dark creatures lying around them. "Hello there, Ducky. Looking for some corn?" she asked. "Hello yourself. I've never seen corn like this before. Is it really one of a kind?" "Absolutely. Our own private cultivar of corn, 100% non-GMO. It's pesticide-free, too, so you can eat it fresh off the stalk." The girl set down her cigarette in an ashtray and picked up a cob of pre-shucked corn, producing a satisfying crunching sound as she bit into it. Red juices squirted outwards and ran down her chin as she looked up at me with a suggestive
if obviously mercantile, stare. I can't say it wasn't an effective sales tactic, though, as I found myself stepping towards her and reaching for my wallet. I only stopped when an aggressive snort drew my attention back to the animals at her feet, and was surprised to see that they were, in fact, large black pigs. "Oh, I thought those were dogs," I muttered dumbly.
"I prefer pigs to dogs,"
she explained, throwing down some unshucked corn for them to devour.
"And they're just as smart, but they haven't been bred for unconditional loyalty, so if a pig likes you, you know you earned it. Sorry if they startled you, but a girl can't be sitting out here and meeting random strangers without a bit of protection."
As the pigs chomped down on their corn, it stained their teeth and mouths red, an effect which was much less enticing on them than it was on her. I had never been so close to pigs without a fence between us, and I couldn't help but take note that even the smallest one looked like it weighed more than I did. They were extremely formidable-looking creatures, and I didn't doubt that they could do some serious damage if I got on their bad side. They grunted and snorted hostilely as they ate, all of them giving me an evil eye that seemed almost resentful, as if they'd rather be eating me than the corn.
Hey, that's enough of that, fellas,"
the girl scolded them gently as she knelt down and started scratching the largest one behind the ear.
"Don't mind them, Ducky. They're harmless, really, so long as they're fed on time."
The pig rolled over on its back to let the girl rub its belly, and all of its menacing aura instantly vanishing as it took on the trappings of a typical pet. The other two pigs laid back down in the shade and seemed to lose all interest in me, allowing me to immediately regain my confidence. "Yeah, they don't look like they skipped too many meals," I bantered back. "Are they really all you got watching your back out here? Your pa's not going to come running out with a shotgun if he hears a commotion or something like that?"
"My pa? No. My brother's around here somewhere, though. In the maze, I think,"
she said, with an uncertain glance towards the maze entrance.
"He doesn't have any of his guns on him, but if you're thinking of causing trouble, I don't much care for your chances."
"Oh, I'm not planning any trouble, miss. Just concerned for your safety is all," I assured her. "So do you recommend eating this corn raw, or is it good cooked too?"
"Actually, the best way to prepare it is to turn it into homebrew whiskey," she said with a coy smile.
She reached under her stand and pulled out an unbranded glass bottle, half filled with a translucent red liquor. She raised it to her lips and took a swig, closing her eyes and savoring the mouthful for a moment before swallowing, and then sighing in satisfaction. I arched my eyebrow at the implication that she had already drank the other half of the bottle, as I would have described her behavior as buzzed at most, and that much hooch should have left her absolutely on her ass.
Yeah, not much for mere mortals,"
she said, guessing my thoughts.
"My brother makes this himself right here. He likes to use it for his cocktails, but I prefer Bloody Marys and martinis, so when I drink whiskey, it's usually straight. They do make good Manhattans, though. I'd let you try a shot, but you have to drive, so it might not be a good idea. I'd offer to sell you a bottle, but that wouldn't exactly be legal. But if you ran through the corn maze, it could be your prize, and there wouldn't be anything illegal about that, now would there?"
"Ah, so that's the secret prize the sign mentioned?" I asked, a little amused with her underhanded business tactics. "How much?"
$20 and it's yours,"
she said in a tempting sing-song voice, waving an unopened bottle of corn liquor in front of me. "All right, sold. $7 for the corn and $20 for the maze," I said, putting the exact change down on the stand. I reached for the bottle, only for her to pull it back.
You gotta walk the maze first, Ducky,"
she insisted. "Fine. And it's Holston, by the way," I said, growing a little tired of her favorite epithet.
Mary, darling,"
she reciprocated with a satisfied smile. Nodding, I marched off towards the maze to earn my bottle of bootleg whiskey. I only really noticed then that there were several other vehicles parked on the grass alongside the corn maze, but I hadn't seen or heard any sign of anyone else yet. How big is this maze, anyway? I shouted back at her, and she just shrugged as she took another swig of whiskey.
Depends on how good you are at solving it,
she shouted.
Oh, and keep an eye out for my brother. He likes to dress up as a scarecrow and scare people.
Shaking my head in irritation, I stepped into the maze of crimson corn. The instant I was inside, I was struck by how much darker and quieter everything was. The blood-red stalks loomed over me at more than 7 feet tall, casting shadows in all directions. The corn was so tall and thick it seemed impenetrable, absorbing any ambient sound so that the only thing I could hear were the stalks rustling in the winds and my own feet crunching the straw beneath them. The sky seemed to darken as well, along with taking on a reddish hue, as if the sun had hastened its descent to the horizon. I dismissed it as an illusion caused by some sudden increase in cloud cover and the odd color of my surroundings, and pressed onwards. The maze offered only 90-degree turns at randomly spaced junctions. I tried making only right-hand turns, but I quickly came upon several junctions where that wasn't an option, as well as running into a couple of dead ends and having to double back. Before long, I was completely disoriented and had no idea which way I had come from. I decided to give up on any sort of strategy for the time being and simply wander the maze at random. There were signposts spaced out at irregular intervals, though none of them provided any useful information at all. The signs all had short, scary messages like, "Every way is the wrong way. You were lost before you started. Don't scream. He'll hear you." Since these signs offered the only sort of landmark within the maze, I took out my phone to take a picture of each one I passed, in the hopes that they would help me find my way out. I saw that I had no signal, which wasn't surprising, given that I was far way out in the sticks, but it was enough to raise my anxiety a bit. I was technically lost, with no way to phone for help, and nobody knew where I was. I was so ensconced in thought that when I looked up from my phone, I nearly hollered out loud at the sight of a scarecrow rising over the corn. I remembered what the girl had said about her brother, and I struggled to tell if the scarecrow was a person or not. The lighting was terrible, and hanging off a post over 12 feet in the air put him at an awkward and unfamiliar angle. Craning my neck and squinting my eyes, I strained to make out every detail that I could. The head was either covered in or made out of a tattered burlap mask with a jagged, crudely stitched mouth. There were eye holes, but the space within them was too shadowed for me to tell whether or not it had any eyes. The burgundy shirt, coveralls, boots and work gloves had all seen better days, but none were so ragged as to provide a definitive view of human flesh beneath them. The scarecrow's head was leaning downwards and pointed directly at me. In his right hand, he grasped a rusty sickle. I stood frozen in place for a moment, staring at the thing and waiting for any sign of movement. When I was sufficiently convinced that no living thing could remain so perfectly motionless for so long, I let out a sigh of relief and continued on my trek down the straw-laden path. Just as I convinced myself that the girl probably didn't even have her brother and that she had just been messing with me, I heard a loud thud cushioned by the crushing of straw under booted feet. I spun around and saw that the scarecrow had leapt from his post and was now standing upon the path. As he stared at me, I caught a glimpse of blue behind its mask, the same bright blue as the girl's eyes had been. "Shit," I cursed, taking a few stumbling steps back, but fighting the urge to flee entirely. "Listen, buddy, I'm just doing this to get the bottle of whiskey. I already paid your sister, so this is just a technicality.
I'm not interested in this haunted maze stick you got going on. Do you understand?"
Raising his rusty sickle high into the air, he broke out into a sprint, cackling maniacally as he raced towards me. Even though I was still about 80% sure at that point that he was simply messing with me, the lingering 20% of doubt was more than enough to send me running like my life depended on it. I zigged and zagged down every turn I could in the hopes of losing the sickle-wielding scarecrow, not knowing what I would do if I went into a dead end before I could lose him. A brief feeling of relief washed over me when I saw another person walk out of a junction and into the path ahead of me. He looked as confounded as I was by the situation, but unharmed, indicating perhaps that this was just an unusually elaborate roadside attraction after all. He wasn't able to see the scarecrow behind me, though, since the pathway was too narrow.
"Whoa, hey, what are you doing?"
he shouted as I nearly ran him over, pushing him aside and continuing on my way. But when I heard him scream, followed by the sound of steel slicing across flesh and his body thudding against the ground, I had to look back. The man was lying down with his head to the side and his throat slit open, the blood gurgling in his throat and frothing in his mouth as he still desperately struggled to breathe. The scarecrow knelt upon his lap and plunged his sickle into his abdomen, slicing through his stomach with a practiced, surgical precision. He had quite deliberately avoided the vital organs, drawing out the kill for as long as he could. What little I could see of his face spasming in manic giddy as he watched his victim suffer beneath him. He wasn't dead yet. Maybe I could have helped. Maybe I could have fought the scarecrow off him and got the man to a hospital before he had lost too much blood. I don't know. I only know that I didn't. Instead, taking advantage of the scarecrow's preoccupation with his victim to put as much space between him and myself as I could. Night fell immediately after that, with a full blood moon rising in the sky. Its red light the only illumination any of us had to evade the things that hunted us. I say us, because I heard the other victims in the labyrinth, even if I never ran into any more of them while they were still alive. I heard terrified children screaming for their parents, desperate parents screaming for their children, and panic-stricken adults screaming like children, and all of them screaming in agony as they fell before the scarecrow's sickle. There was also a woman laughing psychotically alongside the squealing and trampling hoofs of swine. So I could only conclude that Mary wasn't a mere accomplice but an active participant in this massacre. Just like with the first man, I never offered any help. I just ran as far as I could as fast as I could, while making as little noise as possible. Given how long I lasted without running into the scarecrow or his lackeys again, this was apparently a winning strategy. I tried to get off the path, of course, desperate to hide among the corn stalks and possibly escape the field just by running straight for as long as it took. But it was impossible. The stalks were unbreakable and had been sewn too close together to squeeze between. The more I pushed them, the more they seemed to push back, their rustling transforming into a vicious hissing sound. I was able to pluck some cobs, the closest thing to defensive weapons that I could get my hands on. Their red kernels gleamed like drops of blood in the crimson moonlight, throbbing rapidly with my own racing heartbeat. The same corn that had seemed uniquely beautiful in the broad light of day were monstrous abominations to me now, and I detested touching them, but I needed something, anything, to use as a weapon. I lost all track of time in that disorienting and monstrously mammoth maze, constantly on the run and pumped full of adrenaline, but eventually I felt as exhausted as if I had run a full marathon. Shambling forward, I lurched down another path, barely even aware that I was staggering into a dead end. When I finally looked up, I stopped in my tracks, seeing that the scarecrow was crouched in front of a freshly dead body. It was a boy, around 10 years old, and the scarecrow had used his sickle to cut the top of his skull clean off. "I'm afraid I'm going to be needing your brain, young man," the scarecrow said to his victim, gently petting the exposed gray matter. "Cliché as it sounds, I don't have one of my own." "But how can you speak if you don't have a brain?" the dead child asked, with an equally dead expression, his voice flat and his jaw moving up and down like a ventriloquist dummy. Somehow, the scarecrow was using the boy's body as a puppet. "Well, I'm not sure, but some people without brains do an awful lot of talking, don't they?" the scarecrow quoted. Smiling, he plunged his hand into the boy's open skull, grabbing his brain and tearing it free with a single strong tug. He squeezed it slightly, causing it to drip blood onto his hand and onto the ground below. "Let's see if this helps, shall we?" Looking directly at me, he placed the brain upon his head, wearing it like a raw, blood-drenched hat. "The sum of the square roots of any two sides of an isosceles triangle is equal to the square root of the remaining side," he quoted again, smiling perversely through freshly made tears in his mask. Not knowing what else to do, I threw my cobs of corn at him. He sliced one of them midair with his sickle, but the rest of them didn't even get close enough for him to bother with. With a condescending stare, he waited for me to make the next move. Deciding that fleeing would be slightly less futile than fighting, I turned around and limped down another pass as far as my wobbly legs would go, my gasps turning more and more into sobs with every step. I didn't hear the scarecrow giving chase, but in a few seconds, it was clear why. I had run straight into a large, square clearing at the end of the maze, where all the other victims' bodies had been piled up onto a skid to block my path to freedom. One of them had been savagely ripped open, their viscera and entrails haphazardly scattered around, like a paint-filled balloon splattered upon a canvas. Mary was there, wallowing naked in the gore alongside her pigs, each of them coated red in the victim's blood. The pigs greedily chomped away at whatever body part was within reach of their snouts, while Mary used a butcher's knife to saw off fistfuls of flesh and devour them with a feral madness. I stared, too dumbstruck to react, too petrified to even try to make my way past them to exit, until I felt the scarecrow place his hand on my shoulder and poke his sickle against my back. "You were supposed to say, 'That's a right triangle, you idiot,'" he said, and I felt the warm, squishy brain being shoved on top of my head. "I think you need that more than I do. Oh, Mary darling," he said as his voice changed when he spoke to his sister. At his call, I saw a flicker of lucidity replace an animalistic instinct in her eyes. Despite the absence of clothing and abundance of other people's vital fluids upon her body, she assumed a polite and dignified pose as she rose to speak with him. "Yes, James darling," she smiled at him, her accent distinctly less rural than it had been when we spoke earlier. "This is our last victim if my account's right, and I thought I should see what you'd like done with him before I do anything too irreversible," he explained as he pushed me closer towards her. I was too exhausted and terrified to offer any protest or resistance, aside from some reflexive whimpering and gasping. If I was going to fight back, it would only be to provoke them into killing me quickly, instead of whatever grim torture they might have planned. "Oh, that's so thoughtful, James darling," she beamed at him. Let's see. My bloodlust feels pretty sated, and I think I must have at least 5 pounds of raw flesh inside of me. I need to leave some room for a nightcap, or I'll wake up with the shakes. We've got more than enough for the larder and market until our next hunt.
So unless you're just itching for one more kill, I say we let him go and just call it a night.
The largest of the pigs seemed to grunt distastefully at this suggestion, eyeing me with the same hungry look as it did before. He does have another victim's DNA on him. A child's, no less, the Scarecrow said thoughtfully. And letting him go like this would be hilarious.
Looks like you're outvoted, Orwell,
Mary shouted back to the lead pig, before pointing her bloody knife directly in my heart.
Don't you get too comfortable, though, Ducky. We may come after you again in the future, or we may not. It'll be fun, but we might just plumb forget about you. For you, this is the worst day of your life. But for us, it's just a Tuesday. A good Tuesday, though.
She yawned and stretched before looking past me again to speak with her brother.
James, darling, I'm too tired to hose off first, so I'm going to plop down here with the pigs so I don't mess with the residents. Just get rid of him, stick the bodies in the larder, and come join us when you're done,
she told him. I felt something sharp pierce my backside, and at first, I assumed it was the Scarecrow's sickle, but quickly realized it had been a syringe of some kind. I saw Mary herd her pigs together and lay down against them as she swigged her nightcap from another bottle of whiskey before I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was in police custody. I had been abandoned naked on the side of the road, with the child's brain still on my head and the Scarecrow's sickle in my hand. I'm now being held without bail as the prime suspect in not only his murder, but the disappearance and presumed murder of the 7 other victims as well, since that sickle had DNA from each and every one of them on it. My lawyer is going to try to convince the jury that I am, in fact, another victim of the real killers, and that the more fantastical elements of my story are the results of trauma and being drugged. But there's no evidence to back up my story. The corn maze is just gone. The sign's gone. The weird box I saw on the archway is gone. And the driveway just leads to an abandoned lot. The toxicology report showed that there was nothing special about what the Scarecrow used to put me out. And the bastard made sure to prick my back in a place that I could have reached myself. I know my odds of winning over a jury aren't great, but I'm not too worried about that now. This morning, I woke up wearing the Scarecrow's mask. The darlings haven't forgotten about me, and they want me to know that even in jail, they can get to me whenever they want. I guess Mary's pigs aren't going to have to settle for corn much longer after all. I stumbled out of an unlit hallway, recalling nothing of how I arrived there, just as I had countless times before. As always, my most recent memory was of my last ride on the trolley, vivid enough that a lingering, phantom agony still pervaded my once again whole and healthy body. The old trolley station was now depressingly familiar to me. It was made almost entirely from mottled gray bricks, unevenly eroded by the slow trickle of leaking, fetid sewage water along their surface. Harsh yet faint incandescent bulbs caged against the walls and ceiling provided the only source of illumination other than the garish backlight of an automated drink dispenser, our only source of sustenance should we desire any. At the edge of the rusted old tracks was a single iron bench, the kind they deliberately make uncomfortable so that the homeless won't sleep on it. It was long enough to hold 5 people, and there were already 4 upon it. And since I was the last one that needed to fill out the bench, I knew that the trolley would be coming soon. I recognized the man nearest to me, a heavy-set and dark-skinned man by the name of Gregory, as we'd ridden together before. He was doing his best to remain stoic, but I could tell by the slight tremble of the coffee in his hand that he was dreading the oncoming trolley as much as I was. At the other end of the bench was a disheveled, middle-aged woman quietly sobbing to herself, and next to her was a younger woman who seemed more confused than frightened, almost certainly a first-timer. In the middle of the bench sat a preteen girl with dark black eyes and wavy dark hair pulled back in a half ponytail, wearing a red and white velvet dress, knee-high white socks, and shiny buckle-up shoes. It wasn't just her age or her well-groomed appearance that set her apart from the rest of us, but the fact that she was happily swinging her legs and sipping at her hot chocolate as she waited for the trolley. She even gave me an enthusiastic wave as I approached the bench. "Hey, Max. Good to see you're still keeping it together," Gregory greeted me, raising his coffee cup slightly in a commiserative toast. "Ladies, this is Max. I've ridden with him before a few times. Max, this young lady next to me is Sarah, and that there's Desiree. The woman at the end ain't talking, though, and she's got every right not to. We've got a kid with us today, which might boost our odds of being the surviving trolley. On the other hand, we've got a newcomer, and the committee will probably think she needs to pay her dues." Hello there, Sarah," I said to the girl in the softest tone I could. "Is this your first time here?"
"Nope, I've ridden the trolley lots of times,"
she replied with an enthusiastic grin. I gave Gregory a bemused and horrifying grimace, to which he merely shrugged in response.
Hi, I'm sorry, but I still don't understand what the hell is going on here,"
Desiree interjected.
"I must have gone into the wrong station, but when I tried to go back, I just ended up back here. It doesn't make any sense."
"The only way out of here is on the trolley," I explained to her patiently. "Passengers only come in through the hallways, not out. The trolley never comes until there are enough people to fill the bench, which varies each time. Never miss the trolley. If the trolley leaves and you're not on it, the lights go out and you're stranded here in pitch black. Then you'll start hearing things. Whispers at first, but they get louder. They talk about you, but never to you, not even when they're standing right in front of you. First, they'll talk about how horrible you are and all the horrible things you've done, all your worst sins and secrets. Then they start talking about all the horrible things they'll do to you as a punishment once they finally find you. It's such a bizarre and unreal form of torment that you're sure you must be in hell. Then the lights come back on, and..." The older woman broke out into anguished wails, and I couldn't bring myself to finish. I hope I didn't need to finish.
"Okay, so you people are messing with me, right? This is some kind of a hidden camera show or something?"
Desiree asked in disbelief. "They're in the tunnels too, but at least then you can escape for as long as you can see the light," Gregory added, not bothering trying to debunk her skepticism.
"And don't think you can get out of riding the trolley by throwing yourself in front of it either. Trying to take the easy way out will only make it harder on yourself,"
Sarah warned with an insidious smirk. Before Desiree could ask her to clarify what she meant, we heard the god-awful screeching of the trolley as it pulled itself along its rusty cables and saw its cyclopean, incandescent headlight in the gloom of the tunnel.
"It's here! The trolley's here! The trolley's here! Trolley's here!"
Sarah screamed, excitedly bouncing up and down on the bench. The sparks flew off both the overhead cables and the tracks as the trolley screeched itself to a stop in front of us, its flaking crimson paint hardly distinguishable from the rust underneath. The number 5 was just barely legible on its side. The doors slid open, and the woman at the end of the bench immediately raced through them, and the giggling young girl skipped along after her. With a heavy sigh, Gregory rose from the bench and trudged along after them, I patted him on the back as I followed, standing in the doorway as I waited for Desiree.
I understand why you're skeptical, and why you wouldn't necessarily want to board a death trap of a trolley with two strange men, an obviously disturbed woman, and a possibly psychotic little girl, but the trolley really is the only way out of here, I implored her. If you stay, you're gonna find out the hard way why none of us would never risk missing it again. She seemed to deliberate for a moment between the risks of being alone at the station or being trapped on the trolley with us, grudgingly settling on the latter. She hopped onto the trolley, and the instant I stepped out of the doors, they snapped shut. The blood-red interior was in slightly better condition than the exterior. The space above the windows plastered with ads for things I'd never heard of, like Code Nightmare Regent Red Energy Drink, Satin Stag Cigarettes, and Stygian's Classic Pizzeria. Buckle up, and be sure you're able to hold on to something, I advised Desiree, as I sat across the aisle from Gregory. The older woman had curled up into a fetal position at the back, and Sarah had claimed the front seat for herself. Wait, what's going to happen? Desiree asked, the obvious alarm in her cracking voice. Before I could answer, the trolley speaker system crackled to life. Good evening, passengers, and thank you once again for choosing Gedanken Express, turning philosophical thought experiments into real-life atrocities for far too long, a soothingly smooth male voice announced in an old-fashioned cadence, exhaling like he was smoking a cigarette. I'll be your conductor for this evening, and for anyone who hasn't boarded their trolley yet, this is the last call. That's right, newbie on Platform 3. I'm talking to you. You're sure you don't want to get on? No? That's fine. That just means a previous trolley dodger gets your ticket for next time. I'm sure they'll be thrilled. With a loud pneumatic hiss, the trolley began slowly chugging down the track and into the tunnel. For anyone riding Gedanken Express for the first time today, or any of our regulars in need of a refresher, there are 10 trolleys on the tracks, each with a varying number of passengers, the conductor explained. Every one of our passengers has had both their Kantian and utilitarian moral value quantified by the infallible experts on our award-winning ethics community. And if you take issue with your ranking, tough cookies. You're not an award-winning ethicist, now are you? Naturally, I can see we do have an ethicist on tonight's roster. That's part of what makes this so fun. While half the trolleys are controls filled with random people, the other half are filled with passengers deliberately chosen to confound the system. And tonight, for example, I can see that trolley number 9 is filled with genetically identical clones of Adolf Hitler, but none of whom have had actual history of violence or extremism. And don't ask me where we got them. That ain't my department. At multiple junctures along your journey, I will be required to choose which trolley must be sacrificed to ensure the survival of the others, until there's only one trolley left. I can base my decision on each trolley's net moral value, neither Kantian or utilitarian, or average moral value, or which individual is most or least deserving of surviving, or maybe none of the above. But I will tell you this, when in doubt, I pull the lever, since that's usually the correct answer to a trolley problem. Now, please keep in mind, now while this isn't a social experiment per se, any attempt by passengers to sway the odds in their favor or take out the competition will result in me making ad hoc deductions to their moral scores, decreasing their overall chance of survival. I realize these experiments can be stressful, but keep in mind that you're doing it for science, or philosophy rather, which is just as important as science, I'm pretty sure. And try to be good sports about it, and remember that even if you don't make it, there's always next time.
Wait, how is there a next time? He's gonna kill us, isn't he?
Desiree demanded. Then he brings us back. Don't ask us how, Gregory explained. We just stumble back onto the trolley platform like it never happened, just so that we can do it all over again.
Over and over and over again,
Sarah cheered, bouncing in her seat as the woman in the back sobbed to herself. We emerged from the tunnel out of the side of an impossibly stone wall, out across a vast wilderness of sharp rocks and ragged gullies far below. We were held aloft solely by a pair of steel cables, strung up by wobbly wooden poles, racing along several other trolleys either side of us.
What the hell?
Desiree asked, as she peered out across the unfamiliar landscape, no doubt at a loss as to where we were or how we had gotten here.
Isn't it so cool? It's like we're flying, except that the cable snaps, we'll fall to an instant fiery death,
Sarah exclaimed.
Hey, can anyone see Hitler clones? I want to see the Hitler clones.
I find it best not to look at the other trolleys, I replied, though I was speaking more to Desiree than to Sarah. Same, Gregory nodded. Sorry, passengers, but it looks like we've already run into our first trolley problem, the conductor informed us. Seems like there's not enough power for all of us. That's funny, since it's more of an engineering problem than a moral one. Well, I'm just gonna have to ditch the heaviest trolley. Moral worth of its occupants be damned. Trolley number 7. You're out. And before anyone there goes fat-shaming anyone, it has nothing to do with the passengers. Even completely empty. 7's just a big old clunker. Nothing but bad luck. Such a tragedy. We heard the distinctive sound of a mechanical lever being pulled, and trolley number 7 plummeted down to the sinister land below, smashing open upon the murderous rocks. Don't worry, folks. Even if they didn't all die on impact, the local wildlife will make quick work of them, the conductor assured us. And now that they can't hear us, I'll admit that I did pick the trolley with the most fat people to maximize the amount of food the scavengers would get. On a related note, if anyone here familiar with trolley problems is wondering, you can't actually stop a runaway trolley by pushing a fat person in front of it. Believe me, we've tried. Anyway, now that we have plenty of power, we can afford to speed things up a bit. Everyone hold on tight now. We were all thrown back in our seats as the trolley suddenly shot forward, the cables weaving around rocky outcroppings and other obstacles almost like a roller coaster, a resemblance that only the ever-effervescent Sarah seemed to appreciate. Folks, if you'll be so kind as to look out on your right, you'll see Gdankin Express's pride and joy, our very own euthanasia coaster, the conductor bragged. A 500-meter drop, the tallest in the world, followed by 7 progressively smaller inversions, subjects passengers to a full minute of 10 Gs, which invariably proves fatal. It's the ride of a lifetime, if you'll pardon the pun. But there's one little problem. No one's riding it. Why, this is going to be terrible for the economy. I'm afraid one of you is going to have to go for a spin to drum up some business. since it's a euthanasia coaster, I suppose I should send the trolley with either the lowest quality of life or the shortest life expectancy to keep up appearances. But since it's the most humane death on offer tonight, maybe it should go to the trolley that deserves to suffer the least. Decisions. Oh, the euthanasia coaster is awesome. Everyone should get a chance to go on it, Sarah opined. I think that the trolley with the fewest people that have already ridden the coaster should be the one to ride it. Passengers, one of you just made a very thoughtful suggestion, and I think I like it, the conductor proclaimed with glee. No one on trolley number 4 has ever been on the euthanasia coaster before, and there's a first time for everything. Enjoy the ride while it lasts. Another lever was pulled, and trolley number 4 was diverted to the dazzling and monstrous roller coaster looming on the horizon. Oh, no need for the rest of you to feel left out, though. We've got plenty of chills, thrills, and kills left in store, the conductor promised. If you look straight ahead, you'll see that we're just about to run out of cable. That's okay, because you're all carrying enough momentum to make it across the gap to the tracks on the other side. The bad news is that there are 8 trolleys left, but only 7 tracks across the gap. One of you isn't gonna make it. Which one should it be now? I could just pick the trolley with the fewest passengers, but if I play that card now, it might just make it harder for choices down the line. Yeah, I can hear you shouting Hitler trolley number 3. What's it called when you base someone's moral worth solely on their genetic heritage? You know what? For your unabashed bigotry, I'm making an ad hoc deduction to your score. Trolley number 3 is off the rails. A lever was pulled, and almost immediately we ran out of cable and were sent arcing through the air. Despite what the conductor had said, there were in fact 8 sets of tracks, but number 3's had a large metal barrier erected in front of it that read, "Out of order." Trolley number 3 crashed right into the barrier in a fiery explosion, and that was the last the rest of us saw of it as we sped along down our respective tracks. They also could have just shared a set of rails with one of us, Gregory muttered. And that's not really in the spirit of trolley problems, Sarah chastised him. Though I knew the worst was yet to come, I couldn't help but feel a little bit relieved that we were on solid ground again. All of the remaining trolleys continued chugging along down the winding tracks, which took us into a foreboding-looking pine forest. Oh, don't look now, passengers, but I think we're being followed, the conductor informed us. Despite his warning, we all looked out the rear window and saw a single handcar barreling down the tracks, its 2-man team furiously working the pump to catch up with us. Bandits in a manually powered handcar. They'll overtake us for sure. We surely can't trust them to pick the most morally acceptable trolley to raid, so we'll have to let one fall behind so the rest of us can escape. Oh, I'm torn between picking the trolley with the best chance of defending itself and the one least likely to offer any resistance at all. It's just 2 bandits after all. If you don't want to fight back and give them everything they want, they might not hurt anybody. But maybe they'd rather not leave any witnesses, and standing your ground is the only way to just deal with scofflaws like these. What do you say, trolley number 8? Do you big strong gents think you can handle these ne'er-do-wells? Or would you rather I let some kiddies and old women beg for mercy, eh? What's that? No. Of course you can't try begging for mercy, you coward. Time to grow a pair, trolley number 8. With another pull of a lever, trolley number 8 began to slow down. Within seconds, the bandits had boarded it from the rear, and they were still close enough that we could clearly see each bandit rapidly empty their revolvers into the passengers before they ever had a chance to land a blow themselves. Well, you know what they say. God made all men, but Samuel Colt made all men equal. The conductor quipped in a tone that implied he thought he was being very profound. At least they didn't die for nothing. Those bandits will never catch us now. With them behind us, we can focus on what's ahead of us, like that railway crossing. Wow, that highway looks pretty busy. Shouldn't the crossing lights have come on by now? Everyone, just hold on a minute, please. I need to check something. Oh, well, isn't this just the worst of luck? The railway crossing lights are out. I don't think those motorists are going to see us coming in time. I'm going to have to send one of you ahead into oncoming traffic. One train wreck should be enough to bring traffic to a halt, and the rest of us can just breeze on by. So, who's it gonna be? This is insane. Does anyone ever make it to the end? Desiree asked, her gaze transfixed on the torrent of vehicles running perpendicular to us, a collision both imminent and unavoidable. There's no way to know. I run into at least one new passenger every few rides. Whether that means they're letting people go or just collecting us like bottle caps, I couldn't tell you. But I've never met anyone who claimed to have made it to the end and got put back on a trolley, so there's that small bit of hope. Oh, passengers, I'm gonna be upfront with you. On paper, this is a pretty straightforward trolley problem, and I should just send the trolley with either the fewest people or the lowest net moral value in the traffic. However, I'm getting a little tired of the actual ethicist in trolley number 10 thinking he's better than me and telling me what to do. Here's a lesson for you, number 10. Moralizing that the person holding your life in their hands is never the right choice. The conductor pulled another lever, and trolley number 10 shot ahead of the rest of us. The instant it made it to the highway, it was T-boned by a transport truck and plowed right off the tracks. The car behind the truck slammed on its brakes and caused a multi-vehicle pileup. The truck itself started careening sideways, slamming into several other vehicles before skidding to a halt. Its massive tank of oil exploded into a raging inferno upon impact. To either side of the tracks, there was nothing but wailing and bloodied bodies trying to claw their way out of flaming and mangled wreckage, but the tracks themselves were now safe for us to cross. Oh, so beautiful, so beautiful, Sarah gushed as she gleefully gawked out at the carnage as we rode by, the sanguine firelight reflecting in her wonder-struck eyes. I think that little accident killed more motorists than trolley passengers. I bet they're regretting not taking the trolley now, the conductor mocked them. Hopefully, the next time we put them back on a platform, they'll make better choices. Well, passengers, that's 5 trolley problems down. That means there are just 4 more to go. By making it this far, you've proven to be more morally valuable than average. You should be very proud and hopeful. Even if you don't make it out this time, the odds are in your favor that you'll make it sooner rather than late. Don't let him get your hopes up, Desiree. I've made it to the halfway point more often than not, and I've lost count of how many trolley rides I've been on. Passengers, I don't want to alarm you, but I've just received a message from the ethics committee, the conductor said in a hushed tone. It seems that bombs have been planted aboard each trolley by terrorists. Not real ideological or ethnocentric extremists, though. More like the kind you'd see in an 80s movie. Anyway, the only way for them to figure out how to disarm them is for me to intentionally set one of them off. Don't ask me how, though. I'm not an explosives expert, just an enthusiast. Oh, these trolley problems are getting tougher now, aren't they? I just said that you were all of the above-average moral value. None of you really seem to deserve to live or die more than anyone else here. In that case, I guess the only ethical choice is to pick a trolley at random, since killing some of you is better than letting you all die. However, the conductor pulled a lever, and trolley number 9 exploded, bouncing off the tracks slightly before capsizing altogether. And boom goes the dynamite. I just killed 5 Hitlers. I know. That's a little hypocritical because of what I said earlier. But come on. In what moral dilemma is killing 5 Hitlers the wrong choice? Besides, killed 5 Hitlers will look great on my CV. As long as I don't go into too many details. I'm gonna update that now, actually. Have any of you ever just tried breaking the door and jumping out? Desiree demanded, her head rapidly swiveling between all the windows in the hopes of getting some early warning of the next horror we would be facing. It's not that easy, unless the trolley problem requires us to go outside, Gregory explained. But even when you make it out and survive the jump, you never make it for long out there. It's not just the trolleys that are unnatural. It's this whole place. Even if you get off the tracks, there ain't no escape. And if you become a trolley dodger, they'll put you on the motorway or worse until there's a spare ticket for you. The only hope is making it to the end of the line. Desiree looked like she wanted to object, but didn't know what to say. The surreal horror of a situation was difficult to process, and I don't fault her one bit for not knowing how to react. If anything, she was doing better than I did my first ride. She turned back towards the front window, a bewildered and terrified expression overtaking her when she saw what was next for us. What is that? She demanded, pointing to the shark-finned, SS-emblazoned airship hovering in the distance. Yes, Nazi Zeppelin, Nazi Zeppelin, Nazi Zeppelin. We made it to the Nazi Zeppelin, Sarah cheered, bouncing in her seat again. Hey again, passengers. I'm genuinely sorry for this one. I know these trolley problems tend to get a little more absurd the longer they go on for, the conductor said in a tone that sounded, if not apologetic, then at least sorry that it was happening to him. I heard some ice clinking, and I presumed he was taking a drink of something alcoholic. Let me just try to read the nonsense the ethics committee gave me for this one. So, the SS command is not happy that I killed their Hitler clones, despite their refusal to participate in any Nazi atrocities, and now they've come to avenge their loss. Just goes to show that even making the most ethical choices can have negative consequences if they piss off unethical people. The Zeppelins go into blitzkrieg us as we drive under them, and because when all you have are trolleys, everything looks like a trolley problem, I'm supposed to elevate one of the tracks into a ramp to send one of you flying into it, destroying it Hindenburg style. So, yeah, apparently Heinrich Himmler is on that thing. The memo in front of me doesn't explicitly mention time travel, but I can only assume this is a time-traveling trolley problem. I'm not sure if I'm only supposed to consider the impact of destroying a trolley or all the ramifications throughout a timeline here, so
I'm legitimately pulling a lever at random this time. No matter what trolley I pick, Himmler goes up in flames. And a 1, and a 2, and a 5, and a 6. A lever was pulled. The track in front of trolley number 6 rose up on a 45-degree angle, and Tchaikovsky's 1812 Overture began playing over the speakers. The trolley went sailing through the air and collided straight with the Zeppelin, causing the hydrogen-filled balloon to ignite and engulf the entire airship in flames. The burning wreck rapidly descended to the ground, frantic screaming and angry German expletives still audible over the roaring fire and classical music, and they were just able to make it to the other side before it crashed. "Oh, the humanity!" the conductor lamented theatrically. "All right, despite my reservations about the setup, that was admittedly pretty amazing. It was a good enough spectacle to sacrifice a random trolley for, at any rate. Rot in pieces, Heinrich. Rot in pieces."
Wow, 4 explosions, 2 of them pretty big ones, and we get to see the Nazi Zeppelin. Oh, this is such a good trolley ride. This is such a good trolley ride.
Sarah gushed.
"What the hell is the matter with that kid?"
Desiree whispered to me. "Never seen her before," I whispered back. "But there are worse coping strategies than that, I suppose." "All right, passengers, listen closely now. This penultimate trolley problem gets a little complicated," the conductor announced. 3 other trolleys on a set of tracks perpendicular to us left their station at precisely 3:43 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Each is transporting live human organs for medical transplantation and is thus traveling at maximum speed and will not slow down for any reason. The slowest trolley is moving at 73% the speed of the fastest trolley, which is moving at 112% the speed of the middle trolley. The fastest trolley is carrying the organs with the shortest shelf life, and the slowest trolley the longest. However, the shelf life of the organs does not necessarily correlate with their moral or economic value or that of their intended recipients. We also need to factor in the carbon footprint of each trolley and the potential labor rights violations of the railroad.
"Bear!"
Desiree screamed. I looked out the front window and saw an enormous Kodiak bear charging down the tracks, growling furiously at us. As we whizzed past, it took a swipe at trolley number 1, knocking it clean off the tracks. The bear immediately pounced upon it and clawed it open like a tin can, savagely mauling its occupants as they screamed and struggled to escape. Huh. That wasn't a trolley problem, passengers. That was just a random bear attack, the conductor informed us. I guess that no matter how much you try to control for every variable, some things are just outside of anyone's ability to predict or control for. Also, them bears are mighty strong when they're hungry, ain't they? In any event, the loss of trolley number 1 renders that whole trolley problem moot. So I guess that means it's time to pick a winner. Survivor. We rounded a bend, and in the distance ahead of us, we could see a tunnel built into the side of a mountain, its entrance obstructed by some fallen boulders. "There it is, passengers, the way out," the conductor told us. "Unfortunately, there's been an avalanche. The first trolley to hit it should be enough to clear the tracks, but it will surely be derailed in the process. Seems cruel that you should both make it within sight of the exit, but only one gets to go through it. Trolley number 2 is ahead of trolley number 5, but I can change that with the pull of a lever. And you all know my policy on pulling levers. Haven't made it this far since my first ride. The bastard likes to get the newbies' hopes, that's for sure," Gregory said. If I don't see you again, Desiree, remember to never miss a trolley, I stressed to her. I know that dying over and over again is hell, but what waits for you on those platforms isn't any better. She looked at me with horrified, tear-filled eyes, and we all just waited for the sound of the lever being pulled that would signal our end. But it never came. Trolley number 2 stayed in the lead and crashed into the boulders, clearing them from the tracks before toppling off itself. We rode right by it, disappearing into the blackness of the tunnel before us.
What?
The woman at the back of the bus croaked. The first thing I'd ever heard her say.
Then we have a winner, the conductor proclaimed,
though I thought we were all still more incredulous than relieved at making it to the end.
I know I said that I always pull the lever, but today the head of the ethics committee wanted to ride to the end. Remember, passengers, the true answer to any trolley problem you may face is whatever the boss says it is.
Desiree understandably looked at me and Gregory with suspicion, but we both knew that neither of us could have been the one behind the trolley system. And technically, I suppose it could have been Desiree, or even the woman in the back. But Gregory and I didn't even entertain that thought for an instant. We both looked straight ahead to the person sitting in the front seat, the only person the conductor had ever listened to, the only person we had ever seen enjoy the trolley ride, and the only one of us who didn't seem surprised by what was happening now. Before we could decide how to react to this revelation, the trolley emerged from the tunnel at what looked like a train station in the real world.
"We're out,"
Gregory murmured, a tear rolling down his cheek.
We're actually out."
"That's right, passengers, and thank you for riding the Gedanken Express," the conductor said, as the trolley slowed to a stop. "You made a real contribution to the field of moral philosophy, and you should be very proud. While your phone plans may have lapsed, all your devices should be fully charged and capable of making emergency calls. Any changes to the timeline you may notice are most likely the result of me killing Heinrich Himmler. Let's hope that was worth it. Please, exit the trolley in an ordinary fashion and have a pleasant evening. We hope you'll ride with us again someday." With that foreboding farewell, the trolley came to a full stop and the door slid open. The woman in the back immediately bolted through them, screaming and weeping as she ran across the platform. Gregory was next, followed by Desiree, neither wanting to miss their chance at escape. I was last, but as soon as I had one foot on the platform and one hand on the door, I paused. I looked at the front of the trolley, where Sarah was still sitting, still smiling. I felt rage boiling up inside of me, and as much as I wanted to get away as far away from her as possible, some part of me demanded justice for everything I and every other passenger had been through.
"Why?"
I demanded, the word coming out as a barely intelligible guttural growl. It didn't matter to me then if she was a little girl, or had taken the form of a little girl. I wanted to smash her skull against the window until there was nothing recognizably human left.
"I like it when people die,"
she replied, in the same innocent tone of voice she'd had the entire trolley ride.
"My senses are much better than yours, so I experience the fear and pain of every death in every trolley in magnificent detail. And not just the trolleys. I have other playsets beside this one, but I don't like killing people, because then I can't play with them anymore. So I bring them back, good as new, and I get to watch them die all over again. I know it hurts you, but it makes me far happier, so everything's right in the end. I'm what philosophers call a utility monster, and that is my professional conclusion as the head of the ethics committee. And I'm still nice to people, Sometimes, my favorites get promoted from playthings to playmates and get to live forever with me, but the rest I usually let go when they get too worn out from tying so much. It wouldn't be right to keep them after they stop making me happy. Catch and release, you could say. I've watched you die enough now, so you're free to go. Honest. Thank you for making me so happy.
Well, aren't you a darling? I hissed under my breath, seething as my desperate need for freedom and safety clashed with my apoplectic desire for revenge. And then she laughed. And she just started laughing as if I had inadvertently made some hilarious joke or pun. And it was the sound of that laughter that finally made me run. It invoked some kind of primordial fear in me, and I knew there was no sense in attacking her. Her small form was brimming with otherworldly and unholy powers, and there was nothing I could do to oppose her. So I ran. I ran out of that trolley and back into the world I belong in, never to set foot in a train station again for as long as I live. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was the bright glare of an overhead lamp. After a few seconds of dull confusion, panic set in when I realized I couldn't possibly be in my own bed. I tried to jolt upwards, but found that my body was completely paralyzed. I couldn't speak or scream or even voluntarily control my own breathing. The only things I could move were my eyes. As they adjusted to the bright light above me, I was just able to make out enough detail to realize that I was in an operating theater of some kind. Had I been in an accident? I strained my simultaneously drowsy, yet adrenaline-shocked brain to remember how I could have ended up here. I was just barely able to recall a slim young man with slicked-back black hair and blue eyes. I had been on a trip and ran into him at the hotel bar. During our conversation, he mentioned that he distilled his own whiskey with homegrown corn. It sounded intriguing, and he told me that he had a small bottle of it back in his hotel room. He said that I was free to try a glass, and if it pleased me, he could arrange for me to purchase some. He had been charming and affable, and with his slight frame, I didn't deem him much of a threat to me personally, so I followed him back to his room. Then, I felt a syringe being plunged into my back, and everything went dark before I could do so much as utter a whimper in protest. Someone repositioned the swivel light so that it wasn't pointed directly at me, and I could see that the operating theater was ancient, likely dating back to the turn of the 20th century. Instead of the sterile white that would be expected in any modern medical facility, everything here was browned and yellowed and stained with time. There was wood where there should have been ceramic tiles, and cast iron where there should have been stainless steel. It was decrepit, but not quite derelict. Someone had kept this place functional, and given my present circumstances, their motives couldn't possibly be innocent. The tiered rows of seats that encircled me were all dimly lit, but I could tell there were figures sitting in them. I could discern no details, so they were all merely humanoid silhouettes to me. They moved only slightly, and I thought that here and there I could catch the light reflecting in their eyes. But they were a deathly quiet lot. There was no whispering, no coughing, and I couldn't even be sure they were breathing. The squeaking wheels and the bellows of a respirator began to creep towards me, and from the periphery of my vision, I witnessed a brain in a bubbling jar slide up beside me. It was mounted on some kind of antique pedestal, with a gramophone horn, Tesla coil, and all manner of steampunk-looking contraptions built into it. The oddest thing about it was that there was a bowler hat placed on top of the jar. At least, that was the oddest thing.
until it spoke. Welcome, scholars and students of forbidden gnosis and the damned sciences. Avenue Ophion Orbis Ouroboros. A voice boomed from the gramophone horn, as the brain bobbed and flickered in a strange blue light with every syllable. Ave Ophion Orbis Ouroboros. The audience murmured in unison. Aw, thank you all for coming. For those that don't know me, I am High Admin Professor Whitaker C. Crowley of the Heroic Chapter House, preternaturalist, parapsychologist, cryptoanatomist, alchemical consultant, and, when the occasion calls for it, enthusiastic vivisectionist. For your education and entertainment tonight, I will be demonstrating the neuroethereal functions of the human brain with this fully paralyzed, yet fully conscious test subject. Though he cannot move an inch to save his life, he can see, hear, and most especially, feel everything that happens here tonight. Whether or not he'll survive, or be in any mental state to remember any of this when it's over, is uncertain at best. Of course, due to my physical limitations, I will not be performing this vivisection alone. Assisting me tonight will be Master Adderman, James, and Mary Darling. The audience began murmuring amongst themselves, the names evidently meaning more to them than they did to me. I heard footsteps crossing the wooden floor, and when they stopped, I saw the young man from earlier standing beside my bed. He wore a blood-stained leather apron over a dark Howie lab coat, his cloth mask drawing focus to his gleaming and gleeful blue eyes. By his side stood a young woman so much like him that she could only be his sister. She had the same pitch-black hair, worn in bunches, and the same striking blue eyes that glittered with a manic psychosis. She was dressed in a red and white nurse's uniform from a bygone era that I couldn't quite place, and was likely just intending to look old-fashioned without actually belonging to any actual time period. Please, there's no need for concern," Crowley said, trying to assuage the misgivings his audience apparently had with the visiting surgeons. "It's the Darlings we have to thank for bringing us this test subject in the first place. I'd like to remind you all that the Darling twins are fellow members of the Ophion occult order, and you are all to treat them with the respect that they're due. I'm aware that they don't technically possess any formal medical training, but their extensive self-taught knowledge of human anatomy should prove quite useful. I've always found that the difference between a butcher and a back-alley surgeon was one of entrepreneurship," James added. "That's exactly the sort of amoral heterodoxy I like to see in my colleagues," Crowley heartily agreed. "I do, however, feel the need to point out that your personal protective equipment is simultaneously inadequate and, given the circumstances, not strictly necessary. It's mainly for show. I like to get into the part," James said, holding up a pair of hands clad in old leather gloves that were surely far more unsanitary than any bare hands could be. "And so do I, just not as much as I like to drink and smoke," Mary said, and I saw her raise a martini glass to her unmasked face and take a sip. "Oh, that reminds me, Professor Crowley, I'd like to apologize for you having the misfortune of witnessing me during one of my rare lapses in sobriety at our last encounter. I want to assure you that that dreadful experience was enough to knock me back off that horrible wagon, and I'm proud to say that I have not been sober since." That's good information to have, I suppose. To be blunt, your cannibalistic tendencies are a far greater concern to me than your proclivity for inebriation. I trust you'll refrain from entering your Wendigo psychosis when the situation calls for it. "Wendigo psychosis? We're not Wendigos," Mary corrected him. "Wendigos are cursed, with her insatiable hunger as punishment for resorting to survival cannibalism, which seemed a little judgmental if you ask me. The spirit cursing you couldn't be bothered to intervene when you were starving, but once you solve your own problem, it suddenly gets off its high horse just to condemn you for it? Regardless, James and I are not Wendigos. We are Randian, Nietzschean, Ubermenschen. We recognize our intrinsic superiority and reject morality as a means for the weak to oppress the strong. We do as we damn well please, and we find living off the flesh of our victims incredibly pleasing. If no one can stop us, then why should we stop? Also, Wendigos have antlers.
No, they don't, Crowley objected.
White Wendigos do. I'm pretty sure those accounts take precedence,
Mary said. Right. Well,
random racism and self-serving philosophical butchery aside, I was referring to your propensity to strip down and wallow in your victim's viscera as you gorge yourself on their raw flesh,
Crowley clarified.
Whatever it is you like to call that. I call it a good time,
Mary said, raising her glass in a toast before taking another sip. You will refrain from resorting to any such debauchery tonight, Crowley insisted. Tonight, you're here to work. Is that understood?
Work? Me? Absolutely out of the question. James promised me I'd never have to work a day in my life. Isn't that right, James darling?
Technically, I forbid you from working, but you being you, took that as a very loving gesture, James corrected her.
If you say so, James darling. It's a moot point regardless. I don't know what's more ridiculous, that a pretty girl like me would ever need to work or that a drunk like me could ever hold a job.
I think you're being a bit hard on yourself, Mary darling. You've always managed to be a spectacular homemaker in spite of, perhaps even because of, your drunkenness, James complimented her.
Now don't go getting all woman's lib on me, James darling. If being a homemaker was a job, then the invisible hand of the free market would give it a salary. As rational, Randian Ubermenschen, we do not question the existence or wisdom of invisible hands.
Well, you've got me there, Mary darling, James conceded.
But if you're not here to work, then why? I mean, if you don't mind my asking,
why come at all? Crowley demanded.
We couldn't find a sitter, and we thought this would make a very nice family outing,
Mary replied. What? It was then that I saw James smile with his eyes in the worst way possible. Sarah's here, he explained, waving up at the tiered seats. Hello, Sarah darling.
Hello, Daddy darling. Hello, Mommy darling.
The cheery voice of a preteen girl called out from somewhere outside my field of vision. I heard the audience react in dismay at the revelation of her presence, which was very confusing, as I couldn't fathom how a young girl's presence could have gone unnoticed in such a setting, or why it would be a cause of such trepidation.
You brought your forsaken child into my operating theater?
Crowley demanded, a violent outrage somehow surging through his mechanical voice.
Forsaken? How dare you? We may not be helicopter parents who oversee our daughter's every waking moment, but we gave her everything she needed to grow into the truly magnificent abomination she's become,
Mary said. It's true we don't often take her out for hunting with us, as she often prefers much more elaborate means of tormenting her prey than we do, but this isn't a hunt, James added. This sort of thing is much more her style, and we thought it would be a genuinely educational experience for her.
Educating bright young minds full of potential and advancing intellectual progress is always a valid reason for vivisecting a low-utility plotter like this, the girl asserted. You see how conscientious she is, always thinking about the ethics of things,
Mary doted.
I honestly have no idea where she gets it from, but if she says it's morally obligatory for superior beings like us to do as we please in order to maximize our overall happiness, I'm not going to argue with her.
Is everything all right, Crowley? You're looking more wrinkly and pickled than usual, James said, with a menacing grin that stretched out his mask. Our darling daughter is welcomed here, isn't she?
I promise I won't be any trouble, Mr. Crowley,
the girl said sweetly.
I'll be as quiet as a church mouse, who's terrified of what the priest will do to him if he tells his secret."
The brain pivoted in his jar, turning back and forth between the Darling twins and their unseen child in the audience, as if he could somehow see despite his lack of eyes. "Ah, yes, of course she's welcome here. My apologies. I'm just not accustomed to having children around. But of course, your daughter is the exception." Crowley muttered a forced and flustered apology. "She's more than exceptional, Crowley. She's a darling," James boasted proudly. "When you're as perfect as we are, inbreeding only makes the bloodline stronger." "I'll defer to your considerable expertise on the matter of incest. However, I feel like we've kept our spectators waiting long enough. Whenever you're ready, we can begin the procedure."
"Of course, Ducky. You might have to bear with me a bit, though. Usually, when James and I play doctor, I'm the patient, not the nurse. I get drugged up, stripped down, and felt up. Always a good time." "That's not how Daddy and I play doctor," Sarah chirped out. "Oh, Sarah darling, that's because Daddy loves you and knows that if I ever saw you as a sexual threat, I'd kill you,"
Mary replied, casually taking another sip from her martini. For a moment, there was dead silence. Not a single person daring to risk interceding in this bizarre and disgusting threat between mother and child.
"You mean you'd try to kill me?"
Sarah said at last, her tone flat and cold, the juvenile joy and innocence I'd heard before now utterly absent. I may have spotted a transitory glint of fear in Mary's eyes before she burst out laughing.
"Atta girl, Sarah darling. Sometimes I forget how much we're alike." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Mommy's just a jealous old drunk. So long as you don't get any older, you can be Mommy's little monster forever." "Don't worry, Mommy darling, I won't," the girl promised. "Puberty doesn't sound like it'd be any fun anyway. That's because you don't have a brother to play with, which I suppose I should get back to. James darling, what should I do first?"
"Well, Mary darling, even though you're not playing the patient today, I would never dare deprive you of your beloved drugs, and I think it would be best if I gave them to you now before I get too occupied with the surgery," James said.
"Good fellas?"
she asked hopefully. James nodded, and Mary eagerly outstretched her hand and allowed him to tap a few pills into her palm. She raised the pills to her mouth, but paused before swallowing.
"You're not just giving me these so that I'll be out of your way during the surgery, are you, James darling?"
she asked. "No, of course not just. I'm still going to have my way with you later," he promised.
"Okay, good. I was worried there for a second."
She sighed in relief before chasing down her pills with what was left of her martini.
"Everyone out there in the audience, a moment if I may. I may not be a real nurse, but I have a lot of first-hand experience with prescription drugs. As any reputable pharmaceutical representative will tell you, an addiction to prescription medication is a crucial component of a happy and fulfilling life. I can personally attest that amphetamines and benzos have justly earned their reputation as Mommy's little helpers. I take Adderall when I need the mood and energy for housework, exercise, and lovemaking, Valium to help me unwind through the shakes from waking me up through the night, and, of course, opioids whenever the booze isn't quite enough to keep me in my happy place. Oh, and don't pay any attention to the silly little warnings on the labels telling you not to mix it with alcohol. They pair together marvelously, and though I do think I ought to sit down before this hits me any harder. James darling, I'll just be over here if you need me."
"You just relax, Mary darling. I've got this." James nodded, as Mary stumbled off out of my sight, the sound of her collapsing into a wooden chair following soon after. James reached for an electric bone saw from the surgical table and held it up high to the light to examine it. Then, turning his head down to look at me, he addressed me directly for the first time. "Hey there, buddy. How are you feeling? Listen, don't feel bad about ending up on the slab here. Smarter people than you have fallen for my ploys, and I wasn't even lying about the whiskey. I realize it's customary to have some kind of painkiller during a procedure such as this, but as you just saw, the missus cleaned me out. Happy wife, happy life, right? You understand, don't you?" Besides, my little girl's up there and nothing makes her happier than human suffering. You wouldn't want to let her down, would you? The good news is that you've got plenty of paralytic pumping through your veins, and a complete lack of movement on your part is essential to reducing the risk of collateral damage. As much as this is going to hurt, you wouldn't want me to slip, would you?" The rotary blade began spinning, singing its distinctive humming whir. Placing his left hand on my chest and savoring the futility of my rapid pulse, James brought his saw down upon my forehead. I felt the ragged blade tear up my flesh and mutilate my nerve endings, every rotation of the blade feeling like a fresh cut. The only thing worse than the agony was the fear, the overwhelming compulsion to escape, to fight back, to do anything. All to no avail. I was completely helpless as I stared up with fully dilated pupils at my attacker, his mask unable to conceal the demented Joker smile underneath as he delighted in his mayhem. My blood splattered up into his face, but this seemed only to delight him more. I could smell my flesh and bones searing from the friction of the saw, and my skull shook rapidly against its restraints from the continuous vibration. Throughout the ordeal, I was only able to hear two things over the sound of the saw against my skull: Crowley's dry lecturing to his students, and Sarah's delighted laughter at her father's atrocity. When James had finally managed to cut through the entire circumference of my cranium, he turned the saw off and set it down on the tray beside him. "There we are, Crowley. Not one bit of gray matter nicked," he said proudly, as he slowly lifted off the top half of my skull to reveal my exposed brain. "Then he's still conscious. I guess he didn't lose as much blood as it looks."
"A successful craniectomy, and he was awake for every instant of it,"
Sarah exclaimed.
"I could hear him screaming in my head the whole time. I've never felt terror that was so urgent and helpless at the same time. Thank you so much for letting me come tonight, Daddy darling."
"You're welcome, Sarah darling. But we're not done yet, are we, Crowley?" "Not remotely, no.
Since the craniectomy went smoothly, it's time to move on to the next phase of the procedure," Crowley replied.
"James, please.
Insert the thalamic electrodes in accordance with the diagram provided. Everyone, please take note that these electrodes are comprised of 100% pure Sealy silver, so their thaumaturgical conductivity is quite high. As you should all be aware, the panpsychic force is the only direct link between the astral and physical planes, with consciousness being the only thing that exists across both realms. All preternatural phenomena are the result of focused and coherent panpsychic force on either physical or astral reality. Now that James has all the electrodes implanted, you can see on the readout here that this brain's thaumatological activity is nearly a flat line, which is good, as I don't care much for sharing my contraption here. Unfortunately, these electrodes work both ways. They can channel psionic waves into, as well as out of the brain. Please, watch the readout carefully as James initiates electrothalamic stimulation to the test subject. I hadn't felt James insert the electrodes into my brain, since the brain doesn't possess any pain receptors, but when I saw him flick a switch on whatever machine was behind me, I was suddenly aware of 13 cold, metallic needles piercing deep into my brain tissue. It wasn't pain, so much as they were announcing their presence and I understood what it meant. They had a quick, rhythmic pulse to them, but the pulse wasn't in the physical matter of my brain, but rather directly in my conscious mind. This was accompanied by a sensation I can only compare to static electricity accumulated inside of my head. As anticipated, the subject is reacting to the electrothalamic stimulation, Crowley announced. While a first-hand account of his experience would no doubt be illuminating, I'm highly skeptical he'd be cooperative if we reduced his paralytics. Nonetheless, we can still infer a great deal from what? Can the machine go any higher? Sarah asked. It can, Crowley replied hesitantly. But that's not relevant for tonight's experiment. As I was saying, if we direct our attention back to the graph, Daddy darling, turn the machine as high as it will go, Sarah requested. I want to see what it will do to him. Absolutely out of the question. That would jeopardize the entire... I wasn't asking you, I was asking Daddy. Sarah cut him off again. Turn the machine as high as it will go. Crowley spun around in his jar to face James, who once again had a smile that no surgical mask could ever hide. James, if you turn that dial so much as one notch higher, you will be in breach of our agreement and will have forfeited the second half of your payment. Mary darling, are you following this? He asked, turning towards where Mary collapsed some time ago. I heard her give an incoherent but affirmative-sounding response. Crowley says he's not going to pay up if I do as Sarah darling asks. Does this fall under my authority as a financial matter, or under yours as a family one? Well, I suppose I did nearly ruin our family outing with my unprovoked death threat, so we should probably do something nice to make it up to her, she replied, slurring her words. If you don't think the money's worth fretting over, go right ahead. I was never here for the money anyway, James shrugged. And what kind of monster would I be if I cared more about a little bit of money than my daughter's happiness? James, don't you dare! Before Crowley could even finish his sentence, James spun the dial as far as it would go. The static electricity I'd felt inside my head exploded into a thunderstorm, and I felt my bones break as I spasmed uncontrollably against my restraints. Bolts and waves of the strange sensation effortlessly escaped my body and began ravaging the environment around me. Some part of me that managed to remain lucid amongst the alien agony tried to direct these forces against my captors, but I found I was utterly unable to control it in any meaningful way. The audience had broken out into panicked screams as they desperately tried to flee the operating theater, except of course for Sarah, who I heard laughing and applauding gleefully. Crowley fired an electric arc from his Tesla coil at James as he wheeled himself towards the machine behind me, but Mary had evidently been roused from her drugged stupor and attacked him from behind, stabbing a butcher's knife through his bellows over and over until he lost all momentum and screeched to a stop. The bubbles in his jar all fell still, and he had seemingly lost the ability to speak through his horn as well, but the brain itself remained glowing and active, slamming itself against a glass in impotent rage. What do you think will give out first, Mary darling? The man or the machine? James asked. Acrid smoke from the overload machine is stinging my eyes as the violent spasms threatened to tear my body apart. Before Mary could answer, the machine sparked and sputtered out, its ungodly racket dying down to a raspy whimper as the psionic assault in my mind finally came to an end. Sarah cheered and applauded before running down to join her parents. She was still behind me and I couldn't see her, but I heard her throw herself into her father's arms. Thank you, Daddy darling. That was so much more fun than just keeping it on one. He's never felt pain like that before, and he still didn't die. It was marvelous. You're welcome, Sarah darling, James cooed. Though our subject's surprising resilience does present us with a bit of a dilemma, doesn't it? Mary darling, do you think we should finish him off? There's no fun in killing someone who can't put up a fight. He'll probably be pretty ornery once the paralytics wear off, but I don't really want to wait around for that, especially not with Crowley's associates likely on their way. Plus, that adrenaline surge I just got is already fading and the fentanyl is kicking right back in. We gotta head back home. What do you say, Sarah darling? Have you had enough fun for tonight? I have, and thank you for taking me with you, Mommy darling, she said sweetly. And I forgive you for threatening to kill me. I know it's only because you love Daddy so much. And thank you, Mr. Crowley. I'm sorry about the damage to your theater, but it made me very happy and I learned a lot, so it was worth it. In addition to the other half of my payment, you can keep the test subject as well, James offered. That should set us even, Crowley, don't you think? Crowley responded by angrily bashing himself into the glass of his jar. Well, that's a pity then. Let's head out, girls, before crotchety old Crowley gets the wind back in his bellows. Just a minute, Daddy darling, Sarah said, and I felt someone pulling out the electrodes from my brain and then setting my severed cranium back in place. Thank you too, mister. I really did enjoy watching you suffer like that. And because you made me so happy, I'm going to let you walk away from this. Looking up, I could see her bending down to kiss my forehead. She had a flawless porcelain face framed by long dark locks. A perfect, darling daughter that any parent would be proud of. Except for her eyes. From any casual viewing distance, they could pass for being very dark brown. But when she was face to face with me, I could tell that her irises were actually filled with some sort of animate black fluid, swirling like hurricanes of obsidian storm clouds. When she kissed me, every broken bone in my body snapped back into place and began slowly, excruciatingly knitting themselves back together. If I could have screamed, I would have cursed the demonic little girl out for her perverse sense of mercy. Pulling back, she gave me a smug smile, undoubtedly aware of how much pain she was causing me and exactly what I thought of her. You're going to want to get out of here as soon as you can before Crowley's cronies show up, she said, as she undid my restraints one by one. Feel better, mister? Singing happily, she turned around and skipped off with her parents, the sound of their footsteps slowly receding until eventually fading altogether, leaving me and Crowley both helpless prisoners in our own bodies as we lay impotent and defeated in the now silent and forsaken operating theater. It was with a casual and routine stride that James stepped into Sweeney's second-hand shop on the cloistered and clandestine street market known simply as The Bricks. With one hand, he carried a pair of body bags slung over his shoulder, and in the other, he held a carrying case filled with an assortment of human organs. James was no stranger to the red market, either in general or this one in particular, and he stood cool and collected in spite of the appalling amount of contraband he was laden with. Even the physical weight of the corpses didn't seem to bother him, despite the fact that he was hardly a large man. He was slim of build, and at best average in height, but that only made his unflappable countenance and display of strength all the more imposing. His slicked back black hair, cashmere Peabody coat, and shiny Italian shoes made it clear that he was no hired goon there to do the dirty work of someone more important. He was someone important who didn't mind getting their own hands dirty. Preferred it even. He turned his head slowly from side to side, his brilliant blue eyes darting left and right as he scanned the room for any potential threats. In his periphery, he caught the outline of a woman slipping down an aisle and then vanishing into shadow. He thought nothing of it, as Sweeney and his clientele knew him well. And even if they didn't, the bagged corpses on his back made it clear that he was someone to avoid. Daddy darling, is it all right if I go and look at the stuffed animals while you have your business meeting? His daughter Sarah asked sweetly. It's so rare these days to find stuffies made out of real animals, and I appreciate the artisanship that goes into desecrating a carcass into a caricature of life. Of course, Sarah darling. James beamed down at her, the warm smile finally breaking his cold demeanor. Just be sure to mind your fingers. Some of the wares in here aren't as dead as they may seem at first glance. I will, Daddy darling, Sarah sang, merrily skipping along to the display of taxidermied animals. James shifted the weight of the body bags on his back and began making his way down the hardy wooden shelves of pickled organs and body parts towards the front counter.
Standing behind a somewhat flimsy-looking set of brass bars was a hale and ruddy Irishman with sweat-backed auburn hair and a set of blue eyes as cold as James's. "Mr. Darling, always a pleasure," came the perfunctory greeting in his rustic Irish brogue. As always, he did his best to sound nonchalant, but James knew that the man was terrified that he would kill him for any reason whatsoever. "Mr. Sweeney, if this is a pleasure, then you need to get out more," James replied, unslinging the body bags onto the long counter with a hefty thud. "Two, then, is it?" he asked, eyeing the bags over with a detached analysis. "The 2 cleanest kills from our last hunt, saved just for you," James nodded. "It's amazing how precise Mary can be with her knives when she wants to be. She can kill a man with a single surgically precise strike, minimally invasive while putting him down before he can put up a fight. Not much fun, obviously, but she can be pragmatic when need be." A hell of a woman you've got there, James," Sweeney nodded, knowing full well what James did to people who spoke ill of his sister. He glanced up at a scale and some other analog gauges attached to the counter and began striking keys on a large mechanical calculator. "What's in the bag?" "Oh, the usual assortment of leftovers. 3 hearts, 3 ovaries, 6 eyes, 2 brains, a skull, a spinal column, 100 and some teeth, a virgin's womb, a whore's womb, a fetus, no points for guessing which womb it came from, and a penis whose sexual history is completely irrelevant because art occultists are rarely concerned with such double standards," James replied. "Though if I were to hazard a guess based on my impression of its original owner, nothing too impressive. Oh, and of course, the gratuity." He unzipped the bag and reached in. Amidst the clutter of eviscerated innards, James managed to pull out the bottle of his homebrew whiskey on the first try. "Mr. Darling, you really are too kind," Sweeney said with a wistful grin as he accepted the bottle, reminiscing about all the other bottles that James had given him over the years. "If you wanted, you could go legit and make a living just selling this stuff. But then what would I do with all the dismembered corpses cluttering up my home? Just hand them over to you free of charge? Are you saying you'd rather I give you free stock than free booze? That's an Irishman's bullshit if I ever heard it." "Aye, you've got me there, Mr. Darling. You've got me there," Sweeney confessed, still sounding oddly wistful. He briefly looked up over James's shoulder before looking back down at the whiskey. "Well, this may not sound any less Irish bullshit to you, but I'm going to keep this bottle, Mr. Darling, for old time's sake." James cocked an eyebrow at him in confusion before feeling a large, curved blade impale him from behind. He went stiff, the attack catching him off guard. He immediately thought back to his earlier scan of the shop, frantically reviewing it for anything he might have missed. The only thing he could think of was the woman he had dismissed as irrelevant. The woman he had dismissed as fleeing from him. The woman he had dismissed as prey. The woman he had seen vanish into the shadows. He looked down at his chest and saw that the blade sticking out of it was made from vitrified miasma, as black and shining as obsidian. He knew at once who his attacker must be. "And on tonight's show, we have a returning contestant," Petra said in a sing-song voice, confirming his suspicions. "Hello, James Darling, remember me? The corpse Emery stole from you, knifing you down in the chop shop you sold so many others to. There's a nice poetic irony to that, wouldn't you agree?" "I'm sorry, James. She tracked me down. She knew I bought bodies off of you. I didn't want to sell you out, but I can't stand against Emerus, James. I'm sorry," Sweeney shouted, watching in horror as the unnatural black bile oozed out of James's chest. He stumbled backwards into his fortified safe room and slammed the reinforced door shut behind him, just barely conjuring up the audacity to peep through the thick glass viewing port as his old friend and patron was being murdered. James was too focused on survival to actually be mad at Sweeney, or even Petra for that matter. No, revenge was a luxury afforded only to survivors, and right now, he needed to survive.
Still conscious, James darling? You're a stubborn son of a bitch, aren't you?
Petra asked.
But there's still not a whole lot even you can do about a miasmic blade running through your heart, now is there? Once you pass out, I'm gonna tear it right out of you and bring it to Emrys for safekeeping. He'll be making sure that you don't come back to life. Then all we have to do is wait for your psychotic, sadistic, vindictive, cannibalistic, knife-crazy, mass-murdering drunk of a sister to come try and get you back, and we'll help put a stop to both of you.
Despite the lack of circulation to reinvigorate his rapidly suffocating tissues and organs, James still managed to chuckle at her petty little scheme. Petra? He smiled, turning his head enough so that he could just see her in the corner of his eye. Do you really think that I have a heart? Petra flinched as she felt the thudding resume inside James's chest. It was rapid, but not panicked. It was angry. It beat in spite of the crystal blade running through it, and Petra could tell that its rhythm was meant to pulverize her sword and free James from her clutches. Since there was nothing she could do to prevent the destruction of her sword, she decided to hasten it. She spoke a spell of command, and the blade shattered into countless tiny shards, some of which succeeded into embedding themselves into James's flesh, including whatever cardiovascular organ he had in place of a mortal heart. Screaming out in agony, James dropped to his knees and clutched at his hemorrhaging chest, trying to hold on to as much black bile as he could. Petra reformed a new miasmic blade and raised it up to decapitate him in one fell swoop.
"Daddy!"
Sarah cried from across the shop. The sound of a child crying out in horror at the sight of a beloved parent being murdered in front of her was enough to make Petra falter.
"What?"
she murmured in disbelief, her eyes darting back and forth between the young girl and the murderous abomination she had just called Daddy. She stared her down with a look of cold and absolute hatred in her black eyes, and James just laughed, even as he was bleeding out. Sarah snatched an idol of a forgotten god, a card from a human femur off the nearest shelf, and threw it at Petra so hard it broke the sound barrier. Petra slipped into her shadow form just a fraction of a second before the idol struck her, letting it smash to pieces against the wall behind her as she retreated to a more defensible position. Sarah raced to her father's side and hurriedly placed a hand on his chest. At her touch, the black bile seemed to become reanimated and began slithering back inside of him, slowly but surely, going about the business of repairing the damage. "Oh, it's all right, Sarah darling, I'll be all right," he assured her, smiling and gently petting her head.
"The shards,"
Sarah wept with a shake of her head.
I can't get the shards out, Daddy. They burn the bile too much when they touch."
Petra sighed inwardly when she heard this. So long as James had those shards inside him, he'd be vulnerable to Emrys's power. She pondered if she was strong enough to kill him with the shards by herself, or if she'd have to leave him to Emrys. Sarah's head snapped away from her father, as if she had heard this thought, the grief on her face immediately transmuting into a blind, murderous rage. Her eyes raced across the room, jumping from one shadow to another, as she tried to locate her quarry.
"I know you're still here. I know what you are. Mommy darling killed you in our playroom. Why couldn't you have been a good role player like the others and sacrifice your worthless life for the sake of your betters? You could have been useful. Mommy and Daddy could have served you to me at breakfast and you would have made me so happy. Now look at what you've done. You've hurt Daddy darling. You could have killed him. You meant to kill him, and you've made me very, very unhappy. When you find out what I do to things that make me unhappy, you're going to wish Mommy darling had just made you into bacon." Every door, window, and shutter in the shop slammed shut on their own,
trapping Petra inside. Sweeney had evidently made the place ludicrously impregnable, and there wasn't a single crack that her shadow form could slip through. She tried not to stay in one place, only moving when neither James nor Sarah were looking in her direction. She knew that if either of them spotted a shadow moving in any way it shouldn't, even if it was just for a fraction of a second in the periphery of their vision, she would give herself away. The Darling twins' senses were incredibly sharp, sharper than what should have been physically possible. Part of the reason they drank as much as they did was to take the edge off. Sarah Darling, however, was not only more powerful than they were, but her senses remained completely undulled by any intoxicants. She was especially attuned to the physical and emotional suffering of others, and savored every iota of it. Even so, she couldn't feel the fear of a shadow, so all she could do was look for movement when there should be none. Petra knew that she couldn't stay ahead of her forever. Her best chance to escape was to attack, and if it had been only James, she wouldn't have hesitated to finish him off. But Sarah was still something completely unexpected to her, and she couldn't bring herself to kill something that at least looked like a young girl without a better understanding of what she actually was. "Petra, dearie, I don't believe Sarah Darling is in the mood for hide and seek at the moment," James called out in a cheery tone, his hands patiently clasped behind his back as he stood straight up, as if the blade through his chest already counted for nothing. "That's bad news for you, since it means she's not even going to try to draw it out. Once she finds you, she'll tear out that fancy new mechatronic heart you've got and bring it back to Mary Darling for safekeeping. She'll be making sure that you don't come back to life. And then all we have to do is wait for your ancient, treacherous, pompous, sanctimonious, deacetyl, egregore-eating, corpse-stealing, TV-stealing adoptive father figure to come for you, and we'll put a stop to both of you." He took a step forward, and Petra noticed he was now standing in the puddle of black bile that had coagulated on the floor beneath him. She remembered what Sarah had said about the miasma burning the bile, and the inklings of an escape plan began to form in her mind. Creeping as close to James as she dared without being seen, the instant their eyes were off of her, she returned to her physical form and shot multiple splinters of vitrified miasma into the puddle before vanishing back into shadow. James shouted out in surprise as the bile at his feet began to smolder and burn away at his shoes. Sarah bolted off in the direction the splinters had come from, but Petra had already skirted around behind her. She became flesh and blood once again to grab hold of a jar of formaldehyde and threw it towards the ground by James's feet as hard as she could. It shattered, its contents instantly catching fire and spreading rapidly as the force of the impact sent the fluid splattering across the floor. Transitioning between physical and shadow forms too quickly for James or Sarah to catch her, she grabbed as many jars as she could and continuously threw more fuel on the fire. Hey, stop that, you crazy bitch! You're gonna burn down my whole shop!" Sweeney shouted, pounding his fist on the door of his safe room. "Damn it, Sarah, he's right!" James shouted over the sound of the now roaring flames, jars on the shelves already exploding from the heat. "This place is going to burn down, and Shadow isn't flammable. If we don't leave now, she'll gladly watch us burn alive." Sarah considered the possibility of telekinetically manipulating the air to snuff out the fire, but with so much flammable material in the shop, such a vortex would probably only make things worse. Screaming in frustration, she instead simply blasted the front door off its hinges. Grabbing her father by the hand, they raced out of the burning building, but not before seeing a shadowy humanoid figure beat them to it. The moment they were back out onto the bricks, the shadow was gone, already vanished into the labyrinthine alleyways that surrounded them. Once they were a safe distance from the smoke and flames, Sarah came to an abrupt stop and glared out into the sea of countless shadows that lay before her. "She got away!" she growled through her teeth. Tiny fists clenched at her sides
as her black eyes swirled with preternatural fury. "When we get her back to the playroom, I'm going to make sure that she burns forever."
"Sarah, darling, I realize you're upset, but we mustn't speak that way. That is your mother's prey, and she will be the one who decides what we do with her," James playfully chided her. "Is that understood?"
"Yes, Daddy darling,"
Sarah sighed. She turned around, and as she gazed upon the now raging inferno ravenously devouring the building, the rage in her eyes finally yielded to her usual state of childlike delight.
"Such a beautiful thing to see a man's life, work, and livelihood brought to ruin in so short a time. Do you think Mr. Sweeney will starve now, Daddy darling? Do you think the fire will leave him a useless and penniless cripple? He deserves a slow and painful death for his dastardly complicity in Petra's plot."
"Oh, I don't know. I've had business partners who've done a lot worse than just stand by while I get shafted. I can hardly fault a man for having a self-preservation instinct. Considering how much it just cost him, I'm willing to call it even for now. Sarah, darling, I think it's time you retreat to higher ground before too many licky-loos come snooping around. We can still watch the fire for a bit, and when we get home, I'll play any game you want as a reward for being so brave and helping me today."
"I didn't just help you, Daddy darling. I saved you,"
Sarah reminded him with a slight roll of her eyes. Now, let's not blow things out of proportion," James laughed. "Petra caught me off guard and ran a sword through my chest, and that still wasn't enough to finish me off. Even if you hadn't been there, she still wouldn't have been anything that I couldn't have handled on my own." Though he said this with the utmost confidence, he could still feel the dull, receding, but still all too present burning of the miasmic shards. The shrapnel of Petra's shattered blade had buried itself deep inside his chest, and it was an injury that would not let him forget that he was far from indestructible. Hey everybody, Nightmares Nightly here. I got a quick note from the author. I probably should have been reading these the whole time at the end, but here's to the first. The title is Bleeding Black Heart. As stated above, the Darlings began as invincible sociopaths, but that grows tiresome quickly. Media Darlings gave them a god-tier enemy to help keep them in check, and this story knocks them down another peg. No matter what James says at the end, if Sarah hadn't been there, Petra would have killed him. I should have been reading these the whole time. I figured this one was pretty important because it shows that Sarah Darling is pretty damn powerful, and James would have died if Sarah wasn't there. And it just goes to show you, too, that the Darlings aren't invincible, no matter how powerful they may be. Alright, guys, I'll see you next time. And as always, thanks for listening, everybody.
"I'm sorry, Emrys. I know I shouldn't have tried to kill James Darling on my own, but fate afforded me an opportunity, and I took it,"
Petra said, as she genuflected before Emrys upon the grand balcony of his sanctum.
"I almost killed him, Emrys. I impaled him through the chest, and the shards of my crystallized miasma remained buried in his bile-infested heart. He was helpless then, if only for a moment. I had him dead to rights, Emrys. I did. But then this thing that looked like a little girl came out and called him her father and intervened."
They were alone on the sanctuary world of Dorshada, a rogue planet with no sun of its own, but close enough to the center of the galaxy that the dense stars bathed it in perpetual twilight. Its barren regolith was a Stygian blue, and shaped into tall and strange formations by its singing winds, swirling molten core, and a siege of shooting stars. Here Emrys had made his sanctum from the world's wine-dark stones, an immense Gothic cathedral that towered above the chaotic alien landscape. Emrys paid no mind to the surreal view offered to him now, his attention devoted solely to his disciple. As he pondered her words, He unwrapped the cloth that covered the eternal thorn prick on his finger, then held it up for her to see. When Petra nodded her consent, he gently touched it to her forehead, and a cascade of recent memories went flooding from her mind to his. He let his finger linger there for only a moment before drawing it back and rewrapping it. To Petra's relief, he was laughing. You really did almost kill him, he said proudly. That's incredible. I would have brought him back for you to ensure he never could have resurrected, and we could have used him to lure Mary. And Petra began to rant in frustration. Don't dwell on the victory that was denied you, Petra. Focus on the victory you achieved. You showed the darlings that they weren't untouchable. You made a demigod bleed. And those shards you were able to get into his heart will no doubt prove useful in achieving our ultimate goal. Be patient, Petra. Whether the Orpheon occult order surrenders willingly or we subdue them by force, I will soon be free of my chains, and the darlings will no longer have any hope of standing against us. You used your power, stealth, and cunning to great effect in your ambush of James, but this incident serves as a lesson to how decisive variables outside of your knowledge and control can be. No plan of attack ever survives first contact with the enemy, after all. When dealing with creatures like the darlings, we must always assume there are variables we haven't accounted for yet. We must be cautious. We must have contingencies in place. And most importantly, we must work together. If you ever get an opportunity like this again, don't take it. Assume it's a trap and run. I will, Petra said with a solemn nod. They'll be after me now, I know it. They're not going to let something like that slide. I won't risk another attack until your chains are broken. You're right, I need to be patient. We're getting stronger, and they're getting weaker. Our victory is only a matter of time. Don't get complacent now, Petra. Victory is never certain until it's achieved, and it would be imprudent to underestimate the darlings. They're obviously capable of more than we've yet to realize. He cocked his head slightly, as if trying to listen to something that was just barely on the periphery of his hearing. For instance, is that static I hear? He asked. Petra furrowed her brow in confusion, first at the question itself, and then at the distant sound of electrical static that he had brought to her attention. The retrovision! She screamed in realization, jumping to her feet and racing through the vaulted corridors to the reliquary where it was kept. Throwing open the lofty stone doors with a single shove, she was immediately caught in the monotone glow the infernal device was casting across the entire chamber. It was a loving recreation of a classic 1950s box set television, made of dark and polished wood panels, with a pair of shiny chrome knobs beneath the flickering convex screen. The screen sat atop its speaker almost as if it was on a pedestal, ensuring that it could be seen from anywhere in the room, and, in turn, see anything in the room as well. The screen showed nothing but snow, a mosaic of pixels switching from black to white and back again with no real pattern. But the human mind nonetheless insisted that there was some meaning to the madness. Petra jolted forward to turn it off, but Emrys seized her by the arms and held her back. Don't, it's a trap, he shouted. They can use that screen as a portal to their playroom. If you get too close, they'll grab you and pull you in. Petra was about to suggest destroying it remotely, but before she could utter a sound, a butcher's knife came flying through the screen aimed directly at her heart. Emrys pulled her out of its path and behind a bookshelf for cover. Bitch! Mary Darling's strained voice screeched from the retrovision speaker, the electrical static replaced by a Big Brother-esque close-up of her face. She wore an odd expression, as if in addition to both being very drunk and high on amphetamines, she was enraged and grief-stricken to the point of a psychotic breakdown over the attempt on her brother's life. You filthy, rotting, necrotic little bitch! How dare you? How dare you try to take my brother away from me?
I'm going to flay you alive, dunk you in our fermenting cesspit, hog-tie you with rusted barbed wire, and watch my pigs have their way with you until your pelvis is gelatin."
Several more knives came flying through the retrovision, each striking the bookshelf with so much force they sent several tomes tumbling down to the floor. Petra flinched in horror at the sound of her knives penetrating into the wood. The traumatic memory of how Mary had once killed her with a barrage of knives threatening to overtake her resolve. "Mary, darling, as touching as your concern is, there really is no need to get hysterical." James's muted voice came from somewhere off-screen. "I'm perfectly fine, and I had the situation well in hand."
"Horse shit!"
Petra screamed. James's blithe dismissal of his near-death experience snapping her back to the present moment.
"If that inbred hellspawn of yours hadn't shown up 3 seconds later, you'd be in 2 separate pieces right now." "Don't talk that way about our precious little girl,"
Mary screamed. She took several deep breaths before taking a swig of whiskey, followed by a sob that morphed into a deranged laugh.
"I'm sorry, James, darling. I've gone and ruined the bit now, haven't I?" "Emrys, just bring the roof down and crush that thing,"
Petra whispered. "They're trying to bait us. They want us to act rashly," he whispered back. "Let them get impatient and come through. Better we fight in our sanctum than risk getting pulled into theirs."
"Oh, but Emrys, dear, we don't need you to come through to us,"
Mary said, her tone subtly more composed and chipper.
"As our former contestants, you both get the home version of our game show."
At her cue, the retrovision began playing the upbeat yet distorted instrumental music that Emrys and Petra both immediately recognized as a theme song to the darling snuff game show, Fun and Fatalities.
No,
Petra whimpered, retreating even further behind the bookcase and grasping at her hair as she struggled to fight back her memories of that night. "Darlings, that's enough," Emrys ordered. He defiantly stepped out from behind the bookcase and stood directly in front of the retrovision. He expected to have to deflect a flurry of knives or some other assault, but instead, a holographic projection of Mary resolved itself in front of him. She was wearing the same red and sequined dress and heels she had worn the night she murdered Petra, undoubtedly to further mess with her head. What was even more concerning, however, was that the hologram was blocking Emrys's view of the retrovision.
"Why, hello there, Ducky. How delightful to finally see you again,"
she said in a jubilant yet strained tone, fighting back both her rage and intoxication.
"What's it been now? A couple of years? We tried ringing you up on the retrovision before, but you were always so good at deflecting our signal. And with those shards Petra left in James's heart are a double-edged sword, if you'll pardon the pun. He was able to use them to hone right in on you. Like the Randian hero he is, my James can turn any setback into an advantage. And, of course, it's hilariously typical for a pathetic little untermensch like Petra to try her hardest and succeed at only furthering the cause of her betters."
"My miasma lodged inside one of your hearts seems like it serves my cause more than yours, darlings," he said smugly. "What do you two possibly hope to accomplish with this little stunt? I've beaten you twice before, once in your own playroom, and now I'm even more powerful and have my dedicated disciple by my side."
"You mean the girl cowering behind the bookshelf because she's scared of what's on the TV?"
Mary asked mockingly.
"Petra, Ducky, I'm sorry for what I said earlier. I'm not going to do any of those horrible things to you, because I'm going to eat you, and I don't think you'd be very palatable if I threw you into my cesspit. You've been marinating in Emrys's miasma for 2 years, and it would be a shame to spoil such an exotic flavor."
"Step through that retrovision and say that if you're so confident," Emrys dared her.
"Believe me, I'd love to, but James Darling does need to take it easy at home for a bit while he recuperates, and my place is by his side. But not to worry. With the new home edition of Fun and Fatalities, it'll be like we're right there with you."
With the assistance of some dramatic reveal music from the retrovision, Mary stepped aside and revealed a circular game board sitting on the floor. The light from the television screen honed in on it like a spotlight. There was a glowing, mist-filled hemisphere in the center of the board, randomly alternating between multiple colors. There was a small yet ornate brass pointer arrow orbiting around it at a constant speed of 1 RPM, passing over numbered black and bronze segments.
Each player picks their color by touching the glass when it comes up," Mary explained. "You have to tap the glass every time you see your color, and when someone misses, the arrow stops and you have to do whatever challenge it lands on. Jane's made it for Sarah, and she absolutely adores it. Of course, she never loses. I imagine her playmates don't love it as much as she does."
"You expect us to play this?" Emrys asked incredulously.
"Oh, right, silly me. I forgot to mention the game is also on a timer," Mary replied with a sinister smirk. "If there's not a winner by the time the clock runs out, then everyone loses."
With an irritated groan, Emrys finally took a moment to inspect the device that the Darlings had intruded into his sanctum. "Aside from the fact it's powered by your black bile, it's a fairly standard mechatronic thaumaturgical apparatus," he said nonchalantly. "You don't scare me, darlings. Let the clock run out. I don't care. We're not going to play your demented little game."
"It's not standard, Ducky. My brother made this. He's a genius with this sort of thing."
"He's nothing without the black bile, and neither are you," Emrys sneered. Screaming in rage, the hologram of Mary pulled out a knife and threw it, with the real knife coming out of the retrovision an instant later. Emrys caught it effortlessly, and then tossed it to the floor in disdain. "Oh, this is pathetic," he muttered, brazenly turning his back to the screen. "Come on, Petra. We're leaving." He made it only 9 steps before a harsh, mechanical buzzer stopped him in his tracks. He slowly turned around and saw that the arrow on the game board had stopped and was pointing directly at him.
"What? Time's up already?"
Mary asked with a wide, sadistic grin.
"I guess that means you both lose."
The glass on the game board shattered violently, and a pillar of black bile erupted upwards like a geyser of living oil, screeching horrendously as it reached out for the ceiling. "Petra, run!" Emrys shouted. They both dashed for the doors, only for them to slam shut just before they could cross the threshold. Worse, the hologram of Mary imposed itself between them and any attempt at escape.
"Sorry, only one way out now,"
she said, pointing back towards the retrovision.
"This would be so much more fun if you would just play along. Maybe I should have let Sarah do this. She's much better at me than coercing uncooperative prey." "I am not your prey,"
Petra screamed through gritted teeth. She summoned a pair of miasmic blades before vanishing into her shadow form. She tried to pass through the door, but the Darling's influence over the room appeared to have extended to that as well. She spun around to face the geyser and saw that the black bile formed a quivering, polyp-like mass in the center of the room. It screamed with 1,000 different tortured voices, the cries of the Darling's former victims that had helped to sustain it. Its tentacles began to slowly grow, dripping bile onto the floor as they stretched outwards. The fluid was vile and viscous, and it began to smolder the instant it made contact with anything solid, sending a festering stench wafting in every direction. Petra sent her blade spinning through the air with the intent of hacking the polyp to pieces, only for them to evaporate on contact, while barely causing any damage themselves. She then attempted to use her power over alchemical humors to bend the black bile to her will, but it was far too strong and strange for that. After only a few seconds of effort, she was the first to relent and fall backwards from the exertion.
"And consider this payback for eating our beloved pet Vagathos, Emrys,"
Mary said coldly, as she glared down at Petra in contempt. "Is that your plan?" "By your own admission, your brother is still recuperating from a few slivers of my miasma, and you think the scion of Moros can eat me whole?"
"Not you, Ducky, but I should be able to handle Petra with only a slight bit of indigestion."
Mary grinned, never having taken her eyes off the weakened and petrified Petra.
"One pet for another."
Emrys froze, his bravado now gone as he fully comprehended what it was the Darlings meant to do. He stretched out his hand, and through the retrovision, he tugged at the miasmic shards in James's heart. They heard him scream, and the hologram of Mary vanished as she raced to his side,
giving them a moment of privacy to discuss their next move.
She's only keeping the doors shut. I could break them down if I really wanted, he said softly as he knelt down beside her. We can just walk away.
And leave the sanctum and everything in it to them?
Petra asked.
You know what they'll do with that kind of power. We can't surrender this place. Let it eat me.
Absolutely not, Emrys objected, raising to his full height so that he could knock down the door.
This is my fault. I'm the reason they were able to track us here.
I'm the one who took the damn retrovision in the first place, Emrys countered.
I'm not helping. I'm only making things worse. You can't lose this place just to save me. I'm not worth it.
I can break my chains without the resources I've stockpiled here. I can't break them without you, Emrys said somberly. He anxiously glanced backwards at the ever-growing pile of bile that was still inching its way towards them. But you're right. We can't leave it to the darlings either. I'm going to bring the whole sanctum down on itself. It will crush the scion, the retrovision, and everything else.
Emrys,
Petra pleaded softly. Petra, it's fine. The instant there's a crack in the wall, we turn into our shadow forms and get as far away from here as quickly as we can. Do you understand? He asked. With a reluctant and guilt-laden nod, Petra agreed.
I'm back,
Petra shouted, her face once again appearing on the retrovision screen.
That dastardly little maneuver just cost you your one way out. If you had just come through the screen, maybe you could have had a shot at beating us. The adrenaline and Adderall are helping me hold myself together more than usual, but trust me, I really am drunk right now. But now the portal's closed, it was just you and the scion. As much as I wanted to eat you myself, Petra, and the bile is so much of what I am, that I think letting the scion have you instead will be almost as satisfying. The thought of watching it is the only thing keeping me from passing out. Next time, keep your pets on the leash if you don't want them put down, Emrys.
Oh, she's no more my pet than she is your prey, darlings, Emrys replied, as he positioned himself between her and the scion. The bile recoiled slightly at his encroachment, but pressed onwards regardless.
Oh, are you going to fight it now? Excellent,
Mary declared, as she applauded gleefully.
You'll humiliate yourself and get to watch Petra be eaten alive.
With a hateful glare towards the retrovision, Emrys began waving his hands over one another as he wove his miasma into a three-dimensional spell circle, chanting deep incantations as he did so.
Charging up a big Kamehameha attack, are we?
Mary taunted.
It's not going to be big enough, you know. The scion will still be standing, and you'll be too weak to do anything else.
Emrys ignored her and continued weaving his spell sphere. Interlocking rings of braided miasma spun at varying speeds and angles around a single, concentric point as the scion continued to grow upwards and outwards. It towered over them now, and Emrys's little ball of black mist didn't look like it could pose any more of a mild irritation to the eldritch beast, but that, of course, depended on where he aimed it. The tentacles were dangling over them now, eager to get at Petra, but still not quite emboldened enough to provoke Emrys. Better to let him waste his one shot, and then not have to worry about him at all.
Come on, Emrys, blow your load, and then collapse into the pathetic heap of bones you are.
Mary egged him on.
Is it enough, Emrys?
Petra whispered, staring up in terror at the slithering branches of oozing fetid bile. It'll have to be. We are out of time, he answered. Without any fanfare, he fired the spell sphere down at a sharp angle, sending it effortlessly pummeling down into the lower levels.
Oh my God, you missed! All that build-up and you actually missed?
Mary cackled. She laughed so hard, she didn't immediately hear the growing rumbling coming from below. The whole sanctum began to shake as if from a great earthquake, wave after wave cascading through the walls, each stronger than the last.
until finally a support column gave way and crashed down upon the scion. Great hunks of the wine-dark stone fell upon it from above, and as soon as the front wall began to crumble, Emrys and Petra shifted into their shadow forms and left it to their fate. Their shadows flickered erratically as the shaking walls caved in around them. Though they moved with superhuman speed, it still felt like they were just barely keeping inches ahead of the destruction. Leaping over rubble and slipping through crevices, they didn't stop when they broke free from the outer walls. They kept running as far and as fast as they could as the sanctum collapsed into thunderous explosion, throwing up a vast mushroom cloud of dust and debris in its death throes. They made for higher ground in their bid to escape the cloud, and as the dust began to settle, they saw a great crater where the sanctum had once been. The retrovision, the scion, and everything else inside had been crushed together into near unimaginable densities until they sank through the very ground that held them, and were now on their way down into the planet's molten core. Dropping to her knees, Petra stared out in dismay at the desolation that had once been her home.
"It's gone, all of it. Everything you built over the past 3 years, gone,"
she lamented, as a lone tear rolled down her cheek. "Better gone than lost to the darlings," Emrys reminded her, reassuringly putting his hand on her shoulder. "Better to lose it than you." He really wasn't upset with her, and that just made her feel worse. He had just destroyed his own sanctum to save her life, which wouldn't have been necessary if she had either successfully killed James or had never been foolish enough to attack him in the first place. And at that moment, she honestly didn't share his certainty that the sacrifice was worth it. The sanctum can be rebuilt, and much of what was in it replaced. I can't replace you, Petra. Come, there's no sense in lingering here. We'll fall back to Mathermeisters for now, take some time to recuperate, and then decide what to do next.
"Okay,"
Petra said softly, as she rose to her feet and turned her back to the crater.
Thank you. You didn't have to save me, either tonight or the night we met."
"Thank you. I didn't have to let you die the night we met either," he answered her with some regret. "I couldn't watch you die again."
"Are you satisfied, Grand Adderman?"
Envy Noir asked meekly, trying and failing to keep the gnawing trepidation out of her voice. They were at the Adderwood megalith, a sacred ring of stones set in a hollowed glade of a primeval forest the rest of the world had forgotten. Though the ancient and towering stones were now moss-covered and weather-worn, their power had only grown with the ages. They had been arranged in a hexagonal pattern, and each possessed a hexagonal orifice near its top. And for the sake of the evening ceremony, each of these orifices was presently occupied by a blood-red philosopher's stone. At the center of the megalith was a hexagonal platform that had been covered in the sigil sand imported from the Pendragon Hill. There was an altar at each point of the platform, and each of these held a philosopher's stone as well. A complex spell circle had been meticulously drawn within the sigil sand, dug deep enough so that it could not be easily broken by an errant footstep or gust of wind. Though a number of prominent members of the Ophion occult order had been assembled within the megalith to bear witness to the ritual, only 4 of them were permitted within the spell circle itself: Ivy Noir, Envy Noir, Eric Thorne, and, of course, the Grand Adderman himself. His long crimson cloak dragged behind him as he slowly slithered around the circle, carefully inspecting it for any mistake or sign of betrayal. He regularly glanced between it and a scroll of parchment to confirm it was correct. At one point, he theatrically reached out as if to correct a perceived error, only to withdraw his hand after reconsidering. "It's perfect," he decreed blithely, the lack of condemnation in his voice being the closest he was capable of praise. Eric and Ivy both sighed in relief, and Envy nearly fainted into her sister's arms. "That's putting it lightly," Arch-Adamant Fenwick remarked. "This is a pretty impressive, grand working you've managed to come up with, Envy. Makes my head hurt just looking at it." "We never would have been able to pull this off if it wasn't for you, Envy," Ivy praised her. "Once you're bound by the circle, Grand Adamant, Emrys will instantly become aware that this trap has been sprung," Eric said. "He'll most likely appear immediately. It's vital that you do not reveal the Asphodel Incarnate until he's standing within the sigil ring opposite you. And that no one here does anything to tip Emrys off that this is a trap," Ivy added, shooting the Darling twins a cold glare. Her confidence was broken, however, by the cheerful gaze of that they called their daughter, an abomination she hadn't known existed an hour ago. "Don't worry, Miss Noir," Sarah Darling said in her sweet sing-song voice. "I know Mommy Darling can act rashly sometimes, but I want revenge on Emrys too now because of what his vassal did to Daddy Darling, and Mommy Darling knows better than to do anything that might make me unhappy. Isn't that right, Mommy Darling?" "Absolutely, Sarah Darling. Your happiness is just the most important thing in the world to me," Mary Darling cooed, placing her hands on her shoulders and kissing her affectionately on the head. "You see, she's a happy drunk right now. Nothing to worry about," James Darling assured everyone. "A hell of a lot better than her being sober, eh, Envy?" Envy recoiled at the barb, retreating into the arms of her sister and grabbing at her neck as she was reminded of the feeling of Mary's knife against her throat. "To be frank, James, it's not your sister we're worried about," Eric shot back. "Your encounter with Petra has left you compromised, and it's something Emrys could take advantage of. It could complicate things, and I'm not sure you should even be here at all."
"The Darlings have a right to be here, considering they've suffered at the hands of Emrys more than any of us," the Grand Adamant countered. "They've also gone to greater lengths and incurred more risk to take down Emrys than anyone here, including the three of you. I will not deny them the satisfaction of witnessing the vanquishing of their greatest enemy firsthand."
"As you wish, Grand Adamant," Ivy acquiesced, bowing slightly as she shot Eric a look that told him to let it go. "Once you introduce the Asphodel into the sand, the spell will be altered enough to free you and bind Emrys in your place. Once he's bound within the circle, Eric will bind him in Blue Moon silver chains for good measure, and then you'll be free to banish his avatar from the mortal plane. We will all be at your service should you need anything." "Ah, Grand Adamant, before we commence, I feel I must again reiterate my objection to this plan."
Crowley's voice boomed over his gramophone horn.
"It is bad enough that we are conducting this ritual here and luring Emrys to our headquarters, but if this does not go precisely as planned, you could very well be killed. Surely there's a more disposable Adamant who would make an adequate offering."
With a single gust of wind, the Grand Adamant slid over to Crowley, clutching the glass of his vat with his long, darkened fingers. "Such as?" he asked mockingly, as the disembodied brain trembled in his bubbling filters.
"You know, I'd volunteer, Grand Adamant, if I even for a moment thought you'd consider me adequate for anything,"
Fenwick quipped. "This whole thing is Seneca's fault, no? Should he not then take the risk of being the sacrifice?" Rawbritter asked in response. "I cannot help but note that Seneca is not even here this evening, no doubt because he feared you may have planned to double-cross him." "It matters not," the Grand Adamant said, as he withdrew back into the spell circle. "Regardless of the risk, I am both the most tempting offering for Emrys and the only one with the power to banish him. Furthermore, I am now thoroughly out of patience. Emrys leaves this plane tonight. Upon this very hour. Noirs, Thorn, take your positions." "Yes, Grand Adamant," they said simultaneously, as they each took one of the three corners of a triangle overlaid upon the spell circle. "Mr. Mandrake, you're on crowd control duty.
Make sure no one but Emrys gets into the spell circle before the ritual is complete. No one. Ivy shouted to the trench-coated automaton who was leaning up against the stone nearest to the darlings. Do I not look vigilant? He asked with a listless shrug. Are you the same kind of quantum clockwork robot they use at Pascal's? Sarah Darling asked sweetly. Now what was a nice young girl like yourself doing at a filthy den like Pascal's? The mandrake asked. The same thing I'd do at secret occult banishing rituals. Anything I want, she said with a smile that came across as vaguely threatening. Silence, please. We require total silence, Fenwick commanded as he hustled about the megalith in an attempt to usher the attending occultist. Sarah, sweetie, I realize you're not actually a preteen girl, so I apologize if this comes across as patronizing. But I am obliged to offer you a lollipop to keep you quiet during the ritual. Sarah's eyes lit up as he held out a selection of gourmet lollipops for her to choose from. Thank you, Mr. Humberton, she said, as she eagerly took a cherry pomegranate lollipop. If Professor Crowley had had your manners, I might not have caused quite as much trouble during his lecture. Nonsense, Sarah darling. You're never any trouble, James assured her. That's it. No more talking. Complete silence from here on out. It's time to begin the ritual, Fenwick announced, turning to face the spell circle and giving them a thumbs up. Thank you, Fenwick, Envy said, gently clearing her throat before beginning the incantation. Av thaumaturgica serpentis, av ophion orbis ouroboros. Darkness falls as moon doth rise, upon hallowed earth under sacred skies, by serpents charge and ravens cry, from ground below and treetops high, where forgotten empires met their demise, where ancestral bones and ruins lie, unseen by unworthy mortal eyes, where tread only the blessed and wise, where immortals lay down to die. Magic great and magic old, spirits bright and spirits bold, secrets vast and secrets untold, riches gleaming and riches gold. By Ophion I thus command, bind this soul unto the sands. His power drained, his flesh constrained, within these sigils here contained. By gods above and gods below, by hallowed light and sacred shadow, by my blood and by my right, grant me here this boon tonight. Hear me, world serpent, underworld tree. Heed my spellcraft, so mote it be. She repeated the incantation, this time with Eric and Ivy joining in. As they chanted, the 12 Philosopher's Stones began to glow, and the spell circle itself slowly became illuminated with a crimson light coming from within the sigil sand. When the incantation was completed for a second time, the Philosopher's Stone upon the Grand Adamant's crown lit up as well, becoming the 13th node in completing the circuit. The light of the spell circle exploded into an infernal spectral fire, rapidly pulsating in time with an unseen heartbeat, and the screaming Grand Adamant fell to his knees as his powers were sucked out of him and into the sigil sand. The light blazed for nearly half a minute before dying down to a quiet simmer. The instant it was safe, Eric leapt across and bound the Grand Adamant up in silver chains from behind, while Ivy ripped the asphodel incarnate from its hiding place inside his robes. Thorn, Noir, what the hell are you doing? Crowley demanded, along with several other attending Addermen. Just making it look convincing. We don't want Emrys to get suspicious now, do we? Ivy replied, a widening grin making it obvious that she was lying. Traitors, turncoats, conspirators, and usurpers, stop them! Raw Britter led the charge, but the instant they reached the outer boundary of the spell circle, the spectral flames flared up and deflected them backwards. Well, how about that? Some sort of protective wards then, isn't it? We'll never get through those in time. Tragic. No, Mary screamed, pushing her daughter aside and making straight for the circle. Though it was entirely possible that she could have overpowered the protective wards and made her way through, she never got the chance. She was blindsided by the mandrake, who knocked her to the ground and pinned her down, stomping on her chest hard enough to restrict her breathing. James and Sarah advanced towards him, and in a fraction of a second, he drew out a pair of spellwork pistols. "Don't you fucking move," he ordered. "These beauties are made from 100% seal silver and fire silver-tipped beryllium bronze-jacketed bullets with a solid thunderbolt iron core and multiple layers of engraved wards. They'll boil the black bile inside of you so quickly you'll explode." While the threat may have been somewhat hyperbolic, it was enough for James to place his hands on his daughter's shoulders and gently hold her back. "Get off of my mommy!" Sarah screamed. "Or what? You'll eat me?" "I'd like to see you try. Everyone else, back the hell away, do you hear me? Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but you all brought wands to a gunfight. No one but Emrys is getting into this circle tonight. Capiche?"
Speak of the devil," Emrys said in a low tone, as he appeared without fanfare or explanation on the far edge of the megalith. Several of the lower-ranking Addermen fled at his mere presence, and Crowley backed up his cabinet so quickly that a wheel got caught on a sunken patch of soil and sent the whole contraption toppling over. Sarah pulled against her father's grasp, but he held her firmly in place. The burning shards in his chest reminded him that neither he nor his kin were any match for Emrys in a one-on-one fight.
"Where is she? Where's Petra? Where's your vassal?"
Sarah screamed.
"I'm going to kill her for what she did to my daddy."
Emrys hesitated for a moment, his expression as grim and dark as the stones around him. I had to collapse my sanctum to destroy the scion you infested it with," he replied solemnly. Petra wasn't able to get out quickly enough." Nearly simultaneously, all three darlings broke out into rancorous laughter. "Quiet, quiet, quiet, all of you!" the mandrake ordered with a threatening gesture of his guns.
"Emrys, I'm sorry for your loss, but I've summoned you here to negotiate the terms of our surrender,"
Ivy announced as loudly and clearly as she could.
"My name is Ivy Noir, head of the Heroic chapter, and with the aid of my sister Envy and her husband Eric Thorne, I have bound our Grand Adderman within the spell circle. I offer him to you as a sacrifice, one great enough to break your chains and free your avatar from the bonds our order has placed upon you. By accepting him as a sacrifice, you agreed to absolve myself and all other members of our order who accept this surrender as legitimate of any transgressions against you. The darlings are yours to do with as you please."
"Screw you!" Mary screamed, pushing up against the mandrake as hard as she could, only to gasp in pain as he brought his foot down on her even harder.
"No, please stop,"
Sarah pleaded, angry tears pooling in her eyes.
"Emrys, don't do it. It's a trap. You'll be the one bound in that circle if you step inside. Really."
"I said quiet, kid," the mandrake ordered, waving his gun at her.
"Emrys, I'm not trying to trick you. The Grand Adderman is a tyrant who nearly killed my sister. We want him gone as much as you do."
Unmoved by the drama unfolding around him, Emrys glanced dispassionately up at the spell circle, then to the darlings, and then to the brain in a vat lying on the ground. What do you say, Crowley? Should I take a chance and accept Noir's surrender, or just let this opportunity slip through my fingers and leave you all to deal with a very irate Grand Adderman when he comes to?" Emrys asked.
I'll be more than happy to answer that question as soon as someone puts me the right way up," Crowley shouted in response.
"No can do, Crowley. Can't have you running off in the middle of all this now, can we?" Fenric said.
Emrys, hello there. Arch-Adamant Fenwick Humberton at your service. I know you've got no real reason to trust me over Ivy or Sarah, but I also know that Envy put a lot of work into getting the spell circle just right, and it would be a shame, a crying shame, to let it all go to waste. Emrys studied the spell circle before him for a moment, then glanced down at the Ouroboros link chains about his wrist, before gently nodding in agreement. It would indeed be a shame for all of this to have been for nothing, Emrys said. He stepped across the boundary, briefly transitioning to his shadow form as he passed over the protective wards. The spectral flames merely flickered as he traversed them, and then again a heartbeat afterwards, as though something unseen had snuck across as well. He stepped into a ring of sigils opposite the Grand Adderman, glowering down at him in cold contempt. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but then cried out in pain instead as he fell to his knees, the spectral flames shifting in color from red to bluish green. What's happening? Ivy demanded, looking first to Envy and then to Eric, both of whom were equally as confused and horrified. A well-practiced maniacal cackle emanated from the Grand Adderman's hooded face as 13 orbs of crystallized ichor, glowing with the same color and rhythm as the flames and each holding a sigil-marked pupa, slowly rose from the sand surrounding him. The mandrake spun around to shoot him, but the instant his guns were off of James, he closed the distance between them. Grabbing him by the back of the neck, he lifted him off of his sister and slammed him against the protective ward of the spell circle. The flames flared up at the attempted intrusion, sending the mandrake into spasms of agony as James firmly held him in place. You were right, Fenny. These wards are truly a marvel of applied thaumaturgy, and here I was worried I'd have to give this clanker a quick death to put him out of commission, James said. Not only that, James darling, but now we have a front row seat to Emrys's demise. Mary grinned as she crept up beside him and wrapped herself around his free arm. I told you it was a trap, Emrys, Sarah taunted him, taking a triumphant lick of her lollipop as she watched the mandrake writhe with delight. I just didn't say who said it. Did you really think I did not perceive your treachery, Noir? The Grand Adderman asked as he rose to his feet and effortlessly sloughed off the chains they had wrapped him in. Ivy, Envy, and Eric all tried to flee, of course, but the protective wards kept them in as much as they kept everyone else out. I knew I'd never be able to use the asphodel to counteract Emrys's corruption of the sand, which is why when I had moved it here, I took the liberty of implanting it within these orbs as a substitute. I am greatly indebted to you, darlings, for providing me with such rare and mighty relics, and your role in my triumph tonight will not go unrewarded. These traitors will be yours to deal with, however you so desire. This was enough to make Envy crumple into a ball and weep like a child, and Ivy and Eric didn't keep their composure much better. Envy, Eric, I'm so sorry. Please, this was my idea. Just take me, let them go. Ivy wept. Not a chance, Ivy, not a chance, Mary taunted. You're going to wish I had just slit Envy's throat. Now I'm going to cut her up slowly, right in front of you, eating her alive and feeding her to my pigs until her body gives out. I haven't given much thought to your hubby yet, truth be told, but I'm sure we'll be able to come up with something equally as excruciating. Whatever it is, just know it will only be a taste of what we're saving for you. Daddy darling, don't break the robot. I want it for my doll collection, Sarah interjected. Well, I have to break him a little, Sarah darling, so that he doesn't get away, but I promise we'll have lots of fun putting him back together as a proper plaything, James assured her. Your Eminence, I'm a tad concerned that my earlier remark about your death being a tragedy may have come across as sarcastic, Fenwick piped up. But I was actually in such a severe state of shock and disbelief, a dissociative fugue practically. I pretty much just emotionally flatlined and lost the ability to express myself properly. But now that you've so expertly and unexpectedly snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, I am profoundly overcome with.
Be silent, the Grand Adderman snapped at him. I'll deal with you later. He turned his attention to the defeated and humiliated Emrys kneeling before him with his head hung so low, it was as if he was weighted down by some unseen, invisible chains. He could not resist the urge to gloat before banishing him back into the belly of the world serpent Ophion. 3 years now. 3 years exactly you plotted against us, robbed us, attacked us, sowed dissension amongst my subordinates, and even devoured some of our greatest egregores in a foolish scheme to increase your own power. And it has all come to naught. You even consumed an egregore of sanguine humors, whose powers would be very useful in counteracting these Icarus orbs, if only you were able to use them now. With a great effort, Emrys managed to raise his head and look straight up at the semi-corporeal ghoul looming over him in triumph. To the Grand Adderman's bemusement, he was smiling.
But Grimaldus, I didn't eat that one,
he said through hoarse laughter. In an instant, a disembodied yet still functioning human heart erupted from the sand. Its flesh turned black and miasma flowed through its veins. The shadows that had been wafting around Emrys suddenly shot straight ahead and coalesced around it, resuming the form of its original owner.
Petra!
Mary screamed as she recklessly charged the protective wards. The Grand Adderman swiped at Petra with a clawed hand, but she effortlessly evaded him. With a single theatrical flourish, she used her command over sanguine humors to liquefy the ichor of the orbs and draw it into herself, claiming its power as her own and unleashing the scarab peoples in the process. As she channeled all of that power into the sigil sand, its pounding rhythm doubled to match her twin hearts, one of unliving clockwork and one of undead shadow. The spectral flames turned to an otherworldly hue of violet as they both sent Mary and the Mandrake flying backwards. Most importantly, as the flow of energy in the spell circle shifted, Emrys was unbound. That's how you kept us from putrefying the sand? By infecting it with your vassal's undead heart? The Grand Adderman cried as he stumbled backwards towards the protective wards. He was baffled as to how Emrys ever could have accomplished such a thing, until he started to recall the details of Crowley's plan to purify the sand in the first place. Crowley, what in heaven's name have you done?
In my defense, since the miasma tainting the sand had come from her old heart was the best vessel we could find to contain it,
Crowley replied.
If you want to blame someone, blame Rob Ritter. He's the one who actually acquired the cursed thing.
I am thinking the flaw in our procedures may actually be systemic, yes, Rob Ritter retorted. As they bickered, the Grand Adderman slammed into the protective wards again and again in his attempt to escape, and each time he bounced off of them like they were solid steel.
Oh, there's nowhere to run, Grimaldus, Emrys said, as he confidently strode towards him. The spell circle can't be broken without a sacrifice. You really did do a remarkable job, Envy. You should be very proud.
But neither of us are bound now. Either of us could be the sacrifice.
You're absolutely right. One of us has to lose, and I don't plan to be the one.
Miasma poured out of his every orifice, including his very follicles and pores, forming a mass of writhing, shadowy tendrils that reared upwards and plunged down into the hooded form of the Grand Adderman. He resisted with all his strength as Emrys siphoned out his power, making him fight for every ounce of it. He struggled and spasmed as he fought to free himself, but the miasma hoisted him up into the air to prevent him from gaining any purchase. He telekinetically summoned his scepter to him, but Emrys caught it instead and impaled him upon its broken shards.
The Grand Adamant wailed and tried to calm down Ophion itself to save him in his hour of need, only for Emrys to throw him up against the protective wards of the spell circle. The flames flared up higher and brighter than they ever had before, preventing anyone outside from seeing what was going on, and with the pitiful screams of the Grand Adamant made it quite clear what the outcome was going to be. Without a word, James picked up Sarah and threw her over his shoulder while taking Mary by the hand, leading them both away from the megalith while they had the chance. Mary gladly referred to her brother's decision of a tactical retreat, but Sarah screamed and kicked and protested all the while, vowing vengeance against everyone who had betrayed her and her family this night. "Dreadful child. Not that the parents are any better, mind you," Fenwick remarked as he unwrapped one of the lollipops for himself, eager to see the ritual come to an end. Slowly, the flames died down to a dull ember, and as they receded, they revealed Emrys standing triumphant over the smoldering and empty cloak of the Grand Adamant crumbled upon the ground beneath him. The Ouroboros link chains that had limited the power of his physical avatar now lay shattered about him, their fragments scattered about the circle as if they had been cast off by some great and terrible force. And Petra was near to him, on her knees and gasping for breath, her hand upon her chest as she felt her old heart beating alongside her mechanical one. They beat opposite of each other, with the two pulses never overlapping or falling out of sync. The pounding in her ears was like the sound of drums. Emrys stepped towards her, the 13 scarabs now freed from their orbs scurrying into the sigil sand at his approach. Ivy continued to look on with helpless horror, squatting protectively over her sister, and thinking that Emrys would surely suck Petra as dry as a Grand Adamant now that she had served her purpose. Instead, he gently bent down and kissed her affectionately upon the forehead. "Well done, Petra," he said softly, with an appreciative smile and pat on the shoulder. Petra half sobbed and half laughed in relief, tears of joy flowing down her cheeks. The hardest thing she would ever have to do was over. She'd done it. They'd won. "Miss Noir," Emrys called out as he confidently strode across the sand towards her. "If you're up for it, I believe that you and I have a formal treaty that we need to work out." "Well, girls, which car should we take on our little road trip? Dad's Chevy Nomad would be practical, but the Chevy Nova's got a bit more flair to her. Of course, if it's flair we're going for, I don't think anything we have can compete with a classic Cadillac," James Darling said as he surveyed his automotive fleet with a sense of satisfied pride. The Darlings had acquired many vehicles over their long and nefarious career, more often than not stolen from their victims and repurposed into future instruments of entrapment and torment. James had kept their favorites running flawlessly over the years, modifying them as necessary with his own mechatronic inventions when conventional parts simply wouldn't do. "That's a bit of a leading question, isn't it, James Darling? You know the Corvette is my favorite," Mary Darling replied. "It's the quintessential American sports car. Nothing else we have drives like it. That was the first car you actually bought, and you bought it for me. I still remember the first victim I ran down with it." "Ah, but you only like getting blood on the outside of the Corvette," James countered, as he shoved their bound and gagged victim onto the concrete floor. She was too exhausted to offer any resistance, and her hollow eyes just stared off into the distance, her mind barely registering what was happening anymore. "You're extremely meticulous about keeping the inside immaculate, remember, Mary Darling." "True enough, James Darling, but it's not as if I don't have experience in keeping blood from corpses and victims from seeping into the upholstery," Mary argued, prodding the girl with her foot to test whether she was the latter or the former. "Plus, a sports car is a flashier status symbol than a caddy. Suppose we ran into Veronica in that silly little purple Porsche she has. Wouldn't it make sense to be in something that can both outshine and outrun her?" "But Mommy Darling, this is a family road trip, and the Corvette is not a family car," Sarah Darling sang sweetly as she stepped over their victim like she was a piece of luggage, excitedly casting her black eyes over the selection of vehicles on offer. Besides, something about a sports car just screams new money. No, we need something with more seating and a softer spoken elegance. The Bel Air and the Oldsmobile 88 are perfectly charming, and I do like them both, but Daddy Darling's right. This is a special occasion, and only our very best vehicle will do. I think we should take the Cadillac, if for no other reason than it's Daddy Darling's favorite. He is the only one of us who can legally drive after all.
Looks like you're outvoted, Mary darling, James smiled, while consolingly putting his arm around Mary's waist and leading her over to the winning vehicle. Modern Cadillacs may not stand out much in today's overcrowded luxury market, but a classic like this remains the pinnacle of luxury and refinement. Not to mention, the presidential state car is still a Cadillac. That's gotta count for something.
The Corvette is still the more iconic car, but I'll admit the Cadillac is more practical for our outing today, Mary conceded. But if anyone asks, my car is a Vette. Sarah darling, I'm riding up front with your father. Of course, Mommy darling. Children and VIPs should always ride in the back seat,
Sarah agreed, as she held up her head in smug self-importance. I guess we'll have to go into the trunk, though. She's liable to attract unwanted attention in this condition, James said, as he slung her over his shoulder and carried her around to the back of the Cadillac.
That's fine, Daddy darling. I'd like to keep a seat free in case we pick up a hitchhiker,
Sarah chimed in.
I wouldn't get your hopes up, Sarah darling. Hitchhikers aren't as common as they used to be,
Mary cautioned her.
Afraid of serial killers, I'd imagine, which is ironic since there aren't as many of us around anymore either.
Damn, modern forensics make it nearly impossible for an amateur to get started these days, James lamented, as he tossed the girl into the trunk, followed by a few suitcases which he arranged to keep her concealed. A single mass shooting is the best any of them can usually manage. The plebs living in fear of them is better than nothing, I suppose, but serial killings inspire a more insidious flavor of paranoia. You know who the gunman is the second he fires off his gaudy rifle, but any of your neighbors could be a serial killer and you never know it. After closing and locking the trunk, James opened the back passenger side door for his daughter and the front side passenger for his sister before popping into the driver's seat himself. It's been a while since we made a pilgrimage to the shrine of Moros, he remarked as he turned the ignition key. I can't wait to show the bile how much you've grown, Sarah darling. The eternally preteen girl smiled at him in the rearview mirror.
Now don't you get lulled into my sweet little girl routine, Daddy darling. I've grown plenty in ways that you can't see, she boasted, her fluid black irises flaring slightly as her power coursed through her physical body.
James turned the dial on the control to his garage door opener, flipping through the preset destinations until he found a location relatively close to the shrine. He had never put a portal anywhere remotely close to it, let alone one by the shrine itself, out of fear of drawing unwanted attention to it. This one appears to be in good working order. We should be able to make reasonable enough time leaving from here, he said, as the door clanked open, revealing a rainy November day on the outside of their playroom.
Why can't the outside world ever be nice for once? We're on a family trip,
Mary complained, as she drew out her flask and took a swig. It's just a little rain, Mary darling. We've been through far worse, James consoled her, as he preemptively turned the wipers on.
I like the rain. It's a necessity of life that people often fail to appreciate, and one that will occasionally escalate into a natural disaster. Isn't it wonderful how even the most essential pillars of life can turn against it, wreaking death and devastation for no reason at all?
Sarah commented. It truly is, Sarah darling, it truly is, her father agreed as he slowly turned the Cadillac towards the open door. Once more into the breach. To Mary's chagrin and Sarah's delight, the rain did not let up. Sarah was legitimately more thoughtful than her mother, and found a stark and somber beauty in the world under a gray November sky. The leaves were gone, the flowers were gone, and the snow had yet to come, but such a seemingly bleak vista was not without its charm. The world felt silent, still, liminal. Not a deprivation, but a respite from its seasonal happenings. Everything beautiful about winter, spring, summer, and fall would come again. And their absence was not always a bad thing. Nothing good could last forever, because too much of anything ceased to be good. Fleeting things must be appreciated while they last, and so too must the fleeting rest between them. Sarah refrained from speaking these thoughts aloud, as they weren't sufficiently morbid. As they drove down increasingly lonely highways, the sky grew darker and the rainfall more intense. Massive puddles formed within eroded potholes, sending up great splashes of dirty water as they drove through them. "Aren't you glad we didn't take the Corvette now, Mary darling? Roads like these are no place for a low-riding sports car. The hell, I'm beginning to regret not taking Uncle Larry's surplus army jeep. And then again, with the size of these puddles, the Amphicar might have been more appropriate." "The condition of this highway is an absolute indictment of the public road system," Mary insisted. "A classic tragedy of the commons. I would never let the roads in our playroom get anywhere near this bad unless it was for a hunt. Are these parasites really so adverse to privatized services that they prefer this to the occasional toll booth?" "I think the bumpy roads are kind of fun, Mummy darling," Sarah said, bouncing slightly as they drove over another pothole. "Plus, bad weather and bad roads make it more likely we'll see an accident." "I don't want you to get your hopes up, Sarah darling, but I think I see somebody walking along the shoulder up ahead of us," James said as he squinted ahead.
"Really?"
Sarah squealed as she shot forward. Dead ahead of them was a man in a dark green raincoat with a matching duffel bag slung across his back, stalwartly trudging through the onslaught of pelting rain.
"In this weather, he must be a drifter. Easy prey. He's not hitchhiking, though, so he's a stubborn bastard at least. That could make him fun prey." "Can we pick him up, Daddy darling? Oh please, oh please, oh please."
"We can offer him a ride, Sarah darling, but if he doesn't take it, I'm afraid we can't go chasing after him. We don't want to be late to the shrine now, do we?" As they drove past the man, James pulled over to the side of the road in front of him. Sarah immediately sprung into action, popping her door open and sticking her head out into the pouring rain.
"Hey there, mister, want a ride?"
she asked, loudly enough to be heard over the weather, but still managing to come across as sweet and cheerful. The man hesitated for only an instant before breaking into a jog and hopping into the Cadillac as quickly as he could. "Thank you so much. If you could just take me as far as the next truck stop, I won't be any more trouble than that," he said as he pulled down his hood and shook the rain out of his hair. "Oh, it's no trouble," James assured him as he pulled back onto the highway. "You trying to make your way to Toronto or thereabouts?" "Thereabouts, yeah. Only place in this province that's not a rural backwater, right?" the man replied as he reflexively reached for a seatbelt, only to realize there weren't any. "Oh, it's practically New York with poutine," James laughed. "I'm sure you can find poutine in New York, James darling," Mary said. "Not that we'd ever go looking for it, of course. Our family prefers homemade food due to our unique culinary traditions. You weren't really trying to walk all the way to Toronto, were you, Ducky?" "If I had to. I figured that I could hoof it there in a few days, but I guess the weather had other plans," the man said as he looked around the cabin in confusion. Are there seatbelts in this thing, man?" "Of course not. This is a '57 Cadillac, son. It was made in Detroit during the city's golden years. You can't tarnish a gem like this with modern safety fetishes." "Is that even legal, man? Especially with a kid?" "School buses don't have seatbelts, and they're normally full of nothing but children, so they can't really be that important now, can they?" Mary argued. "And even if they are, we don't really believe in seatbelts, and people today are too risk-averse. Great men should confront danger, and weak men should be cold by it. Keeping the weak alive and the great restrained makes us all worse off in the long run," Sarah added. "Uh-huh. Hey, are you too sure you're comfortable with me sitting back here with your sister?" the man asked, nervously appraising her strange eyes. "Because I'd totally understand if you don't." "Oh, don't worry. Sarah darling doesn't bite. That's what Mary darling's here for. I'm James, by the way. What's your name, traveler?" Call me Garland," the man replied. So then, Garland, mind if I ask what circumstances possess you to head to Toronto on foot? It can't be hard to scrounge up the money for bus fare, can it? It was a kinda spur-of-the-moment sort of thing, you know? I just needed to be on my way, so I decided to pack a bag, pick a direction, and see how far I got. Adventurous, I like that, James nodded approvingly, hoping that a change of scenery would bring a change of fortunes as well, I take it. Something like that, yeah, Garland replied, gazing out the rain-streaked windows at the tall rows of pines swaying in the howling wind.
What do you think it's like to be a tree standing tall and proud for centuries, only to be snapped in half by a wayward gust of wind in a bad storm? Sarah asked. And to be so seemingly invulnerable for so long, only to be struck down by the chance movements of forces far outside your control and comprehension?
I don't think trees think about that kind of thing. And a girl your age probably shouldn't be either.
Oh, our little Sarah darling has always had a keen interest in philosophy. For instance, Sarah darling, what do you make of our guest here accepting our invitation? He was free when he was outside, but freedom was terrible, so he forfeited it for a modicum of comfort, scarcely even weighing the risk of putting himself at our mercy. And, of course, one of the fundamental tenets of Western philosophy is that he who sacrifices freedom for safety deserves neither, hence the lack of seatbelts.
You're homeschooled, ain't you, kid?
Oh, it's that obvious, isn't it? The public schools are as bad as the roads, and never produce enough children anywhere near as erudite as our little Sarah.
Mary beamed as she took a cigarette and lit it with her Zippo lighter, quickly filling the sealed car with smoke.
And even the best of private schools wouldn't have been able to give our progeny the specialized education that she requires. I shudder to think what would have happened to James and I if our Uncle Larry hadn't stepped in to fill the academic gaps in our upbringing. Oh, I'm sorry. Where are my manners? And can I offer you a smoke, Ducky?
I'm good, thanks. You know, I may not be sure about the seatbelts, but it's definitely illegal to smoke with kids in the car, he said awkwardly.
That's absurd. Do you expect me to put my sweet little girl outside in this weather? How is pouring rain better than a few puffs of smoke? Honestly, people just don't think things through these days. Daddy darling, even though I know the answer, my daughterly duties oblige me to ask at least once. Are we there yet?
Our turn is just up here, Sarah darling, James replied as he hit his turn signal. Garland didn't see a road up ahead, just a gap between two trees barely wide enough for a car to pass through. The one on the left had an old rusty sign nailed to it that read, "Private property, no trespassing," and the one on the right had a sign that said, "Dead end, keep out." All these years and no one's taken down those signs, James remarked as he veered to the left. This road really has seen better days. As he passed between the trees, Garland was struck with an inexplicable shudder that shook him so off guard that he didn't immediately notice that the rain had come to a sudden stop. Despite this, the sky became darker and the tall skeletal trees little more than silhouettes in the gloom. Though he was quite certain there had been no road at all before, an overgrown dirt path meandered through the forest before them. Where are we?" he asked as he leaned forward, trying to see as much as he could. "Didn't you see the sign? It's private property. So private that only a few privileged can notice it or remember that it exists. Hallowed, I think, is the term," James said.
I'm not sure there are many people who would describe this place as hallowed, James darling, Mary said. Our Uncle Larry first brought James and I here when we were just kids, and it was quite the macabre spectacle back then. It's good to know that some things never change.
As Garland's eyes adjusted to the low light, he saw that the upper branches of the trees were all impaled with blackened human bodies. Though most had no doubt been there for many years, all were encircled by fresh swarms of buzzing and bloated flies. What the hell? Garland stammered, as he threw himself back against the seat, his eyes flicking back and forth between the obvious horrors outside the car and the insidious ones within. I agree, it lacks subtlety. Our own playroom wasn't much better when we first came across it. Thank goodness for Mary Darling's remarkable homemaking skills.
She really turned it into a proper home for us. Oh, you're too kind, James darling. Unfortunately, my gifts are rather limited outside of our domestic sphere, so there's not much I can do about this place. Sarah darling, on the other hand, should be quite attuned with the bile here. Any changes you'd like to make to the decor, sweetie? It is awfully quiet, isn't it? Sarah asked rhetorically, her fluid black irises pulsating as all the impaled bodies were simultaneously brought back to life. A cacophony of tortured screams rose through the woods, boughs breaking as the flailing revenants spasmed in terrified agony. That's better, Sarah sighed with a contented smile. Corpses aren't really scary. They can almost be serene, like a rotting log. It's just part of nature. But living, mutilated victims kept in protracted torture against the very laws of nature? That's sublime, don't you agree, Mr. Garland? Garland desperately looked out the rear window to make sure the path out of the cursed woods was still visible. Leaving his duffel bag behind, he threw open the door and jumped out of the car, breaking into a mad run as soon as his feet hit the ground. He didn't get very far before a tree branch broke in front of him, sending one of the screaming revenants crashing to the ground and blocking his path. He skidded to a stop, watching as it wildly thrashed about, trying to right itself. He heard other branches snapping and realized he would soon be outnumbered by the wretched abominations. He spun around to see if the darlings were pursuing him, only to see the Cadillac waiting patiently on the trail with its side door still open, and Sarah's smiling head poking out of it. "Freedom or safety, mister? What's it gonna be?" she asked, before retreating back inside. The screams around him grew more ferocious, more vengeful, and he could now hear them clumsily clashing through the underbrush towards him. He ran for the Cadillac as fast as he could, diving into the back seat and slamming the door behind him. "You chose wrong. Again," Sarah said flatly, as she sat straight with her hands neatly folded in her lap. "But you are safe. I'd never let those plotting cretins vandalize my darling daddy's darling caddy." How the hell are you controlling those things? What the hell are you?" Garland demanded. Sarah smiled widely as her black eyes subtly shifted in his direction. "It's like you said, Mr. Garland. I'm homeschooled," she replied in a sinisterly lilting voice. "It's amazing what a bright young mind can learn when her home is a microcosmic basement universe between dimensions, isn't it?" Garland's fear quickly morphed into frustration and anger, giving no credence to her words but instead trying to contrive some method of escape. Or, failing that, revenge. "Uh-oh, you're thinking of taking me hostage, aren't you, Mr. Garland? So ungrateful. If it wasn't for me, you'd still be walking out there in the rain. All I did was offer you a choice, Mr. Garland, and you made one. You have no one to blame for this but yourself." "You know, son, impotent or not, I don't much care for it when someone threatens either of my two favorite girls. I'm sure you can understand," James said coldly, glancing up at him in the rearview mirror. I didn't say anything," Garland muttered, placing his hands in his pocket and withdrawing as far away from Sarah as he could. "You were thinking about putting me in a chokehold and demanding that Daddy Darling turn the car around," Sarah insisted. "You thought you could break my neck fast enough to keep my parents from attacking you while I was in your grasp. You wanted to see me crying, to wipe the smug grin off my face. Is it all it takes to make you want to hurt a little girl, Mr. Garland? I think I'd like to see you crying, Mr. Garland, and my happiness is much more important than yours. Daddy Darling, floor it." At her insistence, her father slammed on the gas and the Cadillac went speeding down the forested dirt road with so much force that Garland was pinned against his seat. Above the roar of the engine, he could hear the ravenous howling of the revenants as they crashed through the forest, pursuing the vehicle without any sense of self-preservation. "What the hell is going on now?" Garland demanded, as he craned his neck to see the horde galloping after them on all fours like wild animals. "I infused them with our addiction for human flesh, and nothing else, so now all they can feel is an all-consuming hunger that can't be ignored until it's sated," Sarah explained, never dropping her cheery tone or smiling face. "And that's how they behave? And to think, James darling, you once said that I can't resist temptation," Mary commented. I'm not reduced to such savagery at the mere prospect of fresh meat. The hunt has to be well underway before I descend into such heavenly primal madness.
Well, in their defense, Mary darling, they are quite starved, whereas you made us all steak and eggs for breakfast this morning, James said as he deftly wove around the trees, a skill that not all the revenants had mastered quite as well. They're gonna eat us. You're crazy, kid. You're all fucking crazy.
Oh, calm down. They're completely under Sarah's control. And she was telling the truth about not wanting to hurt the caddy. She's too much of a daddy's girl for such senseless vandalism. But, Mommy darling, suppose that Daddy darling made such a sharp turn that Mr. Garland was thrown against the door with so much force that he knocked it open and went flying out of the vehicle, Sarah suggested. Then the revenants could eat him without ever laying a finger on Daddy's Cadillac. Seemingly by Sarah's command, and perhaps her mere desire, a sharp bend appeared in the road ahead of them, and James didn't slow down in the slightest as he veered around it. As Sarah had predicted, or ordained, the force was enough to slam Garland against the door on his side, knocking it open, and sending him tumbling to the forest floor. The revenants were on him within seconds, and Garland punched and kicked wildly without even aiming for any specific target. Each of his limbs was almost immediately immobilized by firm revenant hands, and he braced himself for the agony of their fingers ripping him apart, and their teeth digging into him with wild abandon. But that didn't happen. They were at the whim of their young mistress, and it seemed her whim had changed yet again. Instead, the horde began to chase after the Cadillac, holding Garland overhead and making sure he had no chance to escape. They didn't stop or even slow down until they reached an ancient glade nestled deep in the heart of the dying woods. In the center of the glade was a large well of crumbling black stones, measuring 13 feet across with a staircase of 7 uneven steps leading up to the rim. The darlings had already parked and gotten out of their car, and Garland watched in horror as James took their earlier victim out of their trunk. Don't feel bad, Mr. Garland. You couldn't have helped her. How could you? You couldn't even help yourself.
The revenants tossed Garland to the ground at Sarah's feet before instantly scattering back into the surrounding woods. He looked up in horror at the placid and serene face of the young girl, not daring to try to flee or fight back.
That's better,
Sarah commented, flashing him a satisfied smile.
It was my idea to pick you up, Mr. Garland, which means I get to decide what we do with you. Feeding you to the revenants would have been a waste, but other than that, I'm still mulling over my options. Dead or alive, you'd probably be more risk than you're worth to take back to the playroom, but I'll give you the chance to change my mind about that. Stay right where you are, and be quiet while my parents and I conduct our business here, and I'll see to you when we're finished.
She turned away from him in disinterest, making no attempt to secure him, and took her place by her father's side.
How's our sacrifice, Daddy darling?
When we didn't get so much of a thump out of her, I worried she might not have survived the journey, but it seems she's merely dead on the inside, James replied, as he hefted the catatonic woman up and down. No use to any of us as a plaything now, and not enough meat on her bones to fret about losing. She'll make a fine revenant to the bile. Sarah grabbed the woman's cheeks with her right hand and forced her to make eye contact with her, probing deep into the darkest recesses of her mind.
We broke her so badly that only the bile can fix her now. Since her life is no longer of any value to either of us or herself, it is only proper that we surrender her to the one entity who can extract any further utility from her.
With purposeful strides, she ascended the short staircase to the edge of the well, with her parents following closely behind. The well was too deep and too dark to see the bottom of it, but that didn't matter. They knew what was down there, and it saw them easily enough. A chorus of hoarse whispers began echoing up its shaft, chanting in a dead tongue in anticipation of the sacrifice. Sarah gazed down deep into the darkness below, the black bile in her eyes expanding beyond her irises and consuming them entirely.
Moros the All-Destroyer, god of doom, death, and suffering, scion of primordial night and primeval dark, kin to reapers, valkyries, and the fates themselves. Greater are you than the Olympians, the Titans, and all others who would seek the mantle of omnipotence, Sarah said. While hope lay trapped within Pandora's box, doom spread to rot the world from within, While Moloch and his progeny gnaw at the roots of the world tree from below, and ravenous Yaldabaoth devours it from above, your incarnate bile seeps in from all sides through whatever cracks in the firmament there may be. We have come here today because we are once again in need of your largesse, great Morose. Those who walked in the footsteps of the world serpent have forsaken us, pledging themselves to Emrys, avatar of the darkness beyond the veil. He seeks to destroy us, and even now shards of a miasmic blade still lie within my father's heart from a failed assault by his acolyte. Though Emrys seeks only the demise of our family, he has aligned himself with the god-slaying Zarathustrans, and they shall not be satisfied until they have fattened themselves upon your dark ichor, mighty Morose.
A great unsatisfied rumbling reverberated from deep within the well, along with a pluming vortex of foul wind, and it was a relief to the Darlings that their patron deity recognized that it had a stake in their conflict.
The wilting Empress has been unleashed. The effulgent one walks where it will between the planes, and witches again make covens with chthonic deities. A battle of great titans and their followers is nigh at hand, Morose. And we have come to assure you that in this greatest of iconoclasms, we are yours to command. We offer you this sacrifice to reaffirm our covenant, and in exchange, we ask that you purge my father of his miasmic taint, so that he may fight for us and you with all his strength. May all come to rot and ruin, corroded beneath the black bile of Morose.
Sarah bowed her head and took a step back, making way for her father to approach the edge of the well. With a solid heave, James tossed the nearly dead woman into the well. She plummeted through the dark for several seconds, before landing into the bile with a sickening, squelching splat. The horror that overtook her as a black bile oozed into her body and began remaking her in its own image was finally enough to make her scream again.
Don't know what she's so upset about. She was pretty much a zombie already, James mocked.
His body suddenly went taut, and he could feel the miasmic shards in his chest being nudged loose with the utmost precision, the bile in his veins guiding them with only the lightest of touches and short bursts to minimize the damage to his surrounding tissue. When each individual shard was oriented correctly, they silently and swiftly shot out of his chest and into the spiraling vortex to be swept down into the well. Though James cried out in pain as he clutched his chest and dropped to his knees, it faded quickly as the exit wounds healed at a superhuman rate.
Daddy! James, darling, are you all right?
Mary asked, as she and Sarah knelt down to aid him.
Yes, it's gone. It's completely gone. Emrys won't have that hanging over our heads any longer.
They hugged and cheered in triumph, none of them noticing that Garland had been slowly creeping up behind them while they had been focused on their dark ritual. It seemed to him that they had forgotten about him entirely, and now he was only a few meters behind them. His plan had been to only push the girl into the well, but with all of them so close together, he decided to go for them all. As silently as he could, he pounced forwards with as much momentum as he could muster. His attack was met with a sharp wailing sound ascending up the well, and only an instant before he made contact with the Darlings, he was impaled through the forehead by a strange dagger. It hit him with so much force he went tumbling backwards, and he was dead before he hit the ground. The Darlings, though completely unperturbed by the attempt on their lives, gathered around the corpse to study the instrument of its demise.
Is that?
Mary trailed off, reticent to even say it out loud. Sarah tentatively grabbed at the hilt of the dagger and slowly drew it out, revealing that its serpentine blade had been cobbled together by the miasmic fragments Morose had pulled from James's heart. The shards were held together by vitrified and gilded bile, the same substance as the hilt, now inert and incapable of reacting with either the miasma or the flesh of Sarah's hand.
It's beautiful,
Sarah said, her black eyes wide in wonder.
Here, Mommy darling, you should have it. You're the best with knives of all of us, and it came from Daddy Darling's heart, so it's rightfully yours anyway. Why, thank you, Sarah darling,
Mary said, as she graciously accepted the gift, studying it intently. The longer she held it, the wider and more wicked her smile grew, until at last she could hold in her dark revelation no longer.
This is the knife that I'm going to kill Emrys with.
As soon as the first rays of conscious awareness began to creep back into Camilla's mind, they were accompanied by the stark realization that something was terribly wrong. Her surroundings were completely unfamiliar, albeit unsettlingly unthreatening at a glance. She appeared to be in a large, luxurious, and well-appointed penthouse straight out of the 1950s. She was slumped over a stool in front of an island counter with a speckled scarlet formica countertop, across from a young woman in a red and white vintage dress. Camilla's attention was immediately stolen by the woman's vibrant blue eyes, raven pigtails, and wickedly insidious grin.
"Coming around then, are we, Ducky?"
she asked, as she took a sip from a martini glass. What happened?" Camilla asked, her panic rising quickly, overpowering her confusion and grogginess, as she checked to see if she was restrained or hurt before looking around for any possible threats.
"You passed out. Nothing to be embarrassed about. It happens to me all the time,"
the woman said, with a gesture to her martini.
"No, who are you? What am I doing here?"
Camilla demanded, as she stood up from the stool.
"Blackout drunk by mid-afternoon? If you weren't such a lightweight, you'd make a good drinking buddy. And to refresh your memory, my name is Mary Darling. My brother James brought you here because you wanted to write an article about our collection of retro appliances, remember? Apparently, the Zoomies have quite a bit of cultural nostalgia for the post-war era. Per my duties as hostess, I offered you a drink, and I guess you're not used to cocktails as strong as I make them because it puts you out like a light."
Though her memory was hazy, Camilla knew that Mary was lying. She wasn't drunk, and she wasn't hungover. She knew it wasn't alcohol that had knocked her unconscious. She had spoken with James about writing an article, but other than that, she had no recollection of where she was or how she had gotten there. While it was obvious that the Darlings had abducted her, until she had a better idea of exactly what it was they were up to, she decided that it was best to play along.
"Oh, right, the article. I remember now,"
she said uneasily.
"I'm sorry. Yeah, that drink must have hit me harder than I expected." "Nothing to apologize for, Ducky. I'm in no position to judge you,"
she said, as she finished off her martini.
Any night when James isn't here to put me to bed, I usually wake up sprawled out at whatever random spot I dropped at. Well, now that one of us is sober, on with the tour."
"Is it all right if I record our interview?" Camilla asked, quickly checking to see if she still had her phone on her. She was relieved to find out that she did, but to her disappointment, saw that she had no reception or Wi-Fi.
"Shoot, I've got no bars here." "Oh, I assure you there are plenty of bars in this house,"
Mary laughed, as she gestured at the nearby cocktail bar.
"I do apologize for the lousy reception, though. If your little doodad there can work without it, feel free to record anyway."
Camilla nodded and began recording video on her phone, keeping the camera focused on her presumed captor as much as possible.
"Hello, everybody,"
Mary said energetically as she smiled and waved at the camera.
"My name is Mary Darling, and welcome to my kitchen. We're going to start our tour today with my main refrigerator, easily the most essential appliance of any modern kitchen."
With a twirl of her skirt, she waltzed over to a broad, 6-foot-tall, beach blue refrigerator with chrome trim. It had a convex door, branded with the cartoon atom and the name Oppenheimer's Opportunities, in retro calligraphic font. The door was partially covered with the usual accoutrements: a notepad, a small chalkboard, some odd bills and receipts, along with a few photographs of James and Mary Darling. Most of the photographs also include a dark-eyed preteen girl who bore disquieting resemblance to the twins.
"This right here is the 1959 Oppenheimer's Opportunities, 21 cubic foot single-door nuclear winter refrigerator,"
Mary said proudly. Camilla was tempted to point out that the concept of nuclear winter didn't really come about until the 1980s, but couldn't work up the courage to interrupt her hostess.
"When my brother and I first moved into our little playroom here full-time, we knew we were going to need housewares that were sturdier than anything on the open market. You can imagine how delighted we were when we found Oppenheimer's. They make a wide range of electronic appliances powered by atomic batteries so that you can count on them even if the grid goes down. This beauty here has been running non-stop for 65 years now, and it's got no thought of retiring. It retailed for a whopping $249.99 back in the day, and it was worth every penny. The body itself is made out of a proprietary titanium aerospace alloy that's virtually indestructible. To demonstrate her refrigerator's quasi-mythical indestructibility, Mary pulled out a butcher's knife that she had been carrying in the sash of her dress and began slashing at the bottom half of the door with a violent ferocity that sent Camilla stumbling backwards out of fear for her safety. "Enough! Enough! I believe you!" she shouted. "You see, I didn't even scratch the paint," Mary bragged as she holstered her knife. "Nothing like a modern appliance. This thing was built to last, but it wasn't just durability that sold us on this model. It's functional too." She swung the door open, revealing 6 chrome shelves that were mostly laden with heavy packages of meat wrapped in butcher's paper. The packages were all neatly dated and labeled in a feminine, flowing script that Camilla suspected belonged to Mary. Though the cut of each meat was clearly marked, Camilla's eyes jumped from package to package as she tried to find one that said what kind of meat it was. But all she could find were human names. The height of each shelf is fully adjustable with the push of a button. Each one slides out for easy access or detaches completely for cleaning. Mary continued her presentation, pulling the shelves out to create a tiered staircase. "That's an especially useful feature for my little Sarah darling. Even though she's more of a daddy's girl, she still likes to help me in the kitchen. So it's important that everything's accessible for her. And since everyone's so concerned about accessibility these days, I suppose it would also be helpful for a cripple or a midget. As you can see, I've customized the interior to my family's specific needs. We don't have any need for a vegetable crisper when we've got plenty of organ meat, all the vitamins you could ever want in those, and no nasty ethylene gas or phytotoxins to worry about. Of course, keeping this much meat fresh is obviously the top priority, and it would be an absolute shame to risk a freezer burn on grade A cuts like these. And that's why, in addition to an airtight seal and atmospheric control, the Oppenheimer 1959 nuclear winter uses radiation to keep its contents 100% germ-free." I'm sorry, did you say radiation?" Camilla asked nervously. "Why would you use radiation in a refrigerator?" "It was the atomic age, Ducky. We put radiation in everything," Mary explained with a manic grin. "It's just like how you put AI in everything these days. What could go wrong, right? Oh, there's nothing to worry about, Ducky. The radiation is only on when the door is closed. The titanium alloy is completely radiation-proof, and plus, the paint is lead-based. The interior of the fridge is exposed to beta and gamma rays from the atomic battery, penetrating any packaging or containers and completely sterilizing the food inside. It may be mild, but since its near-continuous germs can't get a foothold, our meat stays abattoir fresh for months." Mary pushed all the shelves back inside the fridge and gave them a gentle shove to the left. They spun around as if on a carousel, despite there being no room inside the fridge for that to be possible. Mary stopped them when they reached a segment filled with ceramic baking dishes and tinfoil-covered platters. "Now, I'm the first to admit that I'm not always sober enough to cook, which doesn't always stop me, but for the times it does, I keep lots of meatloaf, casseroles, and roasts on hand so that I have plenty of leftovers to serve my family. And luckily for me, even my good china bakeware is no match for the ionizing radiation of the— Wait, Camilla interrupted. "What did you just do?" Mary hummed in mock confusion. "You spun the inside of the fridge around like a lazy Susan. How did you do that?" "Oh, that! Yes, that's one of the modifications my brother James made. As wonderful as Oppenheimer's appliances are, James could always make them better. He was able to expand the interior space out of the hyperdimensional volume of our playroom, so I never have to worry about running out of space for all my savory creations." "That's impossible," Camilla said, as she shook her head in disbelief. "Everything else you've said until now has been ridiculous, but that's impossible." "Come in and take a look for yourself if you don't believe me," Mary suggested, as she spun the shelves in the fridge around with a theatrical flourish. Camilla adjusted her glasses as she tried to make sense of what she was seeing, tentatively approaching the fridge. As she tried to work out how the illusion worked, Mary stopped spinning the shelves when she arrived at a completely empty compartment. You want to know what really made me buy this fridge, though? I asked the salesman how many bodies he thought I could fit in it, and without any hesitation, he said, at least 10 if you pack them in tight enough. With superhuman strength and speed, Camilla felt Mary shove her into the fridge from behind, slamming the door shut. Hey, what the hell? Camilla shouted, as she pounded at the door from the inside. She tried to push or kick it open, but it wouldn't budge. The seal was as airtight as Mary had said, and there was no way to open it from the inside. The instant the door had shut, the overhead light bulb had gone out, replaced by the faint and eerie radioactive glow from the atomic battery. Oh no, Camilla muttered, squatting down and trying to force its shutter back into place. Pipes that had already lived longer than some people began to creak as an old motor sluggishly pumped Freon up and down their length. A vent that ran along the top of the back wall of the fridge began to exude a pale yet heavy mist that slowly began to sink to the bottom of the compartment. Can you hear me in there, Ducky? Mary's voice asked over a crackling intercom. Let me out! Camilla demanded, as she furiously pounded against the door. Don't worry about the radiation. It's too mild to be a short-term hazard, Mary told her. I don't kill my victims with radiation anyway. It's too drawn out, and it ruins the meat. No, I just want to see if I can kill you with modifications my brother made before you run out of oxygen. Camilla felt the interior of the fridge start to spin as she watched the door slip out of sight. And there we go. Not that I didn't trust the door to hold, but it has some sauces and preserves in there that I'd really rather you didn't smash. You're fucking psychotic, Camilla screamed as she threw her weight against the side, trying to tip the fridge over. Why didn't you just put me in here when I was unconscious? And how would I have shown you my beautiful atomic age refrigerator if I'd done that? Mary asked in reply. Sorry, Ducky, but you ran afoul of me when I was in the mood to play with my food. No quick death at the end of a knife for you. I mentioned that I can adjust the shelves with the push of a button, right? A sturdy chrome shelf came sliding out from behind Camilla, catching her off guard and shoving her against the wall. Hell! She cursed as she struggled to push against it. After a few seconds, it retracted itself at Mary's command. Camilla spun around, bracing herself to catch it when it came at her again. Instead, one of the lower shelves came flying at her, bashing in her shins. Good grief! She sobbed, collapsing onto her injured shins the moment the shelf withdrew. She clenched her teeth in rage at the sound of Mary's sadistic cackling. Oh my goodness, and before we get started, I was seriously asking myself if the novelty of killing someone with a fridge would be worth it, and it absolutely is, she declared, as she fired off the middle shelf again, this time hitting the kneeling Camilla in the forehead. I hope it doesn't void the warranty, though. Oppenheimer's guaranteed that so long as the atomic battery lasted, they'd always be able to repair it. The battery... The nearly concussed Camilla muttered as her eyes drifted down at the glowing green square in the center of the floor. With the use of a hitherto useless Swiss Army knife on her keychain, she slipped the blade in along the battery's edge and frantically began to pry it out. Oh, you little... No respect for other people's property, I swear, Mary muttered. With the press of a button, the shutter for the battery nearly closed all the way, but the nice blade kept it from closing completely. Taking great care not to let it slip, Camilla continued to pry away at the battery and the sliver of radioactive light that was left to her. A lower shelf came flying toward her again, but this time she succeeded in ducking it. Grunting, she tried to pull back the shutter itself to give herself more light, but the mechanism holding it in place was incredibly strong. She had succeeded in pulling it back only a fraction of an inch when its brightness suddenly flared. The blinding pain caused her to drop the knife and jerk upwards in retreat. As she rose, a shelf slammed into her throat and pinned her up against the wall at full speed. Choking and gasping, she desperately tried to force the shelf back as it slowly but surely crushed her windpipe. She pulled and pushed and rattled it, and tried to shake it loose or kick it free with her feet, but nothing worked. As she squandered the last of her oxygen fighting against the shelf and her vision began to fade,
She realized with a grim irony that Mary had been right. Oppenheimers really had built that fridge to last.
Hello, Mommy darling,
Sarah chirped, as she happily skipped into the main living area and towards the fridge to get herself an afternoon snack. Mary politely acknowledged her presence, but was too caught up in her soap opera to engage her in conversation. As soon as Sarah had the door open, she began spinning the inside to get to the dessert compartment. She jumped back just in time to avoid being crushed by Camilla's asphyxiated corpse. It hit the floor with a dull thud, bloated and blue, an expression of horror and agony etched into its face as it stared up at the ceiling with unseeing eyes. Sarah stared at it for a few seconds before overcoming her initial shock and turning towards her mother.
Mommy darling, this body is still good. Can I use it for my trolley set? Pretty please.
Nostalgic? I don't know if I'd call myself nostalgic, Mary Darling said as she twirled the coiled cord of her vintage rotary phone around her finger.
It's more that I just don't feel the need to keep up with the times here in my little playroom. Oh, why, thank you, Ducky. I'm older than I sound, though. Or look. Lucky for me, my brother's a mechanical genius. He keeps all of our old appliances working good as new. Even better than new most of the time. Yep, he's the one who refurbished the jukebox you're talking about, just shy of a decade ago, if I recall. Well, he's sort of a professional. He's self-employed, so he wears a few different hats. Reselling his gizmos isn't a huge part of his business, but I can assure you it's well worth our asking price. Well, of course you can come over and see it for yourself. Wait, where are you? Oh, fantastic! Grab a pen and I'll give you the address.
Less than half an hour later, Mary heard the cheery ringing of the doorbell at the lobby's front door. It would have been impossible for her not to hear it, since she was already there, leering out the peephole. The lanky man on the other side of the door wore a bright sports coat and dark sunglasses, with a Rolex Submariner watch mounted conspicuously on his right wrist. She imagined he was a wheeler and dealer of sorts, likely looking to flip the jukebox for a profit. She liked that. It meant she could take her time playing with him. If he was there to rip her off, then he wouldn't realize that he was the victim until it was too late. The man rang the doorbell again, becoming slightly impatient. Mary let out a few more seconds pass before opening the door. Mrs. Darling? He asked, looking at her up and down in confusion.
Yes, hello, you must be Mr. Simmons. Please, come inside. No one should be outdoors in this awful haze,
she said. She wore a broad smile as she held the door for him, keeping it between herself and the outside world as much as possible.
I blame the hippies. All these forests they're so crazy about are nothing but a fire hazard. If we chopped them all down and made them into asbestos-stuffed model homes, then we wouldn't have to worry about forest fires now, would we?
I'm sorry, you're older than you sound, he asked incredulously. Kid, if you were born before the towers fell, then I'm King Chuck's groom with a stool. Mary tossed her head back and gave a throaty laugh that Simmons found performative.
Well, I guess I'm just an old soul in a young body,
she said, still smiling widely, her overly white teeth and blood-red lips looking like something from an old magazine.
Lucky for you, Ducky. The jukebox has aged every bit as well as I have. Come inside and you can see for yourself.
His eyes looked her up and down once again, lingering briefly on the kitchen knife handle sticking out from the sash of her dress. Deciding that they were as innocuous as a carpenter's tool belt, he stepped across the threshold. Mary pushed the door shut, sighing with relief when she heard it click. The world that was not under her control safely held at bay.
That's better. The air is really awful out there,
she said, taking out a cigarette from a silver case and igniting it with a golden Zippo lighter. Taking a deep drag, she slowly blew it all out across the room.
It's so much nicer inside.
You can say that again, Simmons remarked, gazing around in awe at the ornate Art Deco lobby he had unexpectedly stumbled into.
You don't know the half of it. The damned Homeowners Association is very particular about what the exterior of the house has to look like, Mary claimed. Looking too nice drives everyone else's home values down as much as being too ugly, apparently. It's the hallmark of the mediocre to resent another man's accomplishments.
Sure, Simmons said, doing some math in his head to try to figure out how what he was seeing now could fit into what he remembered from outside. And this is your house? It looks like the ground floor of a luxury apartment complex. I mean, that's an elevator, isn't it?
That is custom made. No one but my brother could have installed an elevator in this house,
Mary boasted proudly.
No need for us to use it today, unfortunately. The jukebox is in the billiards room, which is just down that hall.
Oh, well, after you then, Simmons said with an awkward gesture, suddenly finding himself uncomfortable at the prospect of turning his back on his strange hostess. Mary gave a slight curtsy and set off down the hall, with Simmons trailing a safe distance behind.
You seem a bit nervous, Mary remarked. There's nothing to worry about, Ducky. My brother doesn't mind me having gentlemen callers over. I'm the possessive one in our relationship. Whenever my brother brings another girl through those doors, you better believe that it doesn't end well for her.
She gently pushed open a pair of doors at the end of the hallway, revealing a spacious and well-appointed billiards room. The carpet was a deep red, the walls lacquered wood, and stained glass lamps hung from the ceiling. The room contained a bar globe, seats, a sofa, a fireplace, a dartboard, a cards table, a billiard table, a cigar store Indian, and, of course, the jukebox. Classy man cave you got here, Simmons commented as he strolled into the room, stuffing his hands into his pockets to avoid inadvertently touching anything.
I believe a classy man cave is referred to as andron,
Mary said.
It's not a wholly accurate description in either case. My brother does use this room predominantly for entertaining male guests, but it, like everything else in our home, is ultimately still under my domain as the woman of the house, and it's certainly not a sanctuary for him. Why on earth would he ever need a break from me?
She tossed her head back and laughed again, and Simmons responded with a forced grin and chuckle. Yeah, your brother sounds like a lucky man, he said with an awkward cough. That's him in the portrait over the mantel, is it? He looks just like you. He inferred that the young man sitting next to Mary in the portrait wasn't just her brother, but a twin brother, as they shared the same striking black hair and blue eyes. Sitting in front of them was a 9 or 10-year-old girl who he assumed to be a younger sibling, as aside from her dark eyes, she looked just like them as well. He briefly considered the revolting possibility that she might somehow be their child, but dismissed it when he decided that the math didn't work out. Then again, it wouldn't be the first time since he got there that the math seemingly didn't fit. The most unsettling thing about the portrait, however, was a blackened figure standing behind the twins, possibly emerging out of the wall. He had 2 beady, glowing pinpricks for eyes, an arm around each of the twins, and a manic, shark-like grin on his face.
Yep, that's our whole happy family right there,
Mary beamed as she walked over to the bar globe.
Why don't you go over and take a look at the jukebox for yourself? I'm feeling the siren song of the sauce calling me. I think I'll take Manhattans. Would you like one?
No thank you. I've got to drive, he said, as he made his way over to the other side of the room, glancing over his shoulder to make sure she wasn't up to anything.
That's why I never bothered to get a license. Driving's not amenable to the charmed life of a day-drinking housewife,
Mary remarked, taking a swing from the whiskey bottle before pouring it into the cocktail shaker.
I do drive the convertible around the grounds for fun sometimes, but I'd be a public menace if I ever took it out on the streets. At least here I'm only a menace to our guests. And kerplunk! A cherry makes it healthy.
She smiled as she plopped a cherry into her cocktail glass, and then a second one into her mouth.
I swear, cocktail cherries and the tomato juice in my Bloody Marys are the only things keeping my diet balanced, since apparently good old-fashioned corn and potatoes don't meet the left-wing health Nazis' grueling standards for what doesn't count as gruel. I do like asparagus, mind you, but most of my vitamins come from organ meat. Meat's really much healthier and easier to digest than plants, so it's already so close to our own bodies. And the closer it is, the better. Kidneys and livers are the original superfood, more nutrient-dense than any vegetable. Of course, I love my prime cuts more than anything. Unfortunately, I'm all out at the moment.
Simmons had stopped paying attention to her rambling shortly after her admission of being a day-drinking housewife. His attention was instead on the prize he had come to collect. The jukebox. My, she is a beauty,
he said as he ran his hands along the rounded top, shivering slightly at the feel of the flawlessly smooth surface. You weren't lying about the condition. This is mint. And it still works. Of course. There's a bowl of quarters just beside you there. Plunk one in and let her rip. It's got a full complement of 145 RPM records inside. Try to fit that into an iPod, and I mean the actual records. I know an iPod can hold more songs than a jukebox. No, you're right. You couldn't fit 145s into an iPod. Simmons chuckled. He dropped a coin into the machine and watched intently as the fluorescent tubes flickered to life with a subtle yet insidious hum, their deep red glow casting a hellish pall over the entire room. Without bothering to look at the musical selection, Simmons punched in 69 and listened eagerly to appraise the quality of the sound. Several seconds passed, and he heard nothing. He strained his ears carefully, eventually picking up the sound of what he guessed was a theremin, barely audible but gradually increasing in volume. Its pitch fluctuated rapidly in a definite pattern, but it would have been a stretch to call it a melody. What exactly am I listening to? An auditory psychotronic agent, Mary replied, with a devious smile as she unsheathed one of the knives from her dress. The sound induces the neurons in your auditory cortex to fire with a specific resonant frequency that spreads throughout your brain and nervous system. Real Cold War era MK Ultra style mind control. They don't make them like these anymore. Their frequency can have any number of psychological, physiological, and even psionic effects on its victim. What number did you pick exactly, Ducky? What are you? His bemused skepticism quickly gave way to confused disbelief as he felt a disorienting sensation wash over him. The sound was inside him now. It was in his head and in his nerves, his heart beating erratically in tune with its strange rhythm as his vibrating bones sent it rippling through his flesh. The fluorescent bulbs of the jukebox flickered in time with it as well, their red light washing out every other color and burning out the blue and green cone cells in his retinas. Self-preservation overriding all other concerns, he reached towards the jukebox to either shut it off or destroy it. He never managed to even lay a finger on it, as the incongruent rhythm overtook him and forced him to dance along with it. He slammed his hands over his ears, but it made no difference now. It was inside him. It was him, and he could not get it out. In a delirious panic, he looked across the room towards Mary and saw her glowing red face framed by her abyssal black hair. She smiled a manic, mad smile, the enormous meat cleaver in her hand raised glinting in the crimson light. She began twirling towards him, dancing even though she was seemingly inured to the psychotronic assault. Screaming, though he couldn't hear it over the sound of the signal permeating his entire body, Simmons pushed off against a billiards table with enough force that he went tumbling in the opposite direction, his momentum carrying him back into the hall. Or rather, he should have gone back into the hall. Instead, he was in a massive ballroom with a diamond-checkered floor and rotating ruby chandelier. Even worse, he hadn't escaped the music. Everything was still red, and the signal was as strong as ever. Out in the center of the dance floor, there was nothing for him to push off against to try to guide his now alienated legs. All he could do was dance where the rhythm took him. He cried out in pain as he felt the meat cleaver slice through the back of his leg, sending him falling to the ground. He looked up to see Mary dancing around him gleefully, dipping down to retrieve the knife before prancing away. Simmons tried to crawl away, but the signal inside wouldn't let him. It forced him back up and forced him to dance on his lacerated leg. Mary took another swing, this time penetrating so deep into the other leg that she struck bone. Withdrawing and retreating, she watched in delight as Simmons still continued to dance on the broken leg, anguished tears streaming down his face. He made multiple attempts to punch Mary out, but she evaded his fists with remarkable ease. "You pretty graceful for a drunk, you fucking bitch," he spat at her, lunging towards her neck in the hopes of strangling her.
Instead, he ended up slipping on his own blood and falling face first on the ground, breaking his nose and shattering his front teeth on the marble floor. Before he could right himself, he felt Mary's knife chopping into the back of his legs over and over again as she laughed hysterically, slicing sinew and breaking bone. Screaming and cursing, he was still unable to resist the compulsion to try to dance to the rhythm on his own mangled limbs. Every time he tried to stand, he inevitably collapsed back to the floor, his legs now completely incapable of supporting him. He tried to drag himself along the floor, but there was nothing he could get a grip on, and he certainly couldn't outrun Mary at such a miserable pace. Flipping himself onto his back, he decided he'd rather go down swinging than waste his final breaths on a futile attempt at escape. He saw her standing over him, just out of striking distance, smiling sadistically as she glared down at him. The meat cleaver, dripping with his blood, was trembling in anticipation of the kill. "Go then, finish it, you psycho bitch," Simmons goaded her. He didn't have to ask her twice. Her lust for violence and human flesh already whetted, she leapt at him with a superhuman ferocity, swinging the cleaver sideways and slicing his throat clean open. As the blood poured down his trachea and flooded his lungs, the last thing he saw before he lost consciousness was Mary tearing off pieces of his own flesh with her bare teeth like a ravenous wolf. "Mary, darling, I'm home," James announced as he stepped into the lobby, hanging the bronze box of cryptic clockwork he used to link doorways up on the wall like it was a set of keys. He waited a moment for a response, but found that none was forthcoming. "Mary, darling." He sniffed the air and immediately picked up the scent of blood. Not Mary's blood, thank goodness, so there was no reason to believe anything was amiss. The smell was wafting out of the grand ballroom, which for some reason, Mary had placed at the end of the main hall. Normally, she liked to keep it on the top floor in the winter level of their playroom, as she believed it went well with the enchanting fairy tale-like vista. As soon as James threw open the ballroom doors, he immediately spotted the mutilated corpse of Simmons lying in the middle of the dance floor. Curled up next to him was Mary, naked, caked in blood, and her stomach swollen with raw human flesh. She snored contentedly, basking in her triumph and utter satiety. She looked so beautiful and peaceful, James thought, that it would be a shame to wake her. But she did have wifely duties to attend to, and some explaining to do. "Mary, darling," James called softly, as he gently shook her awake. "James?" she asked as she stirred awake, yawning and stretching like a cat. "James, darling, I'm terribly sorry. I had hoped to have dinner ready before you got home, but it seems like I slipped into a food coma. How was your day?" "You first," James insisted with a raised eyebrow, as he passed her his flask of whiskey. "Oh, thank you," she said, taking a sip before answering his question. Well, this enterprising entrepreneur here called asking about one of your flyers, the one for the jukebox. I know I should have told him to come by when you were home, but I was at the end of my cooling-off period, and I knew I wouldn't be able to relax until I got a kill. Plus, we were out of prime cuts. Now we can have steak." "That was hardly worth the risk of letting in an unscreened victim while it was just you and Sarah here, especially when you've always been able to work wonders with the ground meat," James reminded her. "What if he hadn't been a mere mortal? He could have been someone dangerous. He could have been one of our enemies." "I know, you're right, James, darling. That was reckless of me," Mary said contritely. "You shouldn't have to worry that I might let any tasty piece of meat that comes crawling into our otherwise impregnable playroom. You should know that Sarah and I are safe while you're out. I'm sorry." "Well, it all worked out for the best this time, and you wouldn't be you if you could resist temptation. But next time you're home and jonesing for a kill, call me. Is that understood?" "Excuse me, I'm the one who can't resist temptation?" Mary asked with a salacious smile. She crawled on top of Simmons' corpse, wiggling her butt in the air like a cat in heat. "James, darling,
You've come to find me lying naked to another man. Are you telling me you're not tempted to desecrate the bastard's corpse and remind me that I'm yours at the same time?"
James momentarily considered declining the offer on principle, but had to concede that Mary knew him too well. "I'm not sure that's entirely fair, Mary darling," he grinned as he undid his belt buckle. "You know I've never been able to say no to taking you on a dead body since the night we slain our parents."
"What can I say? I guess I'm just the nostalgic type.